Chapter 685. In the next few days, Yang Feng began to mobilize his connections in the cloud capital and began to collect information on the Grade 3 plane that Qin Yunhai spoke of. Yang Feng bought a lot of chess pieces in Yunjing City, but most of the chess pieces were not strong and their status was not high, so they could not get such top-level information. However, Yang Feng's other identity as Secret Treasure Division's Bureau Chief Xiao Fan heard some information from Secret Treasure Division. That Grade 3 plane was called Moon Crow Plane. Under the siege of the Demon Race Army, it was in imminent danger. In the Moon Crow Plane, the gods conferred titles by the Great Cloud Dynasty are forced into their divine countries and rely on the divine legions in their divine countries to support themselves. The other Plane Development Division once sent an army to attack Moon Crow Plane's Hellion Army, but they were ambushed by Moon Crow Plane's Hellion Army. The main force was annihilated, and the Great Cloud Dynasty's 48th prince who commanded the army was killed by Moon Crow Plane's Hellion Army. Due to the Great Cloud Dynasty's purge of the powerhouses of the 10 great sects, there are not enough experts to suppress the underground demonic realm. In recent years, many battles have broken out in the underground demonic realm, and there have even been battles between infinity warlocks. Countless experts of the Great Cloud Dynasty died in the demonic realm, Moon Crow Plane, and other battlefields. Since the planar passageway in the Red Rock subcontinent was taken away, Great Cloud Dynasty had no choice but to send Martial Eagle and Martial Dragon to suppress it. Although the interior of the Great Cloud Dynasty looks calm and prosperous, but fierce battles are taking place in many aspects. The powerful forces are well aware that after the Great Cloud Dynasty raised the 10 great sects, if it is given some time to recover, then its strength will skyrocket again. Taking advantage of the weakness of the Great Cloud Dynasty, the formidable forces launched a joint attack from various directions to weaken the power of the Great Cloud Dynasty. For the Great Cloud Dynasty, the death of a Starry Sky Warlock-ranked powerhouse was nothing. With the Great Cloud Dynasty's underlying strength, as long as it was supplied with resources, it could quickly produce a large number of Starry Sky Warlocks. However, every death of a transcendent rank powerhouse above the Moonlight Warlock rank was a slight injury to the Great Cloud Dynasty. After all, even with sufficient resources, it would take hundreds of years to cultivate a Moonlight Warlock. The Great Cloud Dynasty is facing enemies on many sides. The 8 great families are sitting on top of a mountain and watching the tigers fight as if they are dead. Their top powerhouses have disappeared without a trace. This is why Qin Yunhai, with his status as the Minister of the Board of Rights, condescended and took the initiative to greet Yang Feng. In the past, Bai Wuqing had uprooted the Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 greater provinces in one fell swoop. If the Great Cloud Dynasty is given time to recover, then the new Great Cloud Dynasty will become more powerful than before. But the other forces didn't give the Great Cloud Dynasty time to recover. They took advantage of the Great Cloud Dynasty's weakness to launch an attack. The 8 great families are at odds with the Great Cloud Dynasty, which led to the current predicament. There was a flash of regret in Yang Feng's eyes. Now is the best time to annex the Great Cloud Dynasty. Unfortunately, I am not strong enough at the moment. We still have to wait. Many munitions factories under Yang Feng's command began to manufacture 4th-generation battle robots and began to strengthen the already manufactured 3rd-generation battle robots. However, time is still short, and the 4th-generation battle robots have yet to take shape. With his current strength, it is impossible to annex the Great Cloud Dynasty. After Yang Feng issued an order to continue the infiltration of the Great Cloud Dynasty, he began to prepare for his trip to the Sun God Shrine. A few days later, in the Cloud Capital's glorious Dragon Airship Yard, there is a 3,000-meter-long giant airship engraved with countless mysterious runes anchored. Yang Feng slowly boarded the giant airship and saw 70-plus people form a small circle on the giant airship. Each of them exudes faint glorious sun warlock fluctuations of power. Clearly, they are all glorious sun warlock rank powerhouses. Lei Ming, you really came. Aboard the giant airship, when Nangong Wumi saw Yang Feng coming, his eyes lit up, and he walked towards him with a smile. Yang Feng said with a smile, "Nangong Wumi, you are stronger than before." Bai Yuxian also walked over with a smile, a fragrance wafting from her. "Young Master Lei, after we enter the Sun God Shrine, please take care of me." Yang Feng asked curiously, "The Moonlight's 7 stars are really extraordinary. Bai Yuxian, apart from you, have the other Moonlight's 7 stars promoted to glorious Sun Warlocks?" Bai Yuxian replied with a sweet smile, "That's right. For the sake of the Sun God Shrine, all of us Moonlight's 7 stars have broken through and promoted to glorious Sun Warlocks. After all, the Sun God Shrine only opens once every 100 years. If we miss this opportunity, we'll have to wait for another 100 years before we can enter." Bai Yuxian pointed into the distance and said, "Those 2 groups of people are the freaks of the glorious Sun 7 stars and the former Moonlight 7 stars. On the giant airship, there are 2 groups of people exuding powerful auras different from those of other glorious Sun Warlocks. Each group has 6 people. The 12 warlocks are freak-level warlock geniuses of the glorious Sun 7 stars and the former Moonlight 7 stars. These 12 warlocks have basically formed a virtual world inside them. Even if they haven't formed a virtual world, they still have other powerful means, and their battle prowess is far greater than that of experts of the same rank." Nangong Wumi pointed at a man dressed in a white warlock robe, who has an ordinary appearance, but whose eyes shine like stars, and exudes a strong sense of existence, and said with a dignified look in his eyes, "Although the other members of the former Moonlight 7 stars are very strong, but they have promoted to the glorious Sun Warlock rank 2 recently, and the gap in strength between them and the glorious Sun 7 stars is huge. Only the Dubhe star Ba Sun is a freak among freaks. Even if I face him, I'm not sure if I can win." There was a dignified glint in Yang Feng's eyes. "Oh. If that's the case, then he's really a freak among freaks. Each of the glorious Sun 7 stars is a freak-level genius. Each of them has cultivated for decades or even 100 years in the glorious Sun Warlock realm. Each of them possesses the strength to contend against the weakest Bright World Warlock. Ba Sun has promoted to a glorious Sun Warlock for less than 10 years, yet he already possesses strength comparable to that of the glorious Sun 7 stars. His talent can be imagined." Nangong Wumi pointed to another group of people and said, "Among the current glorious Sun 7 stars, the Dubhe star Lan Ba and the Merak star Jiang Qi are also powerhouses that I'm not sure if I can defeat. The Dubhe star Lan Ba is a handsome young man dressed in a blue warlock robe, with sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, an imposing bearing, and a domineering aura. Jiang Qi is a tall but thin man with a strange rune engraved on his face, 10 earrings in his ears, a cold expression on his face, and a queer aura. Standing beside Lan Ba is a beautiful woman with black hair. She is slender and exudes an otherworldly temperament. She is even more beautiful than the 5 fairies who are popular in Cloud Province. The glorious Sun 7 stars and the former Moonlight 7 stars are very arrogant. They formed a small circle with each other and exuded an aura of rejection. As soon as Yang Feng boarded the giant vessel, the glorious Sun Warlocks noticed him. Except for Nangong Wumi and Bai Yuxian, the other members of the glorious Sun 7 stars and the former Moonlight 7 stars didn't take the initiative to come in contact with Yang Feng. A middle-aged man dressed in a green warlock robe and exuding a scholarly aura slowly walked onto the dais. As soon as the middle-aged man arrived on the dais, he exuded infinity warlock rank aura. Everyone aboard the giant vessel quieted down, and their eyes were attracted by the middle-aged man. Yang Feng instinctively felt a fearsome danger coming from the middle-aged man, and he couldn't help but stare at the infinity warlock. The middle-aged man swept the 70-plus glorious Sun Warlocks with his gaze and said with a grin, "I am Enlei. I am the guardian responsible for taking you to Sun God Shrine. I will take you to the passage leading to Sun God Shrine. Here, I would like to remind you that Sun God Shrine is very dangerous. There will be powerhouses from countless planes going in to compete for Sun God Fire. Every time someone enters Sun God Shrine, less than 10% of them can come back alive. If you don't want to die, it's not too late to leave now. Sun God Shrine is very dangerous, and there will be powerhouses from countless planes entering Sun God Shrine for different purposes. It is for this reason that only 70+ glorious Sun Warlocks have entered Sun God Shrine. On one hand, Great Cloud Dynasty limits the number of glorious Sun Warlocks who can enter Sun God Shrine. On the other hand, many glorious Sun Warlocks are unwilling to risk their lives to enter Sun God Shrine. In fact, without entering Sun God Shrine to absorb Sun God Fire, with the various secret methods developed by human warlocks, you can still practice cultivation until the Bright World Warlock and Infinity Warlock rank. In Great Cloud Dynasty, more than 90% of Infinity Warlocks have advanced to the Infinity Warlock rank without absorbing Sun God Fire. The glorious Sun Warlocks who chose to enter Sun God Shrine to absorb Sun God Fire are peerless geniuses who are very confident in themselves in order to obtain a chance to promote to a Warlock Emperor. It is extremely difficult to promote to a Warlock Emperor. You must be perfect in virtually every realm and have a solid foundation. Anlay grinned and said, "Since no one has chosen to leave, then let's go." Runes lit up on the huge airship, and countless rays of light shone. The huge airship shook slightly, turned into a bright ray, and flew into the sky. The huge airship sped up, suddenly blurred, and flew into a twisted and blurry orbit. Yang Feng looked at the twisted and blurry orbit and said unhurriedly, "This is the legendary astral orbit. With the help of the astral boundaries power that runs through countless planes, you can find a special orbit that allows you to travel freely in the vast sea of stars." Chapter 686. After flying in the distorted and blurry orbit for a day and a night, a huge cave appeared at the end of the orbit. The giant airship flew out of the cave, and a huge celestial body appeared in front of everyone. The giant airship flashed, turned into a stream of light, and flew towards the huge celestial body. There is a powerful barrier around the huge celestial body that shrouds the celestial body like a membrane. When the giant airship slammed into the powerful barrier, countless runes shone, pierced through the barrier, and landed on a berth on the huge celestial body. Not far from the airship dock, there is a 1,000-meter tall crimson gate engraved with countless mysterious runes. Around the crimson gate, there are 9 9-story tall warlock towers built. The 9 warlock towers have powerful barriers that protect the entire star. Anlay led all the glorious Sun Warlocks to the Scarlet Gate and said flatly, "You all have a token to enter Sun God Shrine. Now go in. Remember, you can stay in there for 48 days. After 48 days, the tokens in your hands will bring you back here. The token must not be destroyed. Otherwise, you can only stay in Sun God Shrine and wait for the next time it opens." The more than 70 glorious Sun geniuses from various forces of the Great Cloud Dynasty took out a palm-sized token, Sun Jade. The Sun Jade engraved with 9 sun seals shone brightly, and they turned into streams of light that entered the Crimson Gate. The Scarlet Gate set off ripples, and a vast aura that seems capable of burning everything diffused from the gate. Wisps of the law of space revolved and engulfed the glorious Sun Warlocks. A burst of dizziness, as if the world was spinning, flashed past. When Yang Feng regained consciousness, he discovered that he was already in a strange space. In this strange space, there are fire elemental particles everywhere. The temperature of the space is above 3,000 degrees Celsius, there is flowing lava, burning flames, and poisonous smoke pervading the surroundings. Yang Feng glanced at Sun God Shrine and frowned, "So this is Sun God Shrine. This is not a place where humans can live. Only the Sun God race can live in this kind of damned place." With a temperature of 3,000 degrees Celsius, even if it was a Starry Sky Warlock rank expert, they would rarely be able to stay in such an area for a long time without the help of secret treasures. Even if it was a glorious Sun Warlock, except for those proficient in the law of fire, other warlocks would feel uncomfortable in such an environment. After all, in such an environment, their protective life force field was constantly being consumed. Along with flashes of light, the glorious Sun Warlocks cast secret methods and flew towards the depths of Sun God Shrine. Nangong Wumi smiled at Yang Feng, cast a secret method, turned into a stream of light, and flew into the distance. Lei Ming, I'll go first. Bai Yuxian smiled sweetly at Yang Feng, then turned into a stream of light and flew into the distance. Young Master Lei, I'm leaving too. Each glorious Sun Warlock who entered Sun God Shrine was a genius among geniuses, and they were very confident in themselves. In the Sun Divine Palace, apart from the Sun Divine Flame, there were also countless natural treasures that could only be born in the Sun Divine Palace. Legend has it that in the deepest part of Sun God Shrine, there were ancient secret treasures left behind by the Sun Emperor. In the Archgod era, there were many powerful secret treasures among the Archgods. These secret treasures weren't refined by the Archgods, but miraculous treasures with extraordinary powers naturally born in heaven and earth. Because of the materials used by the Archgods, the ancient secret treasures used by the Archgods were infinitely powerful, far superior to ordinary warlock secret treasures. Moreover, many ancient secret treasures themselves were top alchemy materials, which was why they were sought after by countless people. In the modern era, ancient secret treasures from the Archgod era were very rare. Once ancient secret treasures appeared, they would be fought over by major forces, and then processed by top alchemists. In the world of human warlocks, the main materials of many Empyrean-grade secret treasures were ancient secret treasures from the Archgod era. It was because of these legends that countless glorious Sun Warlocks entered Sun God Shrine in search of various treasures. Since these glorious Sun Warlocks were geniuses and extremely confident in themselves, they naturally weren't willing to share the treasures they found with others, which was why they acted alone. Yang Feng looked around, then his figure fluttered, and he flew 10,000 kilometers away and landed in a valley. After setting up a powerful barrier, he took out a top-grade warp gate, set it up, and activated it. With a flash of distorted light, the top-grade warp gate set off ripples, and then opened. A number of fourth-generation battle robots appeared from the other side of the warp gate. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile of excitement. It's a success. My deduction was right. Sun God Shrine is usually closed. When it is closed, the entire shrine is completely sealed, and the warp gate cannot be opened. However, since Sun God Shrine is now open, it means that my mechanical legion can be transported over through the warp gate. As long as the mechanical legion is transported over, no matter which plane the freakish glorious Sun Warlocks are from, they will be killed by Yang Feng. Although Yang Feng believes that his strength is at the very top among warlocks of the same rank, but he is cautious by nature. However, he was cautious by nature. If he could guarantee his victory, he would not mind using the power of the main battle robots. The glorious Sun Warlocks who entered Sun God Shrine are all freakish geniuses from different planes. No one knows what trump cards or spells they have. If you are careless, you will die. At the time when the Lord of the Nine Realms rampaged through the world, he didn't care about the Star Lord. As a result, it was the Star Lord who had the last laugh, while the Lord of the Nine Realms was suppressed. This is the fate of those who are careless. Countless robots walked out of the warp gate and quickly transformed into power plants, munitions factories, optical computers, and other equipment. The small valley was quickly transformed into a large base. A swarm of micro-reconnaissance planes with extremely high fire resistance flew out of the large base and flew in all directions of Sun God Shrine. In the large base, the level 4 optical computer flashed and performed modeling analysis. Wherever the micro-reconnaissance planes flew past, everything turned into a holographic projection and was restored in front of Yang Feng. Inside the Solar Divine Palace, one could see balls of light that looked like suns every 1,000 miles. These spheres of light are Sun God fire formed from the surrounding fire elemental particles that Sun God Shrine has absorbed. In the Archgod era, after Sun God powerhouses reached adulthood, they would enter Sun God Shrine to look for Sun God fire to absorb and gain more power. The surface temperature of sun god fire is more than 7,000 degrees Celsius, and the internal temperature is more than 10 million degrees Celsius. Even glorious dawn warlocks need to use special secret methods to absorb the sun god fire and turn it into their own. If they are careless, then once sun god fire breaks out, even bright world warlock ranked powerhouses can be burned to ashes. These sun god fires aren't good enough. Since I came to sun god shrine, I will absorb the strongest sun god fire. Yang Feng looked at the sun god fire floating in the air and raised his eyebrows. Instead of absorbing the sun god fire, he sent more reconnaissance planes flying in different directions. At this moment, Yang Feng's arm trembled slightly, and a palm-sized six-winged sun-devouring centipede crawled out of his hand and transmitted a strange signal. Nurtured by the Ligui province's countless resources, the six-winged sun-devouring centipede has evolved into a mature form and possesses glorious sun warlock rank cultivation base. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "You want to devour sun god fire to continue evolving. Fine. Go devour it and evolve freely." The six-winged sun-devouring centipede released waves of joy, and then flew away with a whoosh. There was a flash of light in the base, and a holographic projection of the six-winged sun-devouring centipede appeared. The six-winged sun-devouring centipede quickly appeared in front of a small sun. Its body shook slightly, and it turned into an 8-meter-long giant centipede with 6 insect wings. It opened its maw and inhaled, and gold light enveloped the small sun. The small sun was forcibly swallowed by the six-winged sun-devouring centipede. After the small sun was swallowed by the six-winged sun-devouring centipede, a sun-like rune appeared on the body of the six-winged sun-devouring centipede. The six-winged sun-devouring centipede clearly has a good appetite. Its figure fluttered, and it flew towards another small sun. Yang Feng watched as the six-winged sun-devouring centipede devoured the small suns and sighed in his heart, "The innate abilities of these other races are much stronger than those of humans." For now, Yang Feng can only absorb 9 suns and send them into the 9 worlds inside him. He can't devour small suns like the six-winged sun-devouring centipede. If he devours a weak sun, it will make his world imperfect. In the future, he will need to consume hundreds or even thousands of times more resources to build a good foundation. Not long after, 100,000 mini reconnaissance planes with a heat-resistant temperature of 1 million degrees Celsius appeared in the solar god shrine. They flew to different places and outlined the terrain of the entire solar god shrine. Found it. Yang Feng stared at the holographic projection and the information and intelligence analyzed by the level 4 optical computer. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he blurred into motion and turned into a stream of light flying into the distance. Before long, a huge sun that looks like a real sun, exuding endless light and heat, appeared in front of Yang Feng. Chapter 687. This sun is not bad, it's suitable for my devour sun space splitting secret method. Boy, scram. Otherwise, die. The figure of a handsome young man with hair in a bun, an unearthly temperament, and an arrogant expression on his face turned clear, and he strangely appeared in front of the huge sun and looked at Yang Feng with pride in his eyes. Yang Feng glanced at the young man and said coldly, "This sun is really good, I like it as well. You, scram. Otherwise, die." The young man said coldly, "Stubborn fellow, I am Magic Note Duo Shangzijin. Who are you?" Yang Feng replied, "Undying Mountains Lei Ming." Undying Mountains Lei Ming. Let me teach you, give you a lesson. Between warlocks, it's best not to answer the enemy's questions, or else this will happen. Shang Zizhen showed a strange smile, and countless runes condensed in his hand and formed a golem that looks exactly like Yang Feng, engraved with countless mysterious runes. Shang Zizhen squeezed the golem that looks exactly like Yang Feng, and it exploded. A strange force swept towards Yang Feng along an incredible law, as if to devour him in an instant. Fate algorithm. Countless runes gushed out of Yang Feng's eyes, and the breath of fate diffused from him, distorted the strange force, and transferred it to Shang Zizhen. With a pop, Shang Zizhen's face shimmered with horror, and he exploded in front of Yang Feng in an instant, and a copious amount of flesh and blood rushed towards Yang Feng as if they have a life of their own. Yang Feng took out a level 7 secret treasure Vulcan scepter and pointed at it, and violent purple flames suddenly appeared, frantically devoured the surrounding fire force, and formed a sea of purple fire that devoured, burned, and purified Shang Zizhen's flesh and blood. Yang Feng glanced at an empty space and said coldly, "Come out. You're not dead yet, this little trick is useless." There was a slight distortion in the void, and Shang Zizhen walked out and looked at Yang Feng with a gloomy look in his eyes. What spell was that? My secret technique should be foolproof. Die. With an indifferent expression on his face, Yang Feng took a step forward, blurred, and appeared in front of Shang Zizhen. With a flick of his wrist, a level 7 secret treasure devour sword suddenly appeared, and he slashed down, forming a small black hole that, as if it can devour everything, slashed towards Shang Zizhen. I've been underestimated. Damn you, Lei Ming, I'll let you see my true power. Solar transformation. Shang Zizhen's eyes flashed fiercely, and he bellowed, and vast world force poured out of him. Countless runes flickered on his body, and he turned into a huge sun that barreled towards Yang Feng. The collision of a huge sun could easily destroy a star. This was the ultimate profundity of the sun transformation. Shang Zizhen felt a great threat from Yang Feng, which is why he used his most powerful secret method. Interesting. Essence of Devour. An enigmatic ray streaked past Yang Feng's eyes, and he smiled and operated the essence of Devour, and a pitch-black Devour Black Moon, which seems to be able to devour all light, suddenly appeared. The Devour Black Moon, which seems to be able to devour everything, abruptly swallowed the huge sun that Shang Zizhen has transformed into. The huge sun that Shang Zizhen has transformed into erupted in an instant, and the temperature rose to 9 million degrees. Even if it was a bright world warlock, they would be burned or even seriously injured by the fearsome temperature. As if a huge black hole, the Devour Black Moon devoured light and heat. No matter how the huge sun that Shang Zizhen has transformed into struggles, all its power was devoured by the Devour Black Moon. Endless power flowed out of the Devour Black Moon, entered Yang Feng's body, and poured into the 9 worlds inside him, nourishing the power of the 9 worlds inside him. My power. My power has been absorbed by you. Let me go, let me live. I know I was wrong. I will definitely fuck off in the future. Let me go, give me a chance to live. I beg you. Lei Ming. From the Devour Black Moon came Shang Zizhen's terrified screams and pleas. More than half of the power inside him has been devoured by the Devour Black Moon, injuring his glorious Dawn Warlock rank foundation. The most terrifying thing is that he can't escape even if he wants to. Yang Feng just sneered and watched. After a dozen plus breaths of time, all of Shang Zizhen's power was devoured by the Devour Black Moon, and only some ashes scattered in midair. The essence of Devour is extremely powerful. However, it even devoured and destroyed that fellow's glorious Dawn core and storage treasures. What a pity. Yang Feng glanced at the huge sun, then silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and countless black runes flew out of his finger and formed a giant black net that swept towards the huge sun. When the huge sun was swept by the giant black net, it shrank until it was the size of a fist, and then flew into Yang Feng's body and entered his first world. As soon as the huge sun entered Yang Feng's first world, endless sunlight sprinkled on the earth. The extraordinary plants on the earth absorbed the sunlight and became more and more full of vitality. With the appearance of the sun, as if some law of the first world inside Yang Feng was perfected, the earth rumbled and shook, and thousands of kilometers of land extended. After absorbing the sun, Yang Feng continued to travel through Sun God Shrine. With the reconnaissance of the 100,000 drones, more than half of Sun God Shrine seemed to have been mapped, allowing him to know clearly which places have Sun God fire suitable for him. In just 3 days, Yang Feng killed 7 glorious sun warlocks from other planes and absorbed 9 suns. Now the 9 worlds inside him have suns, and they are in a perfect state. Yang Feng sensed the changes in his body, and a look of satisfaction streaked past his eyes. Not bad. With my current state, I can start breaking through and promote to a bright world warlock after returning to the Zhangji plane. Sun God Shrine really deserves its reputation. Unfortunately, Moon God Shrine of the Arch-God era isn't under the control of humans. Otherwise, absorbing the power of Moon God Shrine in the Moonlight Warlock rank would be even more perfect. Moon God Shrine was a shrine controlled by the Moonlight Emperor, a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse who once dominated the Zhangji plane in the Arch-God era. Since the beginning of the Zhangji plane's recorded history, the Moonlight Emperor was one of the less than 5 female Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. At the time, there were 3 other Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses among the arch-gods of the same era as the Moonlight Emperor. However, they were all defeated by the Moonlight Emperor in a fair and square manner, and eventually acknowledged the Moonlight Emperor as their master. Moon God Shrine was one of the shrines controlled by the Moonlight Emperor. After advancing to the Starry Sky Warlock realm, the Time Lord was being hunted down. He sneaked into Moon God Shrine and absorbed its moonlight force, and finally broke through and promoted to a Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouse. Therefore, after the Starry Sky Warlock realm, human warlocks were named Moonlight Warlocks. After the collapse of the Third Warlock Dynasty, the Transcendent Dynasty, Moon God Shrine disappeared. Of course, at that time, human warlocks had already developed countless secret methods. Therefore, even if Moon God Shrine disappeared, it wouldn't affect the evolution of human warlocks. However, for the warlock geniuses who pursued perfection and were determined to step into the Warlock Emperor realm, the disappearance of Moon God Shrine was indeed a pity. If Moon God Shrine's Moonlight Force and Sun God Shrine's Sun Force could be completely integrated in the world inside you, you would be able to form a perfect yin and yang force cycle. Although human warlocks have found other substitutes, but they were still slightly inferior to Moon God Shrine's Moonlight Force. As Yang Feng refined the suns into his body, countless level 4 sealers joined hands to cast seal light and sealed the suns in the sky, and then dragged them back to the base and teleported back to the Andrak plane. Each of the small suns evolved from Sun God Fire in Sun God Shrine is a huge energy source. For Yang Feng, this place is the best energy warehouse. The energy contained in each small sun evolved from Sun God Fire could easily be converted into the energy generated by all power plants within Yang Feng's sphere of influence for 10 years. Yang Feng glanced at the holographic projection and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "The 6-winged sun-devouring centipede is like a fish in water here. This little fellow has already devoured 72 suns. Amazing!" The 6-winged sun-devouring centipede was even more active than Yang Feng in Sun God Shrine. Under the guidance of the level 4 optical computer, it devoured one sun after another. Every time it devoured a sun-like imprint appeared on its carapace, and it exuded an increasingly fearsome aura. If it wasn't for the suppression of Sun God Shrine's barrier, it might have already evolved into a bright world warlock rank 6-winged sun-devouring centipede. At this moment, an extremely dazzling pillar of light suddenly rose from the center of the solar divine palace. At the center of the pillar of light, a mysterious flower with 9 petals and 4 green leaves slowly bloomed. It was engraved with natural runes. The entire solar divine palace trembled slightly. The small suns containing the solar divine flame turned into streams of light and crazily flew towards the magical flower in the center of the light beam. They merged into the magical flower and became its nutrients. Chapter 688. That's the Sun God Empyrean flower, a treasure of heaven and earth born from the essence of countless suns. If you consume the entire Sun God Empyrean flower, you'll be able to break through the Godman boundary and let a warlock with superior level 8 soul aptitude reach inferior level 9. Yang Feng looked at the mystical flower in the center of the beam with a fanatical gleam in his eyes. His figure fluttered, and he turned into a stream of light flying towards the sun god Empyrean flower. Treasures of heaven and earth that can let people break through the god-man boundary are very rare in the Zhangji plain. As for treasures of heaven and earth that can let people break through the god-man boundary, they are even rarer in the Zhangji plain. The sun god Empyrean flower is a treasure that can only be encountered by chance. It takes more than 50,000 years to form a flower in a special environment. Once it appears, it will cause countless people to fight over it. The sun god Empyrean flower. That's the sun god Empyrean flower, a peerless treasure that can let people break through the god-man boundary. I'm really lucky to see such a peerless treasure like the sun god Empyrean flower this time. In the Sun Divine Palace, the monstrous geniuses from different planes looked at the Sun Divine Empyrean flower that had suddenly appeared. Their eyes were filled with excitement. With a slight sway of their bodies, they turned into streams of light and flew towards the Sun Divine Empyrean flower. The Sun God Empyrean flower is located in the center of Sun God Shrine, which is the former resting palace of the Sun Emperor. It is also the most dangerous place in Sun God Shrine. In the past, no one would easily approach this dangerous place, but attracted by the Sun God Empyrean flower, the Sun luminary geniuses from other planes turned into streams of light and flew towards the center of the Sun Divine Palace. A male warlock dressed in a green warlock robe, covered in flames, and with a necklace exuding bright light on his chest quickly flew to the edge of the center of Sun God Shrine. At the edge of the center of Sun God Shrine, you can clearly see that there are large caves that look like huge nests in the center of Sun God Shrine. Around the large cavern were stone statues with special runes engraved on them. They were all demons, devils, high elves, dragons, phoenixes, and other powerful existences that had existed since the Age of Eternals. The male warlock has just approached, when countless runes emerged on a 1,000-meter-tall giant stone statue, and the petrification effect on the giant stone statue disappeared in an instant. The 1,000-meter-tall giant stone statue opened its eyes, and red light diffused from its eyes and exuded tyrannical glorious sun warlock rank breath. The stone statue giant took a step forward, drew the mountain-like wolf-tooth club beside it, and mercilessly slammed it towards the male warlock. A mere giant from the ancient era dares to oppose me? You overestimate yourself. The male glorious sun warlock snorted coldly, his figure blurred, and he appeared in an alternate space, a space of a completely different dimension from the main world. Only by using a spell that interferes with space, or by elevating the law of power to the level of the essence of power, will it be possible to shatter the vacuum and space, and then attack the male glorious sun warlock in the alternate space. When the stone statue giant's wolf-tooth club slammed into the male glorious sun warlock, but as if it hit the air, it passed by the male glorious sun warlock, slammed into the ground, and blasted open a large hole and raised countless gravel. Just as the male glorious sun warlock sneered, a palm-sized four-winged void lizard flew out of the alternate space and bit the male glorious sun warlock's foot. Black gas suddenly rose from the male glorious sun warlock's foot and spread rapidly. A necklace on the chest of the glorious sun warlock suddenly lit up, and green light enveloped the glorious sun warlock and blocked the black gas in his lower body. Whoosh! A sun god arrow tore through the void, passed through the alternate space, and shot into the head of the glorious sun warlock in an instant and blasted it to pieces. The body of the glorious sun warlock suddenly shattered like paper, and an afterimage suddenly formed 1,000 meters away and turned into the glorious sun warlock's true body. The glorious sun warlock has just formed, when a fearsome dragon breath slammed into him, and the dragon breath capable of burning everything devoured his flesh and soul. A bead suddenly shattered, and the body of the glorious sun warlock collapsed and reappeared more than 10 kilometers away. The glorious sun warlock has just escaped, when he saw dozens of existences exuding glorious sun warlock rank power rushing towards him. Various attacks slammed into the glorious sun warlock and blasted him to pieces again. Relying on an endless supply of secret treasures, the glorious sun warlock escaped 7 times from the joint attack of dozens of fearsome ancient monsters, but in the end, he was still torn to pieces by the dozens of glorious Sun Warlock rank ancient monsters. None of the ancient monsters were the opponent of the glorious Sun Warlock. But when dozens of ancient monsters with different extraordinary powers attacked together, the extremely powerful glorious Sun Warlock, who was a rare genius in the outside world, couldn't resist them. At the moment when the human warlock was torn to pieces, a black hole opened and devoured his flesh, soul, and glorious sun core. Before long, in a corner of the center of Sun God Shrine, a lifelike statue of a human warlock slowly took shape. At the same time, it absorbed the sun force around Sun God Shrine. When the human glorious Sun Warlock died, as if some mechanism was triggered, the stone carvings all over Sun God Shrine shone brightly and came to life. The figures of the ancient monsters, who seemed to have awakened from a deep sleep, flickered and hid in nest-like places in the center of Sun God Shrine. Whenever a human warlock approached the nests of the ancient monsters, they would move together and annihilate the human warlocks one by one. These ancient monsters possess glorious Sun Warlock rank battle prowess. When dozens of them join forces, even a freakish glorious Sun Warlock with a small world inside them may not be their opponent. Yang Feng mobilized 50,000 drones to the center of Sun God Shrine. At a glance, he saw the ancient monsters fighting the glorious Sun Warlock rank existences that entered Sun God Shrine. In addition to human warlocks, there are many powerful existences that can use Sun God Fire that entered Sun God Shrine. Yang Feng discovered that 15 gods with the divine authority of Sun God are fighting the ancient monsters. The advancement of gods can be said to be both simple and frighteningly difficult. If a god can devour the godhead of a higher god with the divine authority of the same god, they can easily evolve and become a higher-level god. Without devouring the godhead of a higher god, it is very difficult to improve the godhead's rank through other methods. Many feeble divine force rank gods have remained at the feeble divine force rank for tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years, unable to advance to a higher level. This is the limitation of gods. In Sun God Shrine, if the sun gods with the divine authority of the sun can devour enough Sun God Fire, they may comprehend a higher level of the law of the sun and promote their godhead to the intermediate divine force rank. In this way, their status in the pantheon will be greatly improved. In the god system, an intermediate divine force rank god already has the qualifications to establish a small pantheon and become the primary god of a pantheon. The primary god of the Dark Elves Lolth is just an intermediate divine force rank god. Even so, she has grasped the faith of the Dark Elves in countless planes, and has become a revered existence. An intermediate divine force rank god, even human infinity warlocks will be in awe of them and interact with them as equals. After all, as long as intermediate divine force rank gods stay in their divine country, even if it is human infinity warlocks who enter their divine country, they will only die. The number of ancient freaks is far greater than that of the powerhouses who entered Sun God Shrine. Besieged by the ancient freaks, one powerful existence after another was killed. That's Ba Sun, Lan Ba, Jiang Qi. Yang Feng glanced at the holographic projection and saw that at the edge of Sun God Shrine, Great Cloud Dynasty's 3 outrageous geniuses are contending with Sun God Shrine's freaks. Standing on a 500-meter-tall diamond giant, Ba Sun's figure blurred and became clear. Whenever his figure appeared on the head of a diamond giant, the core of an ancient freak will be directly destroyed, and the body will fall to the ground. Jiang Qi, on the other hand, strolled among the ancient freaks like an illusion. His body seems to be shrouded in a strange gauze mist. As if blind, the ancient freaks didn't notice him at all. Lan Ba is sitting on a carriage pulled by a 3-headed gold dragon. In front of him stands 9 giant ogre powerhouses from the evil god plane exuding a fierce aura. The 9 giant ogres are equipped with secret treasures exclusive to giant ogres. They roared in a frenzy and activated their powerful ghost power to kill the ancient creatures that were blocking their way. At the edge of Sun God Shrine, among the human warlocks from the Zhangji Plain, only the 3 of them seem to be at ease. The other human warlocks from the Tsangji Plain unleashed powerful secret methods and fought the ancient life forms. The Glorious Sun 7 Stars and the former Moonlight 7 Stars warlocks also urged the power of the virtual world inside them and unleashed formidable offensive secret methods to destroy the ancient life forms one by one. Chapter 689. Those few are also freaks among freaks. It seems that they are peerless powerhouses cultivated by other planes. None of them can be underestimated. The holographic projection flickered and adjusted to another direction. In other directions, there were also 3 people who displayed unfathomable and terrifying strength. One of them is a beautiful warlock with long black hair and a slender figure. She has a dragon horn on her head, a scarlet trident in her hand, a green armor engraved with countless mysterious runes, and a head full of long black hair. The beautiful warlock's figure flickered, and she brandished the scarlet trident in her hand, and a scarlet ray shot out and slashed an ancient freak to pieces. The encirclement of dozens of ancient fiend monsters was easily dodged by her. Then, she killed them one by one. Another person is holding a secret treasure transcendent diagram, and dozens of Glorious Sun warlock rank transcendent flew out of the transcendent diagram, fought the dozens of ancient freaks, and tore them apart one by one. The last one transformed into a 500-meter-tall ancient devil with 3 eyes and black runes all over its body. It was very similar to the 5th heaven's devil Che. When the black light shot out of his 3rd eye, the souls of the ancient freaks shattered, their cores shattered, and they turned into immobile corpses. Ba Sun, Lan Ba, Jiang Qi, and the 3 terrifying experts from the other planes crushed their way, killing all the ancient demonic beasts in their way. They forcefully carved out a path of blood as they walked towards the sun god Empyrean flower. Even someone as strong as Ba Sun and the other peerless geniuses don't dare to fly directly towards the sun god Empyrean flower while facing the attacks of countless ancient freaks. It turns out that there are ancient freaks guarding this place. It seems that the sun god Empyrean flower is destined to be mine. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose, then his figure fluttered, and he turned into a devour black moon and flew towards the sun god Empyrean flower like a meteor. The sun god Empyrean flower is a peerless treasure that can break the god-man boundary. Yang Feng has the resources of the entire Ligure province and the treasury of 2 kindred grand dukes, but he still hasn't found such a treasure. He can't miss this treasure. Within a few breaths of time, Yang Feng flew into the center of Sun God Shrine. Dozens of ancient freaks suddenly poured out of their nests, cast various innate abilities, and barreled towards Yang Feng. The dragon breath, the elven arrows of high elves, the blood flames of true blood kindred, the demonic flames of abyssal fiends, and other attacks slammed into Yang Feng. The devour moon that Yang Feng has transformed into looks like a bottomless black hole that can devour everything. When the powerful existence's attacks slammed into the devour moon, they were completely devoured and crushed, and turned into the purest energy that entered the 9 small worlds inside him. Without any intention of stopping, Yang Feng urged the essence of devour, turned into a devour black moon, flew into the center of Sun God Shrine, and flew towards the Sun God Empyrean flower. Who is that? What an arrogant fellow! Damn it! According to his speed, the Sun God Empyrean flower will fall into his hands. Is that guy crazy? There are more than 1,000 ancient freaks in the center of Sun God Shrine. Sun God Shrine is a gathering of freakish geniuses of various planes, freakish glorious sun warlocks. When Yang Feng moved, they all sensed the change, and their eyes focused on the devour black moon. Nangong Wumi was currently entangled with dozens of ancient devil beasts. Relying on the mysterious star descent technique, he was constantly dodging the attacks of the ancient devil beasts. His life wasn't in danger, and at the same time, he was slowly weakening the ancient devil beasts' fighting strength. Nangong Wumi suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance. Countless star runes flashed in his eyes, and he sighed slowly. This is law realization. No, it's the essence of devour. That's Lei Ming. He made a move. Nangong Wumi has mastered Star's Descent and is a grandmaster of divination spells. He has already prophesied that the Sun God Empyrean flower in Sun God Shrine is a turning point in his fate. If he can get the Sun God Empyrean flower, he will have a glimmer of hope to promote to a warlock emperor. If he loses the Sun God Empyrean flower, he will no longer be qualified to participate in the struggle for the position of warlock emperor. At the time, when the Star Lord and the Nine Realms Lord competed for the position of warlock emperor, they won at the most critical turning point in their fate and obtained great benefits. Finally, they ascended to the throne in one fell swoop and promoted to a warlock emperor rank powerhouse. If I use my trump card and fight to the death, what are my odds of winning? Star deduction. Nangong Wumi silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and countless stars shone and formed all kinds of incredible runes. Those strange runes suddenly transformed into countless strange lines, and they twisted and trembled as they changed into lines that only he could understand. Less than 5% chance of winning, and if I fail, I will die. Nangong Wumi's face turned pale, his eyes flickered for a while, and then he finally sighed and lost his fighting spirit. He doesn't even have 10% chance of winning, and if he fails, he will die. This kind of success rate was too low, extinguishing his adventurous heart. I'm still too weak. Nangong Wumi's figure flickered, and he turned into motes of starlight, disappearing from where he was. He retreated from the Solar Divine Palace's central control. Bai Yuxian stood on a tall mountain at the edge of the central area of the Solar Divine Palace. She looked at Lei Ming from afar, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light. That's Lei Ming. He was really bold, daring to charge into the center of the Solar Divine Palace like this. What a monster. Although Bai Yuxian was also one of the Moonlight's 7 stars, a genius among geniuses. But after all, she has just promoted to a glorious Sun Warlock, and her accumulation is still shallow. Facing the siege of dozens of glorious Sun Warlock rank ancient freaks, she has no chance of winning. After weighing the pros and cons, she chose to observe from the outside. In addition to Bai Yuxian, after weighing the pros and cons, many other glorious Sun Warlocks chose to withdraw from the center of Sun God Shrine and come to the edge of Sun God Shrine to watch quietly. Curses, someone attacked first. It seems that I can't continue to conserve my strength. Ba Sun's eyes shimmered coldly, and tremendous world force exuded from him. He operated the essence of ice, turned into a ray of ice, and flew towards the Sun God Empyrean flower. When the attacks of the ancient freaks blasted into Ba Sun's body, they were frozen, and then shattered and disappeared. They're all moving. I can't be too slow. Jiang Qi strolled among the ancient life forms, making them unable to discover him. However, his movement speed wasn't fast. After all, the ancient life forms were extremely powerful, and there were even many ancient variant species that could break his secret methods. After he sensed Yang Feng and Ba Sun's movements, he unleashed the essence of dream. As if he was in a dream, he turned into a strange existence that exists in the crevice between dream and reality, and flew towards the Sun God Empyrean flower. Really? It seems that I have to do it myself. Lan Ba's eyes shimmered coldly, and he stood up from the chariot, and quasi-bright world warlock rank life force surged. With a flick of his wrist, a black level 9 secret treasure evil ogre dragon armor inlaid with an infinity warlock rank evil ogre core appeared on him. Lan Ba's figure fluttered, and then he turned into a black ray flying towards the Sun God Empyrean flower. The spells of those ancient monsters bombarded Lan Ba's body one after another. The evil ghost dragon armor was shrouded in ghostly chi, forcibly shattering the spells of those ancient monsters. Some ancient freaks with innate abilities broke through the ogre chi of the evil ogre dragon armor, but they only managed to shake the armor slightly. 70% of the power was absorbed by the evil ogre dragon armor, and the remaining 30% couldn't even shake Lan Ba. Bastard! The Sun God Empyrean flower is my spoils of war. The eyes of the beautiful woman with dragon horns shimmered fiercely, and then they turned into vertical dragon eyes, and countless gold dragon scales covered her delicate body. Her figure fluttered, and she turned into a female Tyrannosaurus and rushed towards the center of Sun God Shrine. Halberd rays flashed, and the ancient freaks blocking in front of the beautiful woman with dragon horns were easily chopped to pieces. Because they have been sealed for too long, these ancient freaks have lost most of their sanity. But they do possess glorious Dawn Warlock rank power and formidable fleshly bodies. For the beautiful woman with dragon horns to be able to easily slay them, this is simply heaven-defying. What a bunch of lunatics, damn it. The warlock holding the secret treasure transcendent diagram frowned, then silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and transcendent specializing in defense flew out from the transcendent diagram, formed a powerful barrier, and turned into a stream of light and flew towards the center of Sun God Shrine. The warlock who has transformed into the heavenly devil chariot roared, and a pair of huge devil wings grew on his back. With a flap of his wings, he turned into a black stream of light and flew towards the center of Sun God Shrine. When Yang Feng flew to the center of Sun God Shrine, he saw a 100,000-meter tall, magnificent temple appear in front of him. However, half of the majestic divine hull seemed to have been wiped away by someone with boundless power. Only a damaged half remained standing in the world. There are countless giant stone statues around the huge temple, many of which exude infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power. But they are already fragmented, leaving only a bit of remnant fluctuations of power. Chapter 690. Yang Feng looked at the half of Sun God Shrine that has been forcibly erased, and he recalled the history of the Sun Gods. When the Sun Emperor was alive, he was invincible in the world. In his later years, in order to let the Sun Gods dominate the world, he sneak-attacked several other Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses and killed them all. After the Sun Emperor's lifespan ran out, the Sun Gods were still arrogant and domineering, and they became enemies with many archgods of the Zhangji Plain. In the end, countless archgods joined forces to fight the Sun Gods. In the early stage of the war, the Sun Gods had Empyrean-grade secret treasures that the Sun Emperor refined several other Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses into, which suppressed and killed countless other archgods. However, in the later stage of the war, a peerless genius emerged from among the many archgods, advanced continuously, and finally became a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. He led many archgods to attack Sun God Shrine and exterminate the Sun Gods. The center of Sun God Shrine is full of wreckage. Although there are no guards, but it contains far more killing intent than the outside world. In the center of Sun God Shrine, there are traces of holy grade power and even Empyrean grade power. The power of Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses has a trace of eternal immortality. Unless it is erased by a power of the same rank, it won't fade even after hundreds of thousands of years. In Sun God Shrine, the sun force pervading everywhere is absorbed by the traces of Empyrean grade power and turned into a source of power. Even if it is an infinity warlock, once they stimulate the traces of Empyrean grade power, they will be seriously injured or even killed. Only Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses can resist the attack of traces of Empyrean grade power. Transcendent pupils. Countless runes appeared in Yang Feng's eyes and formed a pair of gold transcendent pupils, and he looked towards the center. In the center, traces of holy grade and Empyrean grade power appeared in Yang Feng's eyes. If you use transcendent pupils to study traces of holy grade and Empyrean grade power all year round, it will be of great benefit to your glorious Dawn Warlock cultivation. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he turned into a stream of light that entered the center and forced the traces of holy grade and Empyrean grade power to fly inside. After a dozen-plus breaths of time, a sun pool appeared in front of Yang Feng. In that sun pond, there were many sun divine flames floating. From time to time, a sun divine flame would condense into a small sun and fly out. That sun pond was the most famous secret treasure of the sun god race in the past. It was one with the entire sun god palace, and in this special plane, it could absorb the power of the sun and give birth to sun god flames. In the past, after an adult member of the Sun God race absorbed Sun God fire, they would possess glorious Dawn Warlock rank strength, which was why they were able to suppress the many archgods of the Tsangji plane. Above the Sun Pond was the precious Sun God Empyrean flower. So that's how it is. The Sun Pool is a vessel for cultivating the Sun God Empyrean flower. A Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse set up a magic barrier here. Unless a powerhouse of the same rank takes action, no one can destroy the Sun Pool. Yang Feng glanced at the Sun Pool and sensed that it is shrouded in a powerful barrier. His figure fluttered, and in an instant, he appeared in front of the Sun God Empyrean flower. To dare attack the thing I fancy in front of me, go to hell. A cold ray suddenly flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, countless runes appeared on his right fist, and he punched towards an empty place. Under the bombardment of Yang Feng's fist, the space distorted and collapsed, as if a world was shattered. Shrouded by a force capable of distorting and collapsing everything, a glorious Dawn Warlock suddenly appeared, and then exploded into countless pieces of flesh and blood that collapsed inch by inch, leaving only a glorious Dawn core that fell to the ground. So strong. Who is he? Who is this human warlock? How can he be so strong? The Undying Mountain's Lei Ming, how can he be this strong? Even if he defeated Nangong Wumi, but he's still too strong. So this is the Undying Mountain's Lei Ming, what a terrible monster. Outside the center of Sun God Shrine, the glorious Dawn Warlocks who cast spells to spy on this side were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. The glorious Dawn Warlocks who dare to enter Sun God Shrine are all geniuses among geniuses, far stronger than other glorious Dawn Warlocks of the same rank. These glorious Dawn Warlocks may not be a match for monster-level geniuses like the Great Cloud Dynasty's glorious Dawn 7 stars, but they aren't ants that can be insta-killed by a glorious Dawn 7-star powerhouse. Shock flashed in Nangong Wumi's eyes, and he sighed faintly, so strong. Lei Ming, he's actually this strong. It seems that even if I use all my trump cards, I still won't be his opponent. Bai Yuxian looked at Yang Feng with an enigmatic gleam in her beautiful eyes, and she mused, amazing. The Undying Mountain's Lei Ming, he's actually this strong. What a surprise. He should be the most outstanding genius of this generation of the Undying Mountain, and he's expected to take charge of the entire Undying Mountain. After killing a glorious Dawn Warlock genius with a punch, Yang Feng grabbed the Sun God Empyrean flower midair, placed it in a jade box, engraved countless runes, and sealed it. Once the Sun God Empyrean flower is consumed, Yang Feng will break through the Godman boundary, and his soul aptitude will advance to the inferior level, 9 soul aptitude that only Warlock Emperors can advance to. To refine the Sun God Empyrean flower's medicinal power, you need to refine it in a place where no one will disturb you. Once Yang Feng consumes the Sun God Empyrean flower here, he will definitely become the prey of other glorious Dawn Warlocks. Human warlocks are proficient in countless mysterious and mystical secret methods. They can capture Yang Feng who has just consumed the Sun God Empyrean flower and refine him into a new elixir. He's here. That's fast. As expected of a peerless genius. Yang Feng put the Sun God Empyrean flower into a storage ring and stood loftily in the void, looking down like a god. Ba Sun, Jiang Qi, Lan Ba, and the other 3 monster-rank glorious Dawn Warlocks have already arrived next to the Sun Pool and stared coldly at Yang Feng. Ba Sun looked at Yang Feng with killing intent in his eyes and said coldly, Lei Ming, hand over the Sun God Empyrean flower, and for the sake of the Undying Mountain, I will let you go. Otherwise, I won't show any mercy when we fight later. The Undying Mountain has an illustrious reputation in the circle of top powerhouses in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Everyone knows that this is a powerful force that has an infinity warlock, occupies the entire Ligui province, and is proficient in alchemy and golem arts. Even the Great Cloud Dynasty is somewhat apprehensive of the mysterious Undying Mountain entrenched in the Ligui province, and has sent people to rope them in. Ba Sun doesn't want to offend the Undying Mountain's young master for no reason. Although Ba Sun can barely contend against some weak Bright World warlocks, but in front of a true Infinity warlock, he still can't withstand a single blow. Unless absolutely necessary, he doesn't want to die in the hands of an Infinity warlock. Yang Feng uttered with a faint smile, "The Sun God Empyrean flower is a rare treasure of heaven and earth, I won't give it to anyone. If you want the Sun God Empyrean flower, then come and snatch it with your own ability. Come at me together. Let me test how strong I am right now. How arrogant. Let me show you the immensity of heaven and earth." Ba Sun's eyes shimmered coldly, and he urged the essence of ice, and a blue stream of ice that can easily freeze Sun God fire, completely violating the laws of heaven and earth, swept towards him. In the wake of the blue stream of ice, everything was frozen. In the center of Sun God's shrine, the temperature of the surrounding environment is above 8,000 degrees Celsius. When the blue stream of ice emerged, except for the sun pool, the surrounding environment was instantly covered in ice and snow, and the temperature dropped below absolute zero. Even the feeble divine force rank goddess of ice will be frozen by the ice. The other 5 glorious sun warlocks frowned slightly, and then cast secret methods to resist the fearsome ice force. This guy is very strong. When the 5 glorious sun warlocks sensed Ba Sun's essence of ice, a dignified shade streaked past their eyes. Faced with the blue stream of ice that seems to be able to freeze even time, Yang Feng silently recited an incantation, and a Devour Black Moon suddenly appeared. He is in the center of the Devour Black Moon, looking like the origin of the universe. When the blue stream of ice slammed into the Devour Black Moon, it was silently devoured and disintegrated. Standing inside the Devour Black Moon, Yang Feng, like an invincible god, looked down at Ba Sun and said coldly, "The Dubhe star of the moonlight 7 stars, Ba Sun, isn't this all you have? If that's the case, then I'm very disappointed." Ba Sun's face fell, and he gritted his teeth and issued a shrill howl. A tremendous amount of virtual world force gushed out, turned the blue stream of ice into a blue beam, and slammed into the Devour Black Moon. As soon as the blue beam of light entered the Devour Black Moon, it was devoured and turned into the purest force that entered Yang Feng's 9 worlds. Yang Feng looked at the other 5 monster-level geniuses and said lightly, "Okay, Ba Sun has started. Which one of you wants to continue? Do you want to come together, or one by one? If you don't defeat me, you won't get the Sun God Empyrean flower." Amazing. Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming is really scary. Too scary. Ba Sun is a powerhouse who has found his path and condensed the essence of ice. Yet such a powerhouse can't even break his defense, how terrifying. Is this a top glorious sun warlock? He's not on the same level as us. When the glorious sun warlocks watching from afar saw this scene, their hearts shook slightly and filled with bitterness. Chapter 691. Jiang Qi barked, "Let's attack together. His strength is far beyond ours. Let's join forces and kill him. Then we'll divide the Sun God Empyrean flower equally." Jiang Qi's words have yet to fall, when his eyes suddenly shimmered with determination, his whole body became blurry, and a faint and illusory aura diffused from him. Without even moving his hand, Yang Feng swept Jiang Qi with a glance and said calmly, "Illusion. Jiang Qi, when it comes to sneak attacks and ambushes, you pose the greatest threat to me. Unfortunately, in a head-on fight, you're the weakest in front of my essence of Devour." In front of the essence of Devour materialized Devour Black Moon, Jiang Qi's illusion power was completely devoured as soon as it approached. It couldn't even touch Yang Feng. The glorious Sun Warlock holding the level 9 secret treasure transcendent diagram frowned and took a step forward, saying, "I, 9 gods pavilions Yan Jun, will fight you." The transcendent diagram shone, and one glorious Sun Warlock ranked transcendent after another flew out. Flames, ice cones, wind blades, spatial blades, and dozens of other pinnacle glorious Sun Warlock rank spells turned into a torrent of spells and barreled towards Yang Feng in a perfect rhythm. When the dozens of pinnacle glorious sun warlock rank spells slammed into Yang Feng's Devour Black Moon, they were silently devoured by the Devour Black Moon. They couldn't even touch Yang Feng. With his hands behind his back, Yang Feng stood in the center of the Devour Black Moon like an invincible transcendent and uttered indifferently, "Yan Jun, bring out your true strength. If this is your strongest power, then your strength is much weaker than Ba Sun's. No, you're no match for Ba Sun. Ogre God Mountain's Che Jinquang will fight you." The huge devil who has transformed into the fifth heaven devil Che roared, the vertical eye on his forehead flashed, and a gray ray suddenly flew out and slammed into Yang Feng's Devour Black Moon. When the gray ray shone on the Devour Black Moon formed from the essence of Devour, it showed faint signs of collapse. Ogre God Mountain's Che Jinquang. Very well, you're very strong. You are strong enough to be my opponent, so you can die now. Yang Feng smiled. Besieged by the four monstrous geniuses, he took a step, blurred, and appeared above Che Jinquang. Countless runes condensed in his foot, and he stomped on Che Jinquang's head. World force of the 9 worlds was extracted by the world ring and formed a rune that slammed into Che Jinquang's head. Rumble. Along with an earth-shattering noise, Che Zheng, who had transformed into the devil Che of the fifth heaven, was crushed into minced meat and countless cells turned into ashes. Humph, you want to use a death substitution artifact to save your life? It was useless. Die. Yang Feng smiled coldly, operated Fate Algorithm, and extended his hand, and a Devour Black Moon suddenly appeared and frantically devoured the void. One after another, the death substitution corporeal bodies flew out from the void and exploded. When the seventh death substitution corporeal body exploded, a glorious sun core was directly devoured by the Devour Black Moon amidst a series of miserable screams. As a glorious sun warlock rank powerhouse, Che Jinquang was proficient in countless secret methods, including death substitution secret methods. He created 7 death substitutes. Originally, the 7 scapegoats could have helped him withstand 7 fatal injuries. But under Yang Feng's fate algorithm, they couldn't withstand a single blow, and were killed in an instant. Even his true body couldn't escape death. Che Jinquang was a powerhouse who formed a virtual world. At the moment when he died, his virtual world began to collapse. At the moment when his virtual world was about to explode, Yang Feng's Devour Black Moon swallowed Che Jinquang's virtual world. Che Jinquang is dead. Undying Mountain's Lei Ming is this strong. How can there be such a strong monster? Is this a freak genius who can attack the Warlock Emperor realm? I didn't feel anything when I read about them in the history books, but only when I see them in person can I feel how terrifying they are. On the periphery of Sun God Shrine's central area, the warlocks who cast various spells to spy on the central area were struck dumb, unable to believe their eyes. For Che Jinquang to be able to crush his way to the central area, his strength is definitely above that of other glorious sun warlocks. Yet such a peerless genius was easily killed by Yang Feng. A look of incredulity welled up in the hearts of the glorious sun warlocks. When the 5 freak geniuses in the central area saw this scene, their hearts shook slightly. As the strongest warlock geniuses, they have mastered many life-saving secret methods. Now it seems that the life-saving secret methods they prepared may not work in front of Yang Feng. Jiang Qi, since you attacked me, then go to hell. Yang Feng's body blurred, and the Devour Black Moon suddenly disappeared, and then strangely appeared in a fog. He stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion. A devouring black moon swept towards the empty void. In the empty void, Jiang Qi's distorted figure instantly appeared, and he struggled as he was devoured by the Devour Black Moon with a look of horror and despair on his face. A miserable scream came from the Devour Black Moon. Soon, a glorious sun core flew out of the Devour Black Moon and fell into Yang Feng's hand. Ba Sun looked at Yang Feng, his mind shaken, and his eyes shimmered with despair, so strong. Undying Mountain's Lei Ming is actually this strong. Is the gap between me and him that big? Ba Sun is a peerless genius who formed a virtual world, the first star of the moonlight's 7 stars, the Dubhe star. He has always been proud and confident, believing that he is the best candidate to become a warlock emperor in the future. Today's battle showed him the terror of a powerhouse qualified to compete for the warlock emperor rank. Ba Sun, release your soul and let me set up a soul brand, and I will spare your life. Otherwise, since you dared to attack me, then this will be your burial ground. Standing inside the Devour Black Moon, the glorious sun cores of Jiang Qi and Che Zhengquang floated beside him. The devouring Black Moon was like an invincible defense, easily devouring the attacks of dozens of solar glory demon gods that Yan Jun had released, making him look like an invincible overlord. I, Ba Sun, am the man who will become a warlock emperor in the future. I can be defeated, I can die, but I will never yield. Ba Sun's eyes flashed with pride, and he issued a heaven-shaking roar. Countless runes appeared on his body, and he took out a pair of palm-sized blue secret treasures and pressed them on his back. Bright blue light shone, and a pair of ice wings appeared on his back. You want to escape? Unfortunately, you're a step too slow. At the moment when the ice wings appeared, Yan Feng's figure appeared behind Ba Sun and became clear. With a wave of his hand, a claw stabbed into Ba Sun's heart, and a Devour Black Moon engulfed Ba Sun in an instant. If you want to kill me, then let's perish together. A look of madness surged in Ba Sun's eyes, and the virtual world inside him trembled and exploded in an instant. With him as the core, fearsome world collapse force spread in all directions, equivalent to the explosion of 10,000-10,000-ton nuclear warheads. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rang out from the central area. Terrifying shock waves set off waves of air that swept the countless remains of the stone statues in all directions. Is he dead? Ba Sun is dead. Perishing together, this may be the best outcome. The glorious sun warlocks on the edge of the central area looked towards the center of the explosion with complicated looks in their eyes. Yang Feng's strength is far beyond the imagination of these glorious sun warlocks. Even ordinary junior Bright World warlocks are far weaker than Yang Feng. These glorious sun warlocks are all geniuses among geniuses. Each of them is ambitious, hoping to become the next human warlock emperor and suppress countless planes. Naturally, they don't want to see Yang Feng still alive. Under the gazes of countless glorious sun warlocks, a Devour Black Moon rose from the fearsome explosion. Enveloped by the Devour Black Moon, there is not a trace of injury on Yang Feng's body. He looks like an immortal transcendent. He's not injured at all. What a freak! Who else can be his opponent? When the glorious sun warlocks on the periphery saw this scene, they inhaled a breath of cold air. Even the explosion of a peerless genius like Ba Sun can't injure Yang Feng in the slightest. Yang Feng's battle prowess is far beyond the imagination of these glorious sun warlocks. You're next. Yan Jun, go to hell. Eyes filled with indifference, Yang Feng looked at Yan Jun and uttered flatly, as if a god pronouncing judgment on a mortal. You want to kill me? Let's see if you have the ability. Man diagram unity. A cold ray flashed in Yan Jun's eyes, and he silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and the level 9 secret treasure transcendent diagram absorbed all the transcendent and suddenly swept Yan Jun inside. Bright light shone, and Yan Jun turned into a 3-meter-tall freak engraved with countless mysterious runes, each of which looks like the head of a transcendent, exuding fearsome aura. Hundreds of transcendent auras diffused from the freak, and a powerful life force soared into the sky, as if to tear the sky apart. If it wasn't for the boundary of Sun God Shrine restricting everyone's strength, the freak would have been able to promote to a Bright World Warlock rank existence. Chapter 692. Standing inside the Devour Black Moon, Yang Feng uttered with a faint smile, interesting. The transcendent diagram is really a powerful secret treasure. With the man diagram fusion, you can borrow the power of the transcendent diagram. With your glorious Dawn Warlock rank cultivation base, how many seconds can you last? After casting the man diagram fusion, with my strength, I can last for 10 minutes. 10 minutes is enough to kill you. From the monster Yan Jun has transformed into came a distorted voice that seems to be a combination of hundreds of voices. A pair of angel wings extended from Yan Jun's back, and a blade demon bone blade from the evil god plane, which is said to be able to slay any existence, ejected from his right hand. The law of wind surged, Yan Jun's figure blurred, and he strangely appeared inside the Devour Black Moon and sent a fist surrounded by endless lightning barreling towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng punched out and collided with Yan Jun's fist. A violent shock wave surged from the two fists, and Yang Feng was blasted hundreds of meters away. Yan Jun was also pushed back dozens of meters by the huge recoil. He was repelled. He was finally repelled. Amazing, Yan Jun may have a chance to kill him. Seeing the godlike Yang Feng inside the Devour Black Moon being repelled, the spectating glorious Dawn Warlocks showed looks of excitement. The pressure Yang Feng put on these glorious Dawn Warlocks was too great. As long as he was alive, these warlock geniuses would feel powerless. Interesting, my Devour Black Moon can't devour your power. As expected of the level 9 secret treasure transcendent diagram. I'll be a little more serious in killing you. Yang Feng smiled slightly, and the Devour Black Moon retracted to a distance of 3 meters away from him. With a flash of black light, Yang Feng appeared in front of Yan Jun so fast. The third eye opened on Yan Jun's forehead barely captured Yang Feng's movement trajectory. He operated a secret method and met Yang Feng head-on. Boom! 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 Huge explosions kept ringing in the center of the Solar Divine Palace. Lightning, fire, ice, venom, and other forces blasted towards Yang Feng from Yan Jun's incarnation of a freak. With the power of the level 9 secret treasure demon god diagram, Yan Jun could easily use the innate abilities of hundreds of demon gods sealed in the demon god diagram, as well as hundreds of terrifying spells. When the hundreds of spells blasted into the Devour Black Moon, they disappeared without a trace, unable to harm Yang Feng in the slightest. Yan Jun and Yang Feng were like two ferocious humanoid fiend gods. Everywhere they passed, berserk energy shock spread in all directions. If it was on Earth, the battle between Yan Jun and Yang Feng would have already caused the Earth to crack and rivers to flow in reverse. That was because the Solar Divine Palace was the residence of the Solar Emperor. It had withstood the battle between the two of them without being damaged at all. He didn't utilize any secret treasure and suppressed Yan Jun. How terrifying! Yan Jun used the rank 9 secret treasure, demon god diagram. Even if he can't display the full effect of the demon god diagram, he's still being suppressed by Lei Ming. It's really unbelievable. When the glorious Sun Warlocks in the distance saw this scene, their eyes revealed a look of astonishment. Yan Jun, who was just a glorious Sun Warlock, was able to use the level 9 secret treasure demon god diagram, which already made many glorious Sun Warlocks look at him in a new light. After all, level 9 secret treasures were treasures that only Infinity Warlocks could fully exert. In theory, glorious Sun Warlocks couldn't use them. But what shocked the other glorious Sun Warlocks even more was that Yang Feng didn't use any secret treasures. By relying on his own power, he suppressed Yan Jun, who used the demon god diagram. In order to contend against the powerhouses of other races, human warlocks developed all kinds of incredible and powerful secret treasures. It was with the help of secret treasures that human warlocks could surpass other powerful beings in terms of strength. But now Yan Jun, who used the level 9 secret treasure demon god diagram, was suppressed by Yang Feng, who didn't use any secret treasures. This was simply inconceivable. Yan Jun, who is one with the diagram, uttered a strange voice, "Lei Ming, you can't defeat me. Take out the Sun God Empyrean flower and we'll divide it equally. Then, we can join forces to kill the rest and divide their collection. If you want to share the Sun God Empyrean flower with me, you must be strong enough." You don't have the qualifications to share the sun god Empyrean flower with me. However, your strength is enough for me to use a little bit of my true power. Yang Feng smiled, the 9 worlds inside him operated wildly, and a fearsome life force soared into the sky, attracted a copious amount of sun force, and formed a fearsome beam of light. Primal Chaos Annihilation Fist. Yang Feng took a step forward and appeared in front of Yan Jun containing wisps of the essence of power, the power of the 9 worlds gathered in his fist, pulverizing, shattering, collapsing, and destroying everything. Turtle God Shield. Yan Jun's face suddenly changed dramatically, and his heart stirred. An Annette magic tortoise, known for its defense, suddenly appeared, and a huge turtle shield engraved with countless defensive runes blocked in front of him. Boom! When Yang Feng's fist slammed into the huge turtle god shield, the turtle god shield, which was known for its invincible defense, shattered. Yang Feng's fist slammed into Yan Jun. A tyrannical force broke out in an instant, and a frightening force penetrated the level 9 secret treasure transcendent diagram and slammed into Yan Jun. Yan Jun spewed out a large mouthful of blood, slammed into the broken wall of the sun god shrine, and spewed out another mouthful of blood. The level 9 secret treasure transcendent diagram is really amazing. Unfortunately, you're too weak. You haven't even exerted 1/10 of the level 9 secret treasure's power. Level 8 secret treasures are the most suitable for glorious dawn warlocks. Yang Feng's body blurred, and he appeared behind Yan Jun. The Devour Black Moon suddenly appeared and swallowed Yan Jun. Yan Jun was seriously injured by Yang Feng's punch. Although he didn't die due to the protection of the transcendent diagram, but because he lost control of his power, he lost control of the transcendent diagram. Struggling inside Yang Feng's Devour Black Moon, he screamed miserably. After 20+ breaths of time, a glorious dawn core and a level 9 secret treasure transcendent diagram floated out of the Devour Black Moon and fell into Yang Feng's hand. Do the two of you still want to fight me? Standing in the center of the Devour Black Moon, Yang Feng looked like an invincible god as he looked at Lan Ba and the beautiful woman with dragon horns and said slowly. I'm not your opponent. I'm leaving. The beautiful woman with dragon horns took a deep look at Yang Feng, her eyes filled with apprehension, and then her figure fluttered, and she turned into a stream of light shooting into the distance. Lan Ba looked at Yang Feng standing proudly in the void with an enigmatic gleam in his eyes, and he said slowly, if we fight, do we have to decide who lives and who dies? Exuding frigid killing intent, Yang Feng said slowly, of course, this is not a place to swap pointers. Anyone who stands in front of me is my enemy. Anyone who dares to be my enemy must die. In the sun god shrine, who knows how many glorious dawn warlocks are hidden? Each of these glorious dawn warlocks possesses queer and unimaginable means. If Yang Feng can't show his domineering side, these glorious dawn warlocks will swarm him and tear him to pieces. Lan Ba looked at Yang Feng standing proudly in the void, his complexion alternating between green and white, and a myriad of thoughts swirled in his mind. However, when he thought that Yang Feng didn't even use a secret treasure to deal with Yan Jun, he shuddered inside. I'm not your opponent either. Lan Ba sighed slightly, then blurred into motion, turned into a stream of light, and flew into the distance. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he turned into a Devour Black Moon and flew out of the sun god shrine domineeringly. The glorious dawn warlocks looked at Yang Feng flying into the distance and looked at each other. Many warlocks gritted their teeth, turned into streams of light, and chased after Yang Feng. The sun god Empyrean flower is a peerless treasure that can enable people to break through the god-man boundary. Knowing that they are not Yang Feng's opponent, the glorious dawn warlocks still followed him from a distance, wanting to see if there is a chance. For these glorious dawn warlocks, so long as they are given a chance, they have a way to snatch the sun god Empyrean flower from Yang Feng. Humph, you're too close. Go to hell. After flying for hundreds of kilometers, Yang Feng suddenly snorted coldly, his figure fluttered, and he appeared in an empty space. He extended his hand and grabbed an invisible glorious dawn warlock, and the devour black moon suddenly appeared and swallowed the glorious dawn warlock. Along with a scream, a glorious dawn core appeared in Yang Feng's hand. What a cruel method! What a cruel fellow! What a cruel and merciless fellow! The glorious dawn warlocks following behind Yang Feng with the idea of killing him and seizing his treasures felt their hearts shake, and they moved further away and used spells to spy on Yang Feng's movements. If it was an ordinary treasure, seeing how powerful and cruel Yang Feng is, the other glorious dawn warlocks would have distanced themselves, not daring to compete with him. But this is the sun god Empyrean flower, a peerless treasure that can enable people to break through the god-man boundary. Once a warlock's soul aptitude is promoted to inferior level 9, then before breaking through to the infinity warlock realm, there will be virtually no bottleneck, and it will be far easier for them to advance to the warlock monarch and holy spirit warlock realms than for other warlocks. Even if it is a holy spirit warlock rank powerhouse, if they get accurate information about the sun god Empyrean flower, they will definitely take action in person to compete for a treasure like the sun god Empyrean flower. Chapter 693. Strange fluctuations spread among the glorious sun warlock rank powerhouses, and the originally solitary glorious sun warlocks gradually united and formed a huge group of nearly 300 people. The glorious sun warlocks in Sun God Shrine are geniuses among geniuses of various planes. When nearly 300 glorious sun warlocks join forces, even if they each have their own ulterior motives, they are still enough to slay a bright world warlock. Yang Feng frowned slightly and mused, sure enough, they joined forces. These glorious sun warlocks are elites from various planes. Once they discover that they aren't Yang Feng's opponent, then as long as someone links up with them, they can naturally form a huge temporary force. The sun god Empyrean flower is too tempting. No matter who it is, they won't give it up. Even Nangong Wumi and Bai Yuxian cast spells to spy on Yang Feng's whereabouts from afar. If Yang Feng is invincible, they naturally won't take action. But if Yang Feng reveals a flaw, they won't hesitate to snatch the sun god Empyrean flower. After all, the relationship between them was merely that of ordinary friends. Lei Ming, hand over the sun god Empyrean flower. We can let you go. We don't want to be enemies with you. As long as you hand over the sun god Empyrean flower, you can go. Pinnacle glorious sun warlock rank aura came from afar, and a bear-like voice reverberated in the area. Almost at the same time, nearly 300 glorious sun warlock rank auras rose from all directions and swept towards Yang Feng. Among the dense glorious sun warlock rank auras, there is no lack of world force auras. These glorious sun warlocks are supreme geniuses from various planes, and there is no lack of peerless geniuses who formed a virtual world. When these geniuses join forces, even a quasi-infinity warlock rank powerhouse will find it difficult to contend against them head-on. Even if the weak unite, they are still weak. Weaklings like you dare to attack me? You overestimate yourselves. I hereby announce that all those who have chased after us must die. Yang Feng smiled coldly, then his figure blurred, and he appeared dozens of kilometers away. He escaped. Lei Ming escaped. After him. We can't let him escape. When the nearly 300 glorious sun warlocks saw Yang Feng escape, there was a look of excitement in their eyes, and they cast secret methods and turned into streams of light chasing after Yang Feng. Many glorious sun warlocks silently recited incantations, took out secret treasures, and began to cast spells to interfere with Yang Feng. In front of Yang Feng, the earth suddenly trembled, and a 10,000-meter tall mountain rose into the air and blocked in front of him. Trifling tricks. Yang Feng snorted coldly, and the devour black moon suddenly appeared and slammed into the 10,000-meter tall mountain. Wherever the black moon passed, the mountain rocks were swallowed, and formed a large hole. When Yang Feng crossed the 10,000-meter tall mountain, streams of ice surged and formed a layer of ice thousands of meters thick. Yang Feng slammed into the layer of ice, forcibly devoured a large hole in it, and then flew away without hesitation. Spatial barriers, mountains, illusion labyrinths, icebergs, and other obstacles strangely appeared in front of Yang Feng. Faced with these obstacles, Yang Feng just urged the Devourer Black Moon to protect himself and crushed all the forces blocking his way. The nearly 300 glorious Sun Warlocks could only watch helplessly as Yang Feng got further and further away from them. Speed was one of the greatest weapons of the strong. The reason why the status of high-level warlocks was far above that of low-level warlocks was because they came and went like the wind. Even if they couldn't defeat the joint efforts of low-level warlocks, they could still easily escape and look for opportunities to kill those low-level warlocks. Really? I didn't expect that I would encounter such an outrageous genius when I came to pick the Sun God Empyrean Flower. However, it's your misfortune to run into me, Venerable Magic Mirror. Among the glorious Sun Warlocks, an ordinary-looking human warlock wearing a silver warlock robe frowned slightly, his eyes shimmered fiercely, and he took out a silver mirror and pointed it at Yang Feng. An infinity warlock rank fluctuation of power streaked across the silver-robed warlock's body. In an instant, a silver ray shot out from the mirror and shot towards Yang Feng. The silver ray pierced through Yang Feng's Devourer Black Moon and blasted into him. Yang Feng's body collapsed and disappeared in an instant. Venerable Magic Mirror is a genuine intermediate infinity warlock rank powerhouse. This time, he obtained information that the Sun God Empyrean Flower has matured, which is why he risked having his cultivation base suppressed to sneak into Sun God Shrine. In the outside world, with Venerable Magic Mirror's infinity warlock rank power, even if 300 glorious Sun Warlocks besiege him, he can use various secret methods to kill them one by one. But in Sun God Shrine, powerhouses like Lan Ba and Ba Sun have the ability to threaten his life. If it wasn't for the Sun God Empyrean Flower being too precious, he wouldn't have come to such a dangerous place in person. However, when Venerable Magic Mirror sneaked into Sun God Shrine with his true body, he can use this secret method to display a trace of infinity warlock rank power in an instant, which is how he was able to draw Yang Feng into his level 9 secret treasure silver glow magic mirror. Yang Feng's vision blurred. After he woke up, he found that he is in a space with a diameter of about 30 square meters and engraved with countless mysterious runes. Yang Feng's heart stirred. He looked at the surrounding environment and quickly made a judgment, shit, I was hit by the spell of another powerhouse. This is his secret treasure space. Warlocks are powerful and have all kinds of incredible and powerful secret treasures. Even if they are far stronger than other warlocks, they can die if they are careless in battle. Unfortunately, to trap me with such a secret treasure is a pipe dream. Yang Feng smiled coldly and waved his hand, and a swarm of black devourers flew out from his hand and pounced on the silver light wall engraved with countless mysterious runes. When the black devourers pounced on the silver wall, they frantically devoured the silver wall's materials, power, and everything else. Damn it, my silver glow magic mirror. Stinking brat, you deserve to die. Venerable Magic Mirror's strongest secret treasure is the silver glow magic mirror, with which he is connected by heart and soul. When the silver glow magic mirror issued mournful cries, he sensed it and saw Yang Feng's devourers devour the silver glow magic mirror. I originally wanted to spare your worthless life, but now you're dead. Now, go to hell. Venerable Magic Mirror's eyes flashed fiercely, and he roared, silently recited an incantation, and pointed at the silver glow magic mirror. Inside the silver glow magic mirror, the silver wall shone brightly, and twisted silver runes formed a silver flame that drifted towards Yang Feng. When Yang Feng saw the silver flame, his complexion changed dramatically, and he waved his hand, and a Devourer Black Moon swept towards the silver flame. The silver flame, which seems to have no substance and energy, strangely passed through the Devourer Black Moon and drifted towards Yang Feng. Within a breath of time, it landed on Yang Feng. Silver flames instantly ignited in Yang Feng's soul, frantically burning it. Yang Feng's face twisted, and intense pain engulfed him, making him twitch all over, and countless blue veins bulged from every corner of his body. The silver flame is called Silver Glow Soul Refining Flame, and it is a kind of flame that can directly attack the soul of a warlock. If Venerable Magic Mirror was in his heyday, he could even burn the soul of an Infinity Warlock into the Silver Glow Magic Mirror to ashes within a quarter of an hour. The defensive power and offensive power of the Silver Glow Magic Mirror are inferior among level 9 secret treasures. But its attack method is very strange. With the power of the Silver Glow Magic Mirror, Venerable Magic Mirror was able to kill 2 junior Infinity Warlocks in a sneak attack. Venerable Magic Mirror smiled coldly, "You're dead after being hit by my Silver Light Soul Refining Flame." Crack! Along with a crisp sound, cracks appeared on the surface of the Silver Glow Magic Mirror. My Silver Glow Magic Mirror. In the next moment, along with Venerable Magic Mirror's horrified roar, the level 9 secret treasure Silver Glow Magic Mirror shattered into countless fragments that splashed about. Looking at the shattered Silver Glow Magic Mirror, Venerable Magic Mirror's heart is about to break. It is extremely difficult to find a secret treasure that is completely compatible with your secret method. He spent thousands of years to ask an alchemist grandmaster to refine the Silver Glow Magic Mirror for him. Now that the Silver Glow Magic Mirror has been broken, his strength has dropped by more than 30%. When Yang Feng emerged from the Silver Glow Magic Mirror, a swarm of black devourers suddenly flew towards Yang Feng, and frantically devoured the Silver Glow Magic Mirror. That's Lei Ming. He showed up. How come he's here? Everyone, let's kill him together. Kill him, and we'll divide the Sun God Empyrean flower equally. When the glorious Sun Warlocks saw Yang Feng appear next to them, their eyes flashed with excitement, and they shouted. "A bunch of ants, since you want to die so badly, then I'll fulfill your wish." Enduring the severe pain, Yang Feng showed a ferocious smile, runes flashed, and 9 dark passages appeared in front of him. Tens of thousands of 4th-generation battle robots flew out from the 9 passages in an instant and shot towards the glorious Sun Warlocks. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. From behind the tens of thousands of 4th-generation battle robots came Yang Feng's frigid voice filled with killing intent. Chapter 694. A glorious Sun Warlock has just cast Starfall and condensed a star barreling towards Yang Feng. Following afterimages, 6 Type 2 Undyings appeared in front of the glorious Sun Warlock, slashed with their blades, split his life force field, and chopped him into 7 pieces. Mechanical golems. Trifling golems want to contend against us glorious Sun Warlocks. What wishful thinking. The glorious Sun Warlock snorted coldly, and his body that was chopped into 7 pieces suddenly changed into a feathered snake with wings and fought fiercely with the 6 Type 2 Undyings. At this moment, 3 Mistwalkers disintegrated into grey mist that swept towards the glorious Sun Warlock's avatar of a feathered snake. The glorious Sun Warlock's avatar of a feathered snake suddenly trembled, and the life force inside him disappeared like a flood. Damn it! Die! Shocked, the glorious Sun Warlock was about to cast a fire spell to destroy the strange mist formed by the Mistwalkers. Several Type 2 Void Assassins emerged from the void, slashed with their blades, and chopped the glorious Sun Warlock's avatar of a feathered snake into pieces again. After the glorious Sun Warlock was chopped into pieces again, the life force of the countless pieces quickly disappeared like a mummy with all the water sucked out. No! I won't die. How can I die at the hands of these golems? A glorious sun core trembled slightly and issued a heart-wrenching roar. After absorbing a dozen plus pieces of flesh, it suddenly ejected and tried to escape into the distance. Along with flashes of lightning, dozens of Type 2 lightning manipulators fired silver lightning that slammed into the glorious sun core and blasted the glorious Sun Warlock's flesh and soul to pieces. On the other side, a glorious Sun Warlock turned into a 100-meter-long 6-headed gold dragon, and the 6 heads fired dragon breaths of light, darkness, ice, poison, fire, and gravity barreling towards the Type 2 Undyings. The Type 2 Undyings activated level 5 energy shields one after another. However, under the bombardment of the dragon breaths, the shields shattered like bubbles and were swallowed by the dragon breaths. Right at this moment, a 15-meter-tall Vajra main battle robot equipped with a main cannon flashed. It was fully equipped with a powerful superalloy armor and was up to 15 meters tall. A resplendent beam slammed into the six-headed gold dragon, pierced through it, and evaporated a copious amount of flesh and blood. A huge hole was blasted open in the body of the six-headed gold dragon transformed from a glorious dawn warlock, and a large amount of blood spilled out of the hole. But it still didn't die. Countless runes flashed, and the six-headed golden dragon that had been pierced through instantly recovered from all of its injuries. Evidently, the glorious sun warlock used a powerful recovery secret method. The six-headed gold dragon has just recovered, when 7 resplendent beams blasted from different directions and blasted the six-headed gold dragon apart again. Type 2 sealers suddenly flew out and unleashed sealing light that slammed into the six-headed gold dragon and abruptly wore down the power of the glorious sun warlock. Ayo! The six-headed gold dragon faced upwards and roared. Countless runes condensed around it, shone, and it instantly recovered. The moment the six-headed gold dragon recovered, it was blasted into pieces by countless beams again. Hundreds of Type 2 Undyings strangely appeared beside the six-headed gold dragon, slashed at it with their blades, and chopped it into countless pieces in an instant. Dozens of thunder manipulators controlled the lightning, which danced like silver snakes. They bombarded the pieces of the six-headed golden dragon's body, turning them into charred, lifeless pieces. After the six-headed gold dragon was blasted apart, a palm-sized silver-winged snake blurred and appeared tens of kilometers away. The glorious sun warlocks in Sun God Shrine are rare geniuses in the outside world. Each of them is a fearsome existence that can defeat ordinary weak divine force rank gods. Such powerhouses have endless life-saving secret methods, making them extremely difficult to kill. When Yang Feng fought Ba Sun, Jiang Qi, Yan Jun, and Che Jinquang, the 4 monster-level powerhouses, he used Fate Algorithm, a peerless secret method he obtained from the Eternal Continent, to cut off all their escape secret methods and kill them. Yang Feng's true body has also mastered more than a dozen death substitution secret methods. As long as he isn't killed by karma spells or peerless secret methods, it will be very difficult for him to truly die. As soon as the silver-winged snake appeared, a Type 2 Undying suddenly flew out from the side and slashed it into pieces. Countless bolts of lightning slammed into the flesh of the winged snake and blasted it into ashes, leaving only a glorious sun core behind. Caught off guard, the nearly 300 glorious sun warlocks were besieged by the tens of thousands of 4th-generation battle robots. In an instant, more than 20 glorious sun warlocks were killed and more than 100 glorious sun warlocks were seriously injured by the 4th-generation battle robots. The remaining 100-plus glorious sun warlock geniuses began to go all out, unleashed peerless secret methods, and used the strongest secret methods they mastered to fight the 4th-generation battle robots. Watching this scene from afar, Nangong Wumi was struck dumb. Amazing. To be able to resist those glorious sun warlocks by himself, he's a monster. Bai Yuxian, who was hiding in the distance, watched this scene with a spell, and her heart filled with shock. Amazing, are those Undying Mountains golems? So strong, did they obtain the Golem Lord's inheritance? No. Golem Celestial Body, did they obtain Golem Dynasty's alchemy from the Golem Celestial Body? Amazing. That guy is really a monster. That's too scary. In addition to the nearly 300 glorious sun warlocks who formed an alliance, there are even more glorious sun warlocks in Sun God Shrine who didn't participate in the battle watching this side with spells. When they saw Yang Feng contend against nearly 300 glorious sun geniuses by himself and kill more than 20 glorious sun geniuses in a single exchange, they were struck dumb, and shock filled their hearts. Boom! Boom! Tremendous explosions reverberated in the area. At virtually every moment, there are 4th-generation battle robots being destroyed by the glorious sun warlocks. The 200+ glorious Sun Warlocks are indeed peerless geniuses from different planes. With absolute magic power, they suppressed the tens of thousands of 4th-generation battle robots and smashed them to pieces. Even so, under the siege of the 4th-generation battle robots, some of the 200+ glorious Sun Warlocks still die from time to time. Surrender. Lei Ming, hand over the Sun God Empyrean flower. Otherwise, only death will await you. A glorious Sun Warlock who formed a virtual world waved his hand, and a fire dragon suddenly appeared and pounced towards the mist formed by a dozen-plus mistwalkers. In an instant, the violent fire dragon turned into a sea of fire covering dozens of square kilometers and swept the mist formed by the dozen-plus mistwalkers. Burned by the fire containing the law of fire, the mistwalkers who are immune to physical attacks were forcibly refined by the violent fire dragon. A bunch of idiots, let's start the second part of the game. Yang Feng smiled coldly, then 9 whirlpools appeared on him again, and a swarm of 4th-generation battle robots flew out from the 9 worlds inside him, turned into a steel cloud, and rushed towards the 200+ glorious Sun Warlocks. Damn it! How come he has so many golems? Damn it! How are we going to kill so many golems? When the 200+ glorious Sun Warlocks saw this scene, they were struck dumb, and despair appeared in their eyes. Faced with the 40,000 4th-generation battle robots, they had to use all their trump cards to barely suppress them. Now that there were 60,000 more battle robots, they were in despair. Shit! There's more over there. So many. So many golems. What's going on? Who can tell me what's going on? All of a sudden, the glorious Sun Warlocks turned their heads and looked into the distance. They saw the sound of engines resound through the sky, and a dense swarm of battle robots flying this way from all directions have completely surrounded the 200+ glorious Sun Warlocks. Most of the battle robots surrounding them are 3rd-generation battle robots. Only their weapon systems have been strengthened once, and their overall function is almost a generation behind that of the 4th-generation battle robots. However, their number is as high as 6 million, far surpassing that of the 4th-generation battle robots. In an instant, a rain of light blasted out from the 3rd-generation battle robots' weapons barreling towards the 200+ glorious Sun Warlocks. Under the bombardment of the dense rain of light, the 200+ glorious Sun Warlocks can only cast secret methods and defensive spells to resist the rain of light. The 100,000 4th-generation battle robots were like a sharp knife that stabbed into the group of more than 200 glorious Sun geniuses and started slaughtering them. Under the frenzied siege of more than 1 million 3rd-generation battle robots and 100,000 4th-generation battle robots, famous glorious Sun Warlock geniuses of various planes died one after another and turned into glorious Sun cores. Chapter 695. Now you're the only one left. You shouldn't be a glorious Dawn Warlock, right? Without looking at the more than 200 glorious Sun Warlocks alliance, Yang Feng's gaze fell on Venerable Magic Mirror, and he uttered coldly. At this time, there were more than 1,000 level 4 main battle robots frantically besieging Venerable Magic Mirror, but they were unable to harm it at all. 36 diamond-shaped prisms floated around his body, each of which was engraved with mysterious and magical runes. When the attacks of the battle robots hit the 36 rhombus prisms, 90% of the power was directly reflected. Only 10% of the power was able to hit Venerable Magic Mirror. Besieged by 1,000 4th-generation battle robots of various types, Venerable Magic Mirror displayed fighting strength far beyond that of ordinary glorious Sun Warlocks, and destroyed dozens of 4th-generation battle robots without suffering any damage. If he was given enough time, it would only be a matter of time before he destroyed 1,000 level 4 main battle robots. Venerable Magic Mirror's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he uttered solemnly, "I am Venerable Magic Mirror of Kongning Plains Magic Mirror Mountain, a true Infinity Warlock. Lei Ming, give me the Sun God Empyrean flower. I can use all the resources of the Magic Mirror Mountain to exchange for it. No, I can give you the entire Magic Mirror Mountain, as long as you give me the Sun God Emperor flower." Venerable Magic Mirror originally looked down on the trifling glorious Dawn Warlock rank Yang Feng, and didn't even want to talk to him. However, in Sun God Shrine, even an Infinity Warlock will be suppressed to the pinnacle glorious Sun Warlock rank. He can only lower his head and negotiate with Yang Feng. For the sake of the Sun God Empyrean Flower, he is willing to pay everything, even if he has to hand over the Magic Mirror Mountain to Yang Feng. Magic Mirror Mountain was a powerful warlock group that wasn't inferior to the Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 great sects. It was a force that Venerable Magic Mirror spent thousands of years painstakingly building, and it had countless resources. For the Sun God Empyrean Flower, he was willing to give up the entire Magic Mirror Mountain. This was the value of a top-grade natural treasure. Of course, it was only because Yang Feng was strong enough that Venerable Magic Mirror condescended to negotiate with him. If Yang Feng wasn't strong enough, he would have already killed him. Venerable Magic Mirror, an Infinity Warlock. Interesting, let me have a taste of your abilities. Yang Feng's eyes lit up. His figure fluttered, and he appeared in front of Venerable Magic Mirror, extracted World Force, and sent a Primal Chaos Annihilation Fist barreling towards Venerable Magic Mirror. A terrifying energy wave that could destroy the Primal Chaos and suppress all the worlds in the universe sealed the void and blasted towards Venerable Magic Mirror with a terrifying pressure that could crush an entire world. Reflecting Magic Mirror. Venerable Magic Mirror had a solemn look in his eyes as he silently chanted an incantation. Countless runes suddenly appeared on his body and condensed into a magic mirror that was inscribed with 9,999 types of runes. It was as black as ink and looked like it was born from hell. It blocked in front of him. When the Primal Chaos Annihilation Fist slammed into the reflecting magic mirror, the fist ray twisted and slammed into Yang Feng in an instant. A copious amount of blood sprayed out of Yang Feng's body, turning him into a terrifying blood person, and he was sent flying for dozens of kilometers. Venerable Magic Mirror was just about to give chase, when dozens of Type 2 Undyings appeared in front of him and slashed at him from different directions. Scram! Furious, Venerable Magic Mirror bellowed, and palm-sized reflecting magic mirrors appeared around him. When the dozens of Type 2 Undyings slashed at the reflecting magic mirrors, the blades twisted strangely, and then slashed open huge gashes on their bodies. However, the dozens of Type 2 Undyings were still frantically slashing at Venerable Magic Mirror after their bodies were slashed with huge gashes. Wounds appeared on the bodies of the Type 2 Undyings, making Venerable Magic Mirror more and more anxious. Amazing, as expected of an Infinity Warlock. It would be rude of me not to use my full strength to deal with you. Cover. Yang Feng operated the Primal Chaos imperishable body, and within 3 breaths of time, he healed all his injuries. He took a deep look at Venerable Magic Mirror and ordered coldly. Tens of thousands of mistwalkers suddenly disintegrated and turned into a thick fog that shrouded an area 1,000 kilometers in radius. It's covered up. I can't see anything. That thick fog completely obstructs detection spells. What does he want to do? As soon as the thick fog appeared, the glorious Sun Warlocks who used various spells to spy on the battle found that their spells lost all effect. Countless runes appeared on Yang Feng and formed a set of white battle demon armor. The battle demon secret method is the most suitable secret method for Yang Feng. It can increase his combat power by 5 times and can defend against various attacks. In the Ligui province, there are countless secret methods that can greatly increase the strength of warlocks. However, these secret methods have various restrictions. Some require special bloodlines, and some require special secret treasures. Only the Battle Demon Sect's fundamental secret method, the Battle Demon Secret Method, is Yang Feng's favorite secret method. After Yang Feng formed the white battle demon armor, the force of the 9 worlds inside him surged and poured into him through the world ring. Rest in peace. Yang Feng's figure blurred, and he appeared in front of Venerable Magic Mirror and sent a Primal Chaos Annihilation Fist barreling towards Venerable Magic Mirror with terrifying power capable of crushing the vacuum and annihilating everything. 9 virtual worlds. An inheritance secret method of the Nine Realms Lord. Venerable Magic Mirror's face finally fell, and he clenched his teeth. The seals on him were unlocked one by one, and Infinity Warlock rank breath gushed out of him in an attempt to pry open the suppression of Sun God Shrine. Faced with an all-out strike containing the power of 9 small worlds, even Venerable Magic Mirror felt the danger of death. All of a sudden, a series of strange runes appeared. A terrifying pillar of fire condensed from the divine sun flame gushed out from the ground beneath Venerable Magic Mirror's body and swallowed him whole. No. I don't want to die. I won't die. Venerable Magic Mirror let out a shrill scream. Countless runes appeared, and the mirrors around him shattered one after another. Dozens of silver mirror-type secret treasures flew out of Venerable Magic Mirror and shattered, and silver light shot out and formed Venerable Magic Mirror's true body dozens of kilometers away. Venerable Magic Mirror's true body has just formed, when Yang Feng's Primal Chaos Annihilation Fist, which is amplified fivefold by the Battle Demon's secret method and contains the power of 9 small worlds, slammed into his body. A tyrannical force of annihilation gushed out in an instant, and Venerable Magic Mirror's body crumbled inch by inch. Fate Algorithm. After crushing Venerable Magic Mirror's body, Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, and a devour black moon suddenly appeared and sucked in the void. A strange death substitution doll, a death substitution body, a silver death substitution mirror, and dozens of other death substitution secret treasures exploded in the devour black moon. Lei Ming, do you really want to kill me? If you kill me, my magic mirror mountain won't rest until your undying mountain is dead. An infinity core carrying Venerable Magic Mirror's soul flew out from the devour black moon in an instant. Venerable Magic Mirror's soul remnant coiled around the infinity core and issued resentful roars. Since you want to kill me, then you should be prepared to be killed. Today is the anniversary of your death. If the Magic Mirror Mountain dares to provoke me, I will send them to be buried with you. Yang Feng smiled coldly, and the devour black moon swept towards Venerable Magic Mirror's soul and devoured it in an instant, leaving only an infinity core in his hand. Only then did the mist that enveloped thousands of kilometers dissipate, rapidly condensing into mistwalkers. Venerable Magic Mirror is gone. He was killed. He killed an Infinity Warlock. That was an Infinity Warlock, how could he be killed like this? When the glorious Sun Warlocks spying on this side using various spells saw Yang Feng standing proudly in the void, they inhaled a breath of cold air. Venerable Magic Mirror is a genuine Infinity Warlock. Even though he was forced to seal most of his power in Sun God Shrine, but he still grasps countless secret methods and secret treasures, and his battle prowess is tyrannical. Even a freakish genius like Lan Ba may not be Venerable Magic Mirror's opponent. Yet he died at Yang Feng's hands, which is incredible. Looking at Yang Feng from afar, Nangong Wumi sighed faintly, and his eyes shimmered with jealousy. In such a short time, he has progressed to this point. How enviable! When Nangong Wumi was defeated by Yang Feng, he was still confident that he could kill Yang Feng if he went all out. Now that he has seen Yang Feng display his true strength, he understands how powerful Yang Feng is. After Yang Feng killed Venerable Magic Mirror, he turned to look at the 200-plus glorious Sun Warlocks. Besieged by 100,000 4th-class primary battle robots and 1,000,000 3rd-class primary battle robots, the more than 200 glorious Sun geniuses had suffered heavy casualties. More than 60 glorious Sun geniuses had fallen to the attacks of these primary battle robots. If it weren't for the fact that these glorious Sun Warlocks are freakish geniuses and proficient in countless life-saving secret methods, they would have been killed by the battle robots long ago. After all, killing Venerable Magic Mirror just now was somewhat unfair. Now, I'll use all of you to test how much my strength has improved. Yang Feng glanced at the 200-plus glorious Sun Warlocks who are still struggling, smiled slightly, and turned into a devour black moon shooting towards them. Chapter 696. Don't. Spare me. Don't kill me. The glorious Sun Warlock geniuses were extremely powerful. In the outside world, they could contend against weak divine power rank gods. But Yang Feng's avatar of the Devour Black Moon engulfed them one by one. Within a few breaths of time, they turned into glorious sun cores. The glorious Sun Warlock geniuses were far weaker than Yang Feng to begin with. Moreover, under the siege of 100,000 fourth-generation battle robots and millions of third-generation battle robots, they barely managed to hold on. Now that Yang Feng launched a sneak attack on them, their defenses collapsed one by one, and they were devoured by the Devour Black Moon. No. The countenance of the remaining glorious Sun Warlock geniuses changed dramatically, and 20-plus glorious Sun Warlocks cast secret methods and turned into streams of light fleeing in all directions. Whoosh! Type 2 Undyings launched their highest speed, caught up with the 20-plus glorious Sun Warlocks, slashed at them, and cut them into pieces. Hundreds of lightning manipulators manipulated lightning and blasted the fragments of the glorious Sun Warlocks into pieces. Along with afterimages, Yang Feng appeared beside the 20-plus glorious Sun Warlocks almost at the same time. He extended his hand, and the Devour Black Moon suddenly appeared. According to the guidance of Fate algorithm, the Devour Black Moon grabbed at the void, broke the life-saving secret methods of the 20-plus glorious Sun Warlocks one by one, and finally killed them one by one. Seeing the 20-plus glorious Sun Warlocks die at Yang Feng's hands one by one, the rest of the glorious Sun Warlocks were overwhelmed by fear. I am Brilliant Bird's glorious Sun Warlock raises. My father is the Brilliant Bird's great elder, an Infinity Warlock. Lei Ming, you can't kill me. I am a personal disciple of Snake Ring's great elder Garmin. Great elder Garmin is also an Infinity Warlock. Lei Ming, if you kill me, great elder Garmin won't let you off. Screams of horror came from the mouths of the glorious Sun Warlocks, and the glorious Sun Warlocks revealed their backgrounds that they disdained to speak of in the past. Each of the glorious Sun Warlocks was a peerless genius, and behind them stood a bright world warlock at the very least. Among them, there are dozens of glorious Sun Warlocks backed by Infinity Warlocks. Die! Die, all of you! If you don't surrender, then die. Yang Feng's incarnation of the Devour Black Moon is like a god of death harvesting lives. Without any scruples, it frantically slayed and devoured the glorious Sun Warlock geniuses from different forces. Using the law of devour to devour various powers would create various powers in the body of the extraordinary life form. The conflict between the various powers could even lead to the collapse of the extraordinary life form with the devouring power. However, Yang Feng has 9 small worlds inside him. All the power he devours is channeled into the 9 small worlds and strengthened the plane origin force of the 9 small worlds. Some glorious Sun Warlocks cultivated strange and troublesome powers that were extracted by the eternal power furnace inside Yang Feng and condensed them into energy crystals. Among the glorious Sun Warlock geniuses, there is no lack of powerhouses who have formed a virtual world. Every time Yang Feng devours such a powerhouse, the 9 small worlds inside him become a bit more stable. Nangong Wumi watched Yang Feng squash the glorious Sun Warlock geniuses one after another like chickens, and his heart filled with shock. What a dreadful guy. Those guys are peerless geniuses from different forces, yet he didn't hesitate to kill them. How dreadful. Each of the glorious Sun Warlock geniuses has a bright world warlock and an Infinity Warlock backing them. The older generation powerhouses who are stronger than them will never kill them unless there is a life and death feud between them. Yang Feng, on the other hand, killed the glorious Sun Warlock geniuses without hesitation. This is simply insane and appalling. When Bai Yuxian saw this scene, a chill rose from the depths of her body and enveloped her, making her feel cold all over. How dreadful. How dreadful. If I was in that crowd, he would have killed me without hesitation. He wouldn't have the slightest scruple. Bai Yuxian is a peerless genius from the Great Cloud Dynasty's royal family, the Bai family. Out of respect for the Bai family, Bai Yuxian is like a fish in water wherever she goes, and is sought after by countless people. Even Bright World Warlocks and Infinity Warlocks are very gentle to her, taking care of her as if she is their nephew. What she is most afraid of is encountering unreasonable powerhouses like Yang Feng who annihilates everything. A glorious Sun Warlock finally collapsed and screamed, "I surrender. I am willing to be your slave. Don't kill me. I surrender. Release your soul and let me set up a brand." Yang Feng appeared in front of the glorious Sun Warlock and pointed with a finger, and the true God Empyrean imprint suddenly flew out, suspended in the air, and radiated powerful light. The true God Empyrean imprint is engraved with one powerful rune after another, each rune representing a part of the soul of a powerful being sealed inside. The glorious Sun Warlock gritted his teeth and released his soul. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and queer runes flew out of the true God Empyrean imprint and entered the glorious Sun Warlock's soul. "I also surrender. I surrender, please spare my life." When the remaining glorious Sun Warlocks saw this, they gritted their teeth, and half of them chose to surrender. The other half, however, struggled bitterly. Under Yang Feng's order, the glorious Sun Warlocks who surrendered to him quickly attacked other glorious Sun Warlocks. "You traitors! Damn it! You traitors with no self-respect! I curse you! I curse all of you, your descendants, your daughters, your sons, your daughters, your sons, your daughters, your daughters, your sons, your daughters, your sons, your daughters, your sons, your daughters, your daughters, your sons, your daughters, your sons, your daughters, your daughters, your daughters." The proud glorious Sun Warlocks who were unwilling to release their souls were blasted into dregs by Yang Feng and the glorious Sun Warlocks who submitted to him. 2 hours later, of the nearly 300 glorious Sun Warlocks who besieged Yang Feng, only 57 glorious Sun Warlocks who chose to submit to Yang Feng remained alive. The rest of the glorious Sun Warlocks were all killed, with no one escaping from Yang Feng. In Sun God's shrine, the glorious Sun Warlocks watched in horror as Yang Feng mercilessly killed the glorious Sun Warlocks one by one. None of them dared to come out and fight Yang Feng. After wiping out everyone, Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he took the 57 glorious Sun Warlocks who submitted to him and the mechanical legion that blotted out the sky and flew towards the top-grade warp gate. Once the news of a treasure like the Sun God Empyrean flower spread, even Holy Spirit Warlocks would be tempted. A Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse has the strength to crush all resistance from Yang Feng. Yang Feng intends to devour and refine the Sun God Empyrean flower as soon as he returns to the Zhangji Plain and break through the God-Man boundary. As long as Yang Feng uses the power of the Sun God Empyrean flower to break through the God-Man boundary and consume the medicinal efficacy of the Sun God Empyrean flower, the Holy Spirit Warlocks won't make things difficult for him. The swarm of battle robots landed in the secret valley with Yang Feng. Yang Feng took the 57 glorious Sun Warlocks who submitted to him through the top-grade warp gate and disappeared from Sun God's shrine. He's finally gone. That god of slaughter is finally gone. Now that he's gone, Sun God's shrine is finally a bit safer. When the glorious Sun Warlocks saw Yang Feng and the 57 glorious Sun Warlocks enter the mysterious valley, they breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. As top warlocks, they naturally guessed Yang Feng's plan. If it were them, they would use the Sun God Empyrean flower as soon as possible instead of being hunted down. Since you can enter Sun God's shrine, you can naturally leave. Ordinary warlocks don't have the ability to leave Sun God's shrine of their own accord. However, the glorious Sun Warlocks don't think that it will be difficult for a powerhouse like Yang Feng to leave Sun God's shrine. Yu Province, one of Zhangji Plain's lower provinces. Due to the existence of Ligui Demon Mountain, Ligui Province is a restricted area for Infinity Warlocks. Although it is rich in resources, but it is not suitable to be the foundation of a powerful sect. After Yang Feng expressed his submission to Great Cloud Dynasty on behalf of Undying Mountain, he obtained a huge fief in Yu Province, one of Great Cloud Dynasty's lower provinces. Although the fief is far less than the fief of Battle Demon sect in the past, but the area of the fief is 10 times larger than that of Earth's Russia, and it is rich in resources. The resources in Yang Feng's fief are far less than those in Ligui province. However, many of the resources in Yu province's fief are treasures that Ligui province doesn't have. The two complemented each other, and it is one of Yang Feng's important bases. To break through the Godman boundary, warlocks need to absorb a lot of life magic energy and the power of the laws of heaven and earth. The best places to break through the Godman boundary are Tsangji Plain or the 36 primary material planes. On the Tsangji Plain, the places where the Great Cloud Dynasty and the three dynasties are located have the best breakthroughs. In Great Cloud Dynasty's 36 greater provinces have the best environments. As for Ligui province, due to the existence of Ligui Demon Mountain, Yang Feng doesn't dare to break through there for fear of alarming the terrifying existence in Ligui Demon Mountain. With the growth of Yang Feng's strength, he began to move his forces from Ligui province to Yu province's fief. After a comprehensive consideration, Yang Feng chose to devour and refine the Sun God Empyrean flower in Yu province. After comprehensive consideration, Yu province is the most suitable place for Yang Feng to break through. Chapter 697. All the arrangements have been made. Now it's time to refine it. Yu province, in a secret room, Yang Feng is sitting on a large bed carved from a high-grade magic crystal, engraved with countless mysterious runes, and connected to a huge magic crystal warehouse. With a flick of his wrist, he took out the jade box containing the Sun God Empyrean flower. As soon as he opened the jade box, a dazzling ray of sunlight shot out from the jade box, strangely penetrated the secret room set up with countless defensive barriers, entered the sky, and formed a huge beam of light invisible to the naked eye. What's that? A treasure. A peerless treasure is about to appear. A peerless treasure is about to appear here. In Yu province, the powerhouses hidden in the secret room were alarmed by the terrifying breath of the Sun God Empyrean flower, and they saw the huge beam of light invisible to the naked eye. Yu province's powerhouses suddenly flew out from their secluded places, turned into rays of light, and flew towards the Sun God Empyrean flower. As expected of an Empyrean-grade treasure. Even if ordinary people get their hands on such a treasure, they won't be alive to enjoy it. Yang Feng inhaled and sucked the Sun God Empyrean flower into his mouth. When the Sun God Empyrean flower entered Yang Feng's body, it turned into a surging heat that frantically battered, burned, and purified everything inside him. If an existence without a Moonlight Warlock rank cultivation base swallowed the Sun God Empyrean flower, they would be burned to ashes by the terrifying heat. As a pinnacle glorious Sun Warlock, Yang Feng operated the primal chaos imperishable body, and every cell in his body trembled slightly and exuded fearsome power. A world projection engraved with countless mysterious runes slowly appeared behind Yang Feng. It is a world that has merged with half of his soul core. A soul projection identical to Yang Feng emerged from that world. An incomparably dazzling light shone from the soul shadow. The soul shadow continued to compress, condensing into a point that seemed to be able to devour everything. The world projection merged with Yang Feng inch by inch, and finally integrated into his body. A resplendent beam of light rose from Yang Feng's body and shot straight into the sky. Within an area of hundreds of thousands of kilometers in radius, all life magic energy was extracted by the strange beam of light and turned into dark clouds rolling towards Yang Feng. Inside the beam that shot out of Yang Feng, the laws of space, the laws of fire, the laws of lightning, and other laws appeared one after another and converged into the beam. The boundary between gods and humans. Someone is breaking through the godly realm. The peerless treasure that just appeared was refined by that person. He's breaking through the godly realm. Someone is breaking through the god realm. Who is it? The surrounding warlocks looked at the pillar of light that absorbed the laws of realization from the void, and their eyes flashed with shock. In the Tsangji plain, Only the 8 warlock emperors as well as their strongest opponents broke through and promoted to the Godman boundary. If the peerless geniuses who broke through the Godman boundary didn't die in the process of maturing, then the weakest one would have advanced to a warlock monarch capable of contending against a Holy Spirit warlock. In the Tsangji Plain, at present, the strongest powerhouses in the world are Infinity Warlocks. Once a warlock monarch rank warlock emerges, the situation of the entire Tsangji Plain may change. Everyone, let's kill that person. Capture that person and refine him into a potion. In this way, we can break the shackles of our soul aptitude and practice cultivation to a higher realm. A voice full of temptation reverberated in the ears of the surrounding warlocks. That's right. As long as I can drink that potion, my soul aptitude will evolve to superior level 7, and I will definitely be able to promote to a glorious dawn warlock. As long as I can drink that potion, I will be able to promote to a moonlight warlock. The strange voice was full of temptation, easily magnifying the desires of the surrounding warlocks. Everyone, let's go together. With so many of us, they won't dare to attack us. If we kill that person and refine him into a potion, we can all break through to the next realm. Along with a roar, a moonlight warlock turned into a stream of light and flew towards the area where Yu Province's Undying Mountain is located. Dozens of warlocks blurred into motion and flew towards the area where Undying Mountain is located. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the warlocks whose desires have been silently aroused by the strange force turned bloodshot, and they operated secret methods and turned into streams of light flying towards Undying Mountain. Warning! Warning! Ahead is the private territory of Undying Mountain. Trespassers will be killed without mercy. Trespassers will be killed without mercy. One by one, the lowest level cannon fodder humanoid robots appeared at the border of the Undying Mountain range and shouted with their mechanical synthesized voices. A bunch of scrap iron, break. A fierce ray flashed in the eyes of a moonlight warlock, and he operated the law of wind, silently recited an incantation, and pointed with a finger. Countless violent wind blades suddenly appeared and enveloped an area of more than a dozen kilometers in radius. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions rang incessantly. Within an area of more than a dozen kilometers in radius, all low-level humanoid robots were cut into pieces by the wind blades. Low-level humanoid robots don't have energy shields, and the materials they use are crude ordinary steel. Naturally, they can't resist the range attack of a moonlight warlock. Warning invalid, activate annihilation mode. Annihilate all intruders. A voice reverberated in Yu Province's Undying Mountains territory. Within Undying Mountains territory, the land, mountains, cities, grasslands, and other places quickly opened up, and a swarm of third-generation battle robots flew out and turned into a torrent of steel shooting towards the invading warlocks. In an instant, an almost endless rain of light shot out from Undying Mountains territory and swept towards the invading warlocks. Swept by the dense rain of light, the low-level warlocks below the Moonlight Warlock rank were blasted into pieces, and a copious amount of blood and flesh scattered on the ground. Contaminated by the flesh and blood of the warlocks, many ordinary plants on the ground withered. However, there were also many plants that absorbed the flesh and blood of the warlocks and evolved into queer extraordinary plants. I am Wind God Dragon's Warlock Nan, a moonlight warlock screamed with a look of horror on his face, and then a beam blasted him in the head. The upper half of his body was vaporized, and his corpse fell from the sky. Only the monster-level warlock geniuses of Sun God Shrine have endless life-saving secret methods. Ordinary human moonlight warlocks will die if their heads are blasted apart. Along with the roar of engines, a large number of third-generation battle robots rushed into the midst of the warlocks and besieged and killed one moonlight warlock after another. No matter how the moonlight warlocks begged, the third-generation battle robots didn't let them off, but killed them all. So savage. Is this Undying Mountain? What a savage fellow. What a fearsome fellow. Seeing this scene, the warlocks who originally planned to rush in to fish in troubled waters sobered up. They all stopped in their tracks and flew backward. Undying Mountain made it clear that it wanted to kill all the warlocks who entered the area. The Moonlight Warlocks and Glorious Sun Warlocks of Yu Province felt a chill in their hearts, and didn't dare to rush in rashly. However, there were still many formidable warlocks flying towards this region from all over Yu Province. Treasures that can enable people to break through the God-man boundary are extremely rare. In the entire Zhangji Plain, they generally only appear once every 1,000 years. Only in the eras when Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses are born will there be a variety of treasures of heaven and earth that can enable people to break through the God-man boundary. The birth of every Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse requires the consumption of a large amount of resources and countless precious treasures of heaven and earth. Many treasures of heaven and earth are gone after they are used up. The reason why God Blood Plain gave birth to a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse was because the primordial God Blood Stone produced by God Blood Plain was devoured by the first true ancestor, which allowed him to break through his limits and evolve into a Warlock Emperor rank existence. After the primordial God Blood Stone was devoured by the first true ancestor, no similar treasures were born in God Blood Plain. No matter how high the cultivation base of the other 8 true ancestors is, they cannot evolve into Warlock Emperor rank existences. Moreover, no matter what kind of treasures of heaven and earth there are, they cannot make the 8 true ancestors break through and evolve into Warlock Emperor rank existences. Unless they can kill the first true ancestor and completely devour his true blood. Treasures of heaven and earth that can enable people to break through the God-man boundary attracted countless warlocks to gather here like honey. However, when the warlocks saw powerful warlocks being slaughtered by Yang Feng's mechanical legion, their eyes shimmered with apprehension, and they didn't dare to go over rashly. At this moment, a pinnacle bright world warlock rank breath descended from the sky, and a man riding a 100-meter-tall extraordinary life-form flying dragon elephant with a dragon head, elephant body, elephant trunk, and lion claws descended from the sky, arrived at the edge of Undying Mountain's domain, and said loudly, "Heart of Dragon Elephant's Great Elder Wei Guanhe requests an audience with Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming." Pinnacle bright world warlock rank breath rose from Undying Mountain, and Zhan Hongtao stood up and said loudly, "My young master is still in closed-door cultivation. Elder Wei, let's talk about it tomorrow." Undying Mountain's Lei Ming, you're really putting on airs. You're just a glorious dawn warlock, yet you're avoiding a meeting with my great elder. You really don't know what's good for you. An infinity warlock rank breath slowly spread, and a bald man with countless runes engraved on his head and a string of skulls of various powerful beings on his head, a haggard face, and a fierce ray in his eyes stepped out and said with a cold smile. Chapter 698. The Dragon Elephant Ancestor. He's here too. That's the founder of Heart of Dragon Elephant, the Dragon Elephant Ancestor. I didn't expect him to still be alive. The warlocks present inhaled a breath of cold air when they saw the bald man. The Dragon Elephant Ancestor is a peerless powerhouse who founded Heart of Dragon Elephant. As an intermediate infinity warlock rank powerhouse, he is extremely powerful. With the Dragon Elephant Ancestor standing guard, Heart of Dragon Elephant is only slightly weaker than the 10 great sects of Great Cloud Dynasty. The underlying strength of Heart of Dragon Elephant is much worse than that of the 10 great sects. But with the Dragon Elephant Ancestor standing guard, Heart of Dragon Elephant is a first-rate force second only to the 10 great sects. Great Cloud Dynasty is boundless and has countless powerhouses, including many infinity warlock rank existences. They have founded powerful warlock groups. In the past, the 10 great sects were the staunchest allies of Great Cloud Dynasties by family, ruling the world together with the by family. In the long history of the Great Cloud Dynasty, the 10 great sects went on expeditions everywhere, suppressed countless planes, and lost countless powerhouses. The Battle Demon sect once fought for Great Cloud Dynasty and lost several infinity warlocks. In the sect, there are only 4 bright world warlocks left to keep up appearances. In Great Cloud Dynasty, in addition to the 10 great sects and the 8 great families, there are also countless warlock groups. From time to time, peerless geniuses emerge from these warlock groups, obtain countless fortuitous encounters, and eventually advance to the Infinity Warlock rank. Once a warlock group has an Infinity Warlock standing guard, it will become a first-rate force in Great Cloud Dynasty. Heart of Dragon Elephant has the Infinity Warlock ancestor and a Pinnacle Bright World Warlock rank Great Elder guarding it. In Yu Province, this force is already one of the 5 overlords of Yu Province. A fearsome Infinity Warlock rank aura spread from the Dragon Elephant ancestor and swept towards Zhan Hongtao. Zhan Hongtao's face suddenly changed dramatically, cold sweat trickled down his back, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. By relying on his extraordinary perception, he clearly understands that the Dragon Elephant ancestor in front of him has the strength to easily kill him. What is Heart of Dragon Elephant? Screw off. Otherwise, all of you will die. With a flash of black light, Alexia, flapping her fallen angel wings and holding the fallen angel sword, appeared in the void like an invincible god. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with indifference and majesty as she stared coldly at the Dragon Elephant ancestor, an Infinity Warlock rank breath spread from her. An Infinity Warlock rank blazing angel. Amazing, as expected of the Undying Mountain, to even cultivate Infinity Warlock rank blazing angels. Is this the power of the Undying Mountain? It is indeed terrifying. When the surrounding warlocks saw Alexia, they immediately inhaled a breath of cold air and commented spiritedly. Fallen angels were the most powerful combat weapons developed by the gods. They were powerful beings transformed from fallen angels. The fallen angels of the blazing angel rank were terrifying war weapons that could contend against gods of the same rank and even kill gods of the same rank. When ordinary human Infinity Warlocks faced an Infinity Warlock rank blazing angel, they could only flee in defeat. Berated by Alexia, the Dragon Elephant ancestor's face turned ashen, his eyes narrowed, and monstrous killing intent surged in them. Since he advanced to an Infinity Warlock, no one has ever dared to speak to him in such a tone. What big talk! A trifling blazing angel is just a tool of war. What qualifications does he have to communicate with us human warlocks on an equal footing? Let your master come and talk to us. Accompanied by a contemptuous voice, the earth rumbled, and a 10,000-meter-long Romanda stone tiger galloped over from afar. On the head of the Romanda stone tiger, there is a handsome male warlock dressed in a green warlock robe, exuding a wicked charm. But if you look closely, you will find that the male warlock is shrouded in endless coldness. That's the great elder of the black dragon serpent ancestor. The dragon serpent ancestor is one of the 5 overlords of our Yu province. I didn't expect him to come here as well. Of course. That's a peerless treasure that can enable people to break through the God-man boundary. On average, our Tsangji plane may not be able to produce a peerless treasure every 1,000 years. If they can get their hands on it, it won't be impossible for them to break through to the Warlock Monarch realm in the future. When the surrounding warlocks saw the male warlock, their countenance changed at once, and they discussed in whispers. Alexia glanced at the dragon serpent ancestor and uttered in a cold voice and biting killing intent, "Dragon serpent ancestor, you dare to provoke my Undying Mountain, aren't you afraid of being exterminated by my Undying Mountain? The Undying Mountain is really impressive. This isn't the Ligui province, but Yu province. You want to exterminate a person's race, isn't your Undying Mountain being too overbearing?" A gust of wind blew, and a huge golden figure that seems to cover the entire sky appeared in the sky. A handsome man with long hair fluttering in the wind and an extraordinary temperament is standing proudly on a gold rock and looking coldly at Alexia. Heart of Gale's Gale Venerable Lord. One of Yu province's 5 overlords, Gale Venerable Lord, has also appeared. Heh. A trifling blazing angel wants to resist 3 Infinity Warlocks, that's just courting death. With the 3 overlords here, it seems that the Undying Mountain won't be able to escape this time. With the 3 overlords taking the lead, we can still pick up some benefits from the Undying Mountain. For outsiders like the Undying Mountain to be so arrogant and overbearing in Yu Province, I've long since found them an eyesore. This time, let's wipe them out. The warlocks from Yu Province stared at the two powerhouses Alexia and Zhan Hongtao with greed in their eyes. The Undying Mountain is one of the top warlock groups in the Cangji Plain. This is a fact recognized by everyone. Normally, rogue warlocks wouldn't dare to provoke such a top warlock group. However, 3 of Yu Province's 5 overlords have already arrived. As long as the 3 overlords join forces, they will have a chance to break through the Undying Mountain. The rogue warlocks can also take advantage of the chaos to get some benefits from the Undying Mountain. Hand over the person who broke through the Godman boundary. Otherwise, after the Undying Mountain is breached, no one will be spared. Amidst an extremely domineering and violent voice, a 2-meter-tall man with long, blood-red hair appeared. His upper body was engraved with countless mysterious runes, and he gave off a terrifying aura like a fiend god. He held a crimson spear in his hand as he walked through the air and appeared in this area. Blood Spear Sex Blood Spear Ancestor, one of Yu Province's 5 overlords. He's here as well. 4 of the 5 overlords have come. Only 7 Color Rose Gardens people haven't come yet. The Undying Mountain is done for. Even more excited, the surrounding warlocks looked in the direction of the Undying Mountain with greed in their eyes. Let's do it. After we destroy the Undying Mountain, the 5 of us will divide the treasures equally. A cold, crisp voice full of killing intent sounded, and a peerless beauty with long hair, a scarlet rhombus crystal on the forehead, fair skin, a curvaceous figure, dressed in white muslin, and exuding a devastatingly charming charm appeared in the void while treading on a 7-color flower. 7-Color Rose Gardens Garden Master. Yu Province's 5 overlords are all here. With this, the Undying Mountain is done for. When Yu Province's 5 overlords attack together, even the 10 great sects will be destroyed. The Undying Mountain is done for. Filled with excitement, the surrounding warlocks looked greedily at the Undying Mountain like hungry wolves. In their view, with the 5 Infinity Warlocks joining forces, the Undying Mountain cannot resist them. Facing the siege of 5 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, if the Infinity Warlock rank Blazing Angel doesn't escape, only death will await her. TSK. After we destroy the Undying Mountain, the treasures should be divided equally among the 7 families. Amidst a series of creepy laughter, a man who was blind in one eye and looked like a bag of bones appeared in the void. His entire body was black, and he looked like a skeleton that had crawled out of a corpse. That's right, it should be divided equally among the 7 families. If you don't give us a share, then we'll help the Undying Mountain. A peerlessly handsome man with snow-white skin and an appearance that surpassed even Pan An's walked out of the void with a smile on his face. He was enveloped in a devilish charm from head to toe. Skeleton Demon Venerable, Wicked Playboy. These 2 Infinity Warlocks came as well. They are actually lurking in our Yu Province. When the warlocks saw the skeleton-like man and the handsome young man, their countenance changed dramatically, and fear shimmered in their eyes. The Skeleton Demon Venerable and the Wicked Playboy are both Infinity Warlocks of the demonic path. The Skeleton Demon Venerable likes to capture warlock powerhouses, absorb their brain matter and bone marrow, and refine them into skeletons. The Wicked Playboy, on the other hand, likes to capture a large number of handsome warlocks and use all kinds of wicked secret methods to turn them into his toys and slaves. The Skeleton Demon Venerable and the Wicked Playboy are peerless fiends who have been hunted by the Great Cloud Dynasty's Demon Hunting Division for many years. Such a terrifying monster naturally made those warlocks somewhat fearful. Although the Yu Province's 5 overlord rank powerhouses are tyrannical, but they are bound by the laws of the Great Cloud Dynasty after all. As such, they won't go against conscience or go insane. The Skeleton Demon Venerable and the Wicked Playboy, on the other hand, are unscrupulous fiends. Although they are naturally far weaker than the Yu Province's 5 overlords, but they strike fear into the hearts of low-level warlocks. The Blood Spear ancestor frowned and said decisively, "Okay, then we'll divide it into 7 equal parts. However, if you don't contribute, then don't even think about getting a shred of it." Chapter 699. The other 4 overlords frowned and tacitly agreed with the Blood Spear ancestor's words. For you province's 5 overlords to join forces to attack Undying Mountain in order to obtain a treasure that can enable them to break through the Godman boundary, they have shed all pretense of cordiality with Yang Feng's Undying Mountain. If Yang Feng's Undying Mountain escapes today, it will surely launch a fierce counterattack against you province's 5 overlords. You province's 5 overlords are all scheming and decisive people. After weighing the pros and cons, they immediately made a judgment and accepted the 2 Infinity Warlocks, the Skeleton Demon Venerable and the Wicked Playboy. You'll definitely regret it. Alexia took a deep look at the 7 Infinity Warlocks, then her figure fluttered, and she and Zhan Hongtao turned into 2 streams of light and flew towards Undying Mountain. In an instant, a dense rain of light shot out from Undying Mountain and barreled towards the 7 Infinity Warlocks. When the dense rain of light slammed into the 7 Infinity Warlocks, it couldn't even break through their life force field, only setting off ripples. A dense swarm of battle robots turned into a dark cloud of steel and rushed towards the 7 Infinity Warlocks. A bunch of ants. Skeleton Black Snow. The Skeleton Demon Venerable smiled ferociously, took out the level 9 secret treasure Myriad Skeleton Demon flag, and waved it. In an instant, boundless darkness enveloped an area 1,000 kilometers in radius, and a copious amount of black snow fell from the sky towards the 3rd-generation battle robots. In an instant, when the black snow fell on countless animals within an area 1,000 kilometers in radius, they trembled slightly, and their flesh and blood melted. At the same time, they mutated and turned into 2-meter-tall bloody skeletons exuding ferocity. Skeleton Black Snow is a powerful area of effect spell that the Skeleton Demon Venerable mastered. Within an area 1,000 kilometers in radius, even if it is a Starry Sky Warlock rank powerhouse, they will be easily eroded by the black snow, and all their flesh and life force will be transformed into a powerful bloody skeleton. Even if it is mechanical golems, once eroded by the black snow, all their energy will be extracted, and they will be transformed into strange mechanical skeletons. Light flashed on the bodies of the 3rd-generation battle robots, and a series of protective shields suddenly appeared. The black snow that fell on the shields only set off slight ripples, unable to harm them in the slightest. The indifferent Skeleton Demon Venerable revealed a trace of solemnity in his eyes. The mechanical puppets of the Undying Mountain have some tricks up their sleeves. The Blood Spear ancestor said solemnly, "Skeleton Archfiend, you deal with the mechanical puppets. Let's go inside and destroy all resistance from Undying Mountain." Among the 7 Infinity Warlocks, the Skeleton Demon Venerable is the weakest. But he is also the best at group battles and has countless trump cards. The Skeleton Demon Venerable once slaughtered all the human warlocks of a grade 4 plane and transformed them into blood skeletons. If the Director General of the Demon Hunting Division had not personally attacked and almost killed the Skeleton Demon Venerable, he would not have been so obedient and hid in Yu Province for thousands of years to recuperate. "Okay, leave this place to me." The Skeleton Demon Venerable cackled and silently recited an incantation. With a wave of the Myriad Skeleton's demon flag in his hand, countless blood skeletons flew out from the Myriad Skeleton's demon flag and pounced on the battle robots. Bombarded by a rain of light, the blood skeletons were crushed one after another. However, the blood skeletons inside the Myriad Bones demon flag are practically endless. After being killed, they flew out again and fought the 3rd-generation battle robots. The figures of the other 6 Infinity Warlocks fluttered, and they flew towards the center of Undying Mountain with overbearing auras. Before long, fleets of airships carrying the experts of the 5 major forces appeared from the void and flew into Undying Mountain. The Warlocks watching from the sidelines operated secret methods and flew into Undying Mountain. A powerful force like Undying Mountain that can give birth to infinity warlocks can create a powerful warlock group as long as it has a bit of resources and knowledge. Many rogue cultivators develop their own warlock groups by plundering the knowledge and resources of large warlock groups that have been destroyed. When the 5 overlords of Yu province sensed Yang Feng's aura breaking through the Godman boundary, they prepared for an all-out war. But with their absolute strength, they came first, wanting to capture Yang Feng before the medicinal power of the Sun God Empyrean flower is completely consumed, and then refine him into a top elixir. Go to hell. In midair, the dragon elephant ancestor roared and sent a fist containing the law of power barreling forward, and a huge dragon elephant projection suddenly appeared and barreled forward. Under the crushing of the dragon elephant phantom, all the main battle robots that collided with it were instantly shaken into powder and drifted away with the wind. With just one strike, the dragon elephant ancestor destroyed thousands of third-generation battle robots. This is the terror of infinity warlocks. With the dragon elephant ancestor leading the way, the other 5 infinity warlocks followed behind him and flew into Undying Mountain. Among the 7 infinity warlocks, the dragon elephant ancestor has the strongest life force field, and his recovery ability is far greater than that of the other infinity warlocks. He is the most suitable powerhouse to open a path. The dragon elephant ancestor was like a rampaging and invincible tank. Wherever he passed, all the third-class battle robots were annihilated and couldn't harm him in the slightest. Activate the highest-level Skynet annihilation system. Annihilation target, Infinity Warlock. An electronically synthesized mechanical voice reverberated in Undying Mountain's base. Countless nodes of the Undying Mountain suddenly opened up, and 10-meter-long cylindrical crystal pillars abruptly burst out of the ground. Underground, countless super-strong propulsion furnaces operated at full power and roared wildly. The 10-meter-long cylindrical crystal pillars suddenly shot out white threads that extended in all directions. Within a few breaths of time, a huge net covering Undying Mountain's sphere of influence suddenly appeared and frantically devoured the energy of heaven and earth around Undying Mountain. This is a magic suppression array. The faces of the warlocks within Undying Mountain's sphere of influence suddenly changed dramatically. They discovered to their horror that they can't freely manipulate the energy of heaven and earth. Some elemental warlocks fell from the sky and were instantly chopped into pieces by the third-generation battle robots. The defensive spells around the bodies of many warlocks collapsed directly, leaving only their life force fields. The boundless darkness released by the Myriad Bones demon flag collapsed as well, and the blood skeletons, who seem to be inexhaustible and possess an undying nature, became extremely weak. Most of the large-scale spells cast by warlocks used a portion of life magic energy to pry open all kinds of energies in the world and form all kinds of formidable and unimaginably terrifying spells. As soon as the magic suppression array appeared, the energy of heaven and earth disappeared, and the warlocks can only use the life force inside them. The power of the spells dropped by more than 70% at once. Damn it! So this is Undying Mountain. Sure enough, these major forces aren't to be trifled with. The skeleton demon Venerable's face fell, and he waved his hand, and the Myriad Bones demon flag sucked countless blood skeletons into it, and then rolled it around him. Following a series of distortions, the skeleton demon Venerable turned into a 30-meter-tall giant skeleton covered in countless sharp blades, with 2 horns on the head, and a body made of thick blood-colored skulls. In the magic suppression domain, top warlocks fight by transforming into existences with tyrannical fleshly strength. When the skeleton demon Venerable transformed into the giant skeleton, his figure fluttered, and he rushed into the crowd of third-generation battle robots. Boom! Boom! The sound of huge explosions rang incessantly. Even though the skeleton demon Venerable can't use incredible spells, but he still destroyed a large number of third-generation battle robots by relying on his terrifying fleshly strength. The Blood Spear ancestor sensed the change in the energy of heaven and earth and sneered, "Magic suppression domain. Is this Undying Mountain's trump card? It's just a so-so." We aren't trash like elemental warlocks. Within the magic suppression domain, both friend and foe are shrouded by the magic suppression domain. Even Undying Mountain's warlocks can't use powerful spells. The 5 Overlord-level powerhouses of Yu Province were all battle-hardened powerhouses. Each of them was incomparably tyrannical. Even if they were fighting in the anti-magic domain, they were not afraid at all. Begin the second phase of annihilation. Activate Void Lock. Along with the cold voices, countless black chains shot out from the net formed by the round crystal pillars. The black chains swept towards the 7 Infinity Warlocks who entered the Undying Mountain. Humph! Shatter! The Blood Spear Ancestor snorted coldly and stabbed down with the level 9 Secret Treasure God Slayer Blood Spear, and blood-colored spear afterimages shot towards the black chains. Under the barrage of the spear afterimages, countless black chains collapsed. The Dragon Elephant Patriarch roared madly. Every time he punched, a Dragon Elephant Phantom would crush the countless black chains. The figure of the Dragon Snake Ancestor fluttered, and he turned into a 30-meter-tall extraordinary life-form Letadu Dragon Winged Snake Ultimate Form engraved with countless runes, a dragon head, a snake body, and 6 pairs of dragon wings on the back. The Letadu Dragon Winged Snake is an extraordinary life-form from Letadu Plane. The ultimate form of the Letadu Dragon Winged Snake is a Blazing Angel rank life form. Above the ultimate form, there is the perfect form. Each perfect form of the Letadu Dragon Winged Snake even possesses Warlock Monarch rank battle prowess. After the Dragon Serpent Ancestor transformed into the ultimate form of the Dragon Winged Demonic Snake, he opened his mouth and spat out a black beam of light. Countless black chains collapsed in the beam of light. Chapter 700. The Gale Venerable Lord's figure fluttered, and he turned into a 100-meter-tall Gale Giant covered in countless mysterious runes. Gale Giants are extraordinary life forms that can innately control the law of wind. They come and go like the wind, they are the darlings of the wind. Even though they have lost all elemental force, but they still possess fearsome fleshly bodies and formidable fighting skills. After the Gale Venerable Lord transformed into a Gale Giant, he slashed down with a Gale Blade formed from the Law of Wind, and the overlapped blade rays sliced the black chains into pieces. The 7-color Rose Garden's Garden Master silently recited an incantation and waved her lily-white hand, and the level 9 Secret Treasure 7-color rose in her hand burst out with 7-colored light. Countless 7-colored rose petals suddenly flew out and formed a flower petal vortex. When the black chains collided with the flower petal vortex, they collapsed and disappeared. The wicked playboy is slightly weaker than the Yu Province's 5 overlords. He silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and a level 8 Secret Treasure Light Lightning Shield suddenly appeared beside him and released countless lightning bolts that protected him. The countless black chains suddenly expanded and pounced towards the evil playboy like countless tentacles. Countless lightning bolts flickered, and the black chains collapsed one by one. At this moment, thousands of kilometers away, on a seemingly empty mountain, a resplendent beam suddenly shot out, slammed into the light lightning shield, and devoured the level 8 Secret Treasure Light Lightning Shield along with the wicked playboy. No! Along with miserable screams, the wicked playboy's fleshly body was devoured by the beam and disappeared. Amid strange distortions, the evil playboy's infinity core formed a fleshly body a dozen-plus kilometers away in a breath of time. The black chains stabbed into the wicked playboy's fleshly body and frantically extracted his life force. The wicked playboy screamed miserably, "Save me! Save me!" A black sword ray descended from the sky and slashed the wicked playboy's fleshly body. Fearsome fallen angel fire enveloped the wicked playboy's soul and extinguished it. After Alexia killed the wicked playboy with a sword strike, her figure fluttered, and she hid behind the countless pitch-black chains. Blood Spear Ancestor's eyes flashed solemnly as he roared, "Retreat! This was a trap. If we fight here, we will all die. Leave this place." An extremely dazzling pillar of light shot out from another void that seemed to have nothing. It struck the Blood Spear Patriarch's body in an instant and engulfed him completely. The Blood Spear Ancestor radiated multicolored light, and all kinds of magic shields suddenly appeared and were blasted apart by the dazzling beam in an instant. The Blood Spear Ancestor intended to execute other secret techniques to escape, yet he noticed to his horror that the entire space was enveloped by the extremely strange black chains, causing him to be unable to execute those various extremely strange secret techniques to escape at all. No! Amidst a shrill cry, the insufferably arrogant Bloodied Spear Ancestor was struck by the extremely dazzling pillar of light, and he was completely devoured, turning into countless pieces that flew in all directions. The Blood Spear Ancestor's infinity core flew out like a meteor. But it has just flown for less than 3 kilometers, when a fallen angel sword containing fallen angel fire slashed the Blood Spear Ancestor's infinity core and extinguished the Blood Spear Ancestor's soul. Alexia extended her hand and took away the Blood Spear Ancestor's infinity core, and then her figure fluttered and she disappeared. When the remaining U Province's 4 overlords saw this scene, they felt a chill in their hearts. Among the U Province's 5 overlords, the Blood Spear Ancestor is the strongest existence. Like the Dragon Elephant Ancestor, he is virtually invincible in head-on battles. Yet such a fearsome existence was blasted to death, which made the 4 overlords feel a chill in their hearts. The Dragon Elephant Ancestor roared, "Undying Mountain's powerhouses, come out and fight us if you have the guts. Hiding your head and relying on secret treasures, what kind of hero are you?" A dazzling pillar of light suddenly shot out from another part of the void and barreled towards the Dragon Elephant Ancestor. Break! The Dragon Elephant Patriarch took a deep breath, and his body swelled up. With a roar, he punched out. The Dragon Elephant roared, and the image of a huge dragon elephant brought with it a pressure that could shatter a world as it shot toward the beam of light. Once the extraordinary life form Remoto Dragon Elephant evolves to the ultimate form, it will be a terrifying existence comparable to a blazing angel. As long as an ultimate form Remoto Dragon Elephant slams into a grade 9 plane, it will be able to smash it to pieces. The Dragon Elephant Ancestor has been cultivating the secret method in the direction of evolution towards the ultimate form Remoto Dragon Elephant. At this time, he has already cultivated the secret method to the pinnacle realm. Once he operates the secret method, he will be comparable to 90% of the power of an ultimate form Remoto Dragon Elephant. When the ultimate form Remoto Dragon Elephant Phantom slammed into the dazzling pillar of light, it roared wildly and blasted apart the dazzling pillar of light that can seriously injure an Infinity Warlock. Almost at the same time, another dazzling pillar of light shot out from behind, slammed into the Dragon Elephant Ancestor's back, and vaporized the Dragon Elephant Ancestor in an instant. After the Dragon Elephant Ancestor's fleshly body was vaporized, a pitch-black sword ray flashed and slashed at the Dragon Elephant Ancestor's infinity core, and fallen angel fire extinguished the Dragon Elephant Ancestor's soul. That kind of attack can be fired consecutively. The Gale Venerable Lord, 7-Color Rose Garden's Garden Master, and the Dragon Snake Ancestor felt a chill in their hearts. They have always believed that an attack that can slay an Infinity Warlock can only be fired once. Obviously, their conjecture is not correct. Break! Eyes shot with blood, the Gale Venerable Lord roared. Countless sharp blades formed from the Law of Wind ejected from the Gale Giant he has transformed into, and he fled towards the outside of Undying Mountain's fief. Originally, with the power of the Gale Giant, under the effect of the Law of Wind, he could cross tens of kilometers with each step he took. But in the sealed grounds of Undying Mountain, the black chains were everywhere. The Gale Giant only took one step forward, but the black chains were already everywhere. He felt as if the void had been frozen, and he was like a bug stuck on a spider web. Just taking a step forward was extremely difficult. At the same time, that step only covered a distance of 100 meters. In that split second, innumerable black chains strangely pierced into the body of the Gale Giant who was intent on escaping, frantically extracting the power within his body and causing his movements to stagnate slightly. An incomparably bright beam of light shot out from the void once again. In the blink of an eye, it blasted the Gale giant's body, shattering it inch by inch. The Gale Venerable Lord's Infinity Core has just appeared, when the elusive Alexia slashed his soul and took it away. Shatter for me. The dragon snake ancestor's body swelled, and he belched black beams barreling towards Undying Mountain's fief. When the black beams slammed into the empty space, the invisible main artilleries capable of slaying infinity warlocks shattered and collapsed. Under the frenzied attack of the dragon snake ancestor, the main artilleries that have been fired before were all destroyed. When the dragon serpent ancestor destroyed the artillery one after another, a resplendent beam shot out from the black chains again, slammed into the dragon serpent ancestor, and blasted him into pieces. Alexia, who is hidden in the endless darkness, suddenly appeared and slashed at the dragon snake ancestor's infinity core with her sword. Caught you. 7-Color Rose Garden's Garden Master, capture her. Only by capturing her will we have a chance at survival. From a black dot, a ray of light shone, and the dragon snake ancestor suddenly came back to life. He burned his blood essence and soul, unleashed the peerless secret method Seal God Snake Lock, and turned into 99 snake locks that wrapped around Alexia. Alexia frowned slightly and countless fallen angel flames appeared on her body, frantically burning the 99 snake chains. The dragon serpent ancestor's face twisted under the burning of the fallen angel flames, but he firmly locked Alexia's movements. Infinity warlocks are proficient in countless powerful secret methods, some of which can trap and seriously injure warlock monarchs. Therefore, no one will go all out against an infinity warlock for no reason. Rose Seal. A cold ray streaked past the beautiful eyes of 7-Color Rose Garden's Garden Master, and the 7-color rose in her hand burst out with 7-colored light, formed 7 petals, and flew towards Alexia. Once hit by the 7 petals, even a quasi-warlock monarch rank powerhouse will have their power sealed. Alexia's beautiful eyes shimmered with ridicule. A sun suddenly rose in the area, and the ultimate form 6-winged sun-devouring centipede appeared and belched a resplendent beam of fire that enveloped the 7 petals. Burned by the terrifying pillar of fire, the 7 petals burst into flames, turned into black smoke, and disappeared. Ultimate form 6-winged sun-devouring centipede. When the dragon snake ancestor and 7-color Rose Garden's Garden Master saw this scene, their eyes shimmered with despair. The ultimate form 6-winged sun-devouring centipede is an extraordinary life form on the same level as blazing angels. Unless they have a monarch-grade secret treasure or formed a virtual world, ordinary infinity warlocks are not their opponents. Chapter 701. Hand over your souls. Submit to me, or you'll all die. Black Dragon Serpent and 7-color Rose Garden will also be destroyed because of you. Yang Feng's voice echoed in the area, full of majesty and cruelty. Ha ha ha. Who do you think you are? You want me to submit to you? Dream on. Even Bai Wuxia can't make me submit. I can be the dragon serpent ancestor. Unless you're a warlock emperor, I can only be an infinity warlock. Otherwise, there's no way I'll submit to you. Let me go. Otherwise, even if I have to risk my life, I'll set a curse on your blazing angel and have her strength decline until the glorious dawn warlock rank for 10,000 years. The dragon serpent ancestor, who was coiled around Alexia, laughed and roared crazily. Then go to hell. Alexia showed a bewitching smile, and countless black sword rays slashed at the dragon serpent ancestor attached to her body. The dragon serpent ancestor was cut into dozens of pieces, and then blasted away by a terrifying force gushing out of Alexia. A resplendent beam shot from afar, slammed into the dragon serpent ancestor's fleshly body, and vaporized it. Alexia slashed at the dragon serpent ancestor's infinity core and extinguished his soul, and then grabbed the dragon serpent ancestor's infinity core. After killing the dragon serpent ancestor, Alexia licked her red lips, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent, and she locked on the 7-color Rose Garden's Garden Master. The ultimate form 6-winged sun-devouring centipede coiled up and sealed off the 7-color Rose Garden's Garden Master's retreat. There was a flash of struggle on the pretty face of the seven-color rose garden's garden master, and she finally sighed faintly, "I know. I'm willing to open my soul and let you set up a restriction. Besides, the seven-color rose garden will join the undying mountain. Please take us in, young master. Don't resist." Countless black chains extended and stabbed into the seven-color rose garden's garden master and sealed most of her power. The flower master of the rainbow rose garden did not resist at all. He knew very well that once he resisted, only death would await him. "Open your soul." When the seven-color rose garden's garden master heard Yang Feng's order, she silently recited an incantation, and a tender and beautiful seven-color rose projection appeared behind her and released soul aura. The void distorted, and Yang Feng's true God Empyrean imprint suddenly flew out and suspended above the soul of the seven-color rose garden's garden master. Countless black chains formed from runes stabbed into the soul of the seven-color rose garden's garden master and formed Yang Feng's brand. Annihilation mode ended. A mechanical voice echoed in the undying mountain's territory, and the countless black chains disappeared. Seven-color rose garden's garden master looked around and saw the remains of warlocks everywhere. All the warlocks who followed the five overlords into undying mountain's fief are dead. Skeleton demon sovereign. He's also dead. The eyes of the seven-color rose garden's garden master suddenly narrowed, and she saw a bloody skeleton as tall as a mountain lying on the ground. There is a huge hole in its head. Clearly, someone dug out its infinity core and killed it. They're all dead. All the warlocks who went in are dead. Is this the strength of Undying Mountain? Except for the seven-color rose garden's garden master, everyone else is dead. Undying Mountain dared to kill everyone. Do they want to make an enemy of all warlock groups in Yu Province? After the strange black chains disappeared, the warlocks who were spying on everything from a distance saw the mess inside Undying Mountain and the remains of warlocks everywhere, and a chill welled up in their hearts. None of Yu Province's 5 overlords is a match for the 10 great sects. But when the 5 overlords join forces, even forces like the 10 great sects will fear them. Now that the elites of Yu Province's 5 overlords attacked Undying Mountain, yet they couldn't even hold on for a day before being wiped out. This is simply appalling. At this moment, the bright beam that attracted countless laws of heaven and earth from Undying Mountain slowly disappeared, and junior bright world warlock rank fluctuations of power spread from Undying Mountain. As expected of the sun god Empyrean flower. It allowed my soul aptitude to break through to inferior level 9, and even promoted to a bright world warlock. In the secret room, Yang Feng's true body slowly opened his eyes. Feeling the surging power inside him, the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. According to Yang Feng's calculations, it would take him at least 30 years to break through the glorious sun warlock boundary and promote to a bright world warlock. With the help of the sun god Empyrean flower, Yang Feng easily crossed 30 years and promoted to a bright world warlock in one fell swoop, truly standing at the top of this world. No matter which plane it is, bright world warlocks are top powerhouses. In Feisua plane, the dark elf Lolth, who was an intermediate divine force rank god, has become a primary god of the dark elves. Even in Sangji plane, bright world warlocks are first-rate powerhouses. Each of them is a great elder of a sect and wields supreme authority. Then it's time to attack. To dare attack my Undying Mountain, Yu Province's warlocks are really bold. It seems that I have to purge them and let them know who the master of Yu Province is. Killing intent streaked past Yang Feng's eyes, and his figure fluttered and he disappeared from the secret room. Before long, a dense crowd of battle robots, huge battle stars, and interstellar carriers flew out of Undying Mountain and flew towards the nearest heart of Dragon Elephant Warlock Group. Those are Undying Mountain's golems. So many. Undying Mountain dispatched so many golems. What do they want? When the surrounding warlocks using various spells saw the dense crowd of golems, a chill ran down their spines, fear streaked past their eyes, and an unclear premonition welled up inside them. Heart of Dragon Elephant's headquarters, in a reception hall, there are 6 people sitting. These 6 people are glorious sun warlocks of Heart of Dragon Elephant. In the center of the reception hall, there is a huge crystal ball. From the crystal ball, you can see a dense crowd of battle robots rushing towards Heart of Dragon Elephant. Heart of Dragon Elephant's sect master looked at the dense crowd of battle robots with a dignified look in his eyes and a bitter smile. They're here. They're so fast. An elder of Heart of Dragon Elephant sneered, even if they come, what can they do? Heart of Dragon Elephant is a legal sect registered in Great Cloud Dynasty. If they dare to attack us, they'll be making an enemy of Great Cloud Dynasty. An elder of Heart of Dragon Elephant roared, for Undying Mountain to kill a great elder of Heart of Dragon Elephant, we should go to Great Cloud Dynasty and sue them for their evil deeds. The other 3 elders of Heart of Dragon Elephant also clamored, wanting to use Heart of Dragon Elephant's connections in Great Cloud Dynasty to teach Yang Feng a lesson. People of Heart of Dragon Elephant, listen up. Surrender to Undying Mountain unconditionally at once, or you'll die. A voice reverberated in Heart of Dragon Elephant, and the faces of Heart of Dragon Elephant's warlocks revealed looks of alarm. With a flash of light, Heart of Dragon Elephant's sect master appeared outside Heart of Dragon Elephant. As soon as he came outside, he saw the dense mechanical legion in the sky. Heart of Dragon Elephant's sect master said unhurriedly, I am Heart of Dragon Elephant's sect master Nya Tian, Undying Mountain's young master. Heart of Dragon Elephant is a legal sect registered in Great Cloud Dynasty and protected by Great Cloud Dynasty's laws. You. Kill them all. Sitting in a luxurious litter, Yang Feng interrupted coldly. Alexia's figure fluttered, and she turned into a resplendent black ray that flickered, and then appeared behind Heart of Dragon Elephant's sect master. A look of horror and despair on his face, Heart of Dragon Elephant's sect master's body disintegrated in an instant, and all his life force was extinguished. Accompanied by the rumbling of engines, the dense swarm of battle robots flew towards Heart of Dragon Elephant's headquarters like raindrops. Alexia's figure flickered, and she flickered several times inside Heart of Dragon Elephant's headquarters, easily slaying the remaining glorious sun warlocks. The dense swarm of battle robots poured into Heart of Dragon Elephant like a tide, and miserable screams came from inside Heart of Dragon Elephant. 7-Color Rose Garden's garden master felt a chill in her heart. Fortunately, I submitted to him. Otherwise, 7-Color Rose Garden would become like this as well. Yang Feng glanced at 7-Color Rose Garden's garden master and asked flatly, what's your name? 7-Color Rose Garden's garden master replied respectfully, this subordinate's name is Zhuobing. Yang Feng uttered, go and unify 7-Color Rose Garden. Wait for me to take over. Yes. My lord. Zhuobing responded respectfully, turned into a stream of light, and flew towards 7-Color Rose Garden. Next target, Heart of Gale. Yang Feng left 3 million battle robots and a fleet to guard Heart of Dragon Elephant, and the huge fleet continued to move in the direction of Yu Province's other overlord, Heart of Gale. Before long, the glorious Sun Warlock rank powerhouse inside the Heart of Gale was easily slayed by Alexia, and countless battle robots submerged the Heart of Gale. After destroying Heart of Gale, Yang Feng separated a fleet to guard it and continued to attack Blood Spear sect. There is still a huge gap between Yu Province's 5 overlords and the 10 great sects, that is, their underlying strength is insufficient. Their sects don't have barriers strong enough to quell Infinity Warlocks. This is how Yang Feng destroyed them one by one. Chapter 702. The headquarters of the demonic dragon serpent were completely surrounded by countless primary battle robots. People of the Black Devil Dragon Serpent, listen up. Immediately surrender to my Undying Mountain, or you will all die. Alexia's voice resounded in the headquarters of the demonic dragon serpent, filled with killing intent. How arrogant! This is the Great Cloud Dynasty. What gives you the guts to be so presumptuous here? With a cold snort, a young, burly man with short black hair and a handsome face slowly walked out with his hands behind his back. He exuded an arrogant aura and slowly walked out from the crowd. Behind the young man, the Black Devil Dragon Serpent Sect Master and 3 elders stared at Yang Feng sitting on the luxurious litter with resentment in their eyes. The young man with an unruly expression glanced at Yang Feng, his eyes shimmered with an unruly glint, and he said coldly, "I am Bai Yu, the butler of Prince Kong Manor. The demonic dragon serpent sect leader has already agreed to pledge allegiance to me, Prince Kong. They are now part of my Prince Kang's household. People of the Undying Mountain, get out of my way immediately. Otherwise, don't blame my Prince Kang's estate for being impolite." As one of the 13 Grand Princes of the Great Cloud Dynasty, Grand Prince Kong is an Infinity Warlock. It has a huge force in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Yu Province was one of Prince Kang's territories. Originally, there were still 5 warlock groups in Yu Province that could contend against Grand Prince Kong Mansion. But now that Yang Feng eliminated 4 of the 5 warlock groups and Black Devil Dragon Serpent chose to side with Grand Prince Kong, there was no one in Yu Province that Grand Prince Kong Mansion was afraid of. Sitting in the luxurious litter, Yang Feng looked at Bai Yu indifferently and uttered coldly, "Great Elder Black Devil Dragon Serpent just attacked our Undying Mountain. How does your Prince Kong intend to deal with this matter?" Bai Yu laughed coldly and said, "The Black Devil Dragon Snake has already submitted to my Prince Kang's estate. Young Lord Lei Ming, you actually dared to kill it. If you don't give an explanation to our Prince Kang's residence, I will not let you off. Then I will definitely report to His Royal Highness and ask him to report you to the Imperial Court." The demonic dragon serpent sect leader's face darkened as he smiled viciously. "That's right, Prince Kong likes to collect beauties from various races, and we're still lacking a blazing angel. Lei Ming, hand over the blazing angel beside you to Prince Kong. Otherwise, Prince Kong will definitely submit a memorial to the Imperial Court and ask your Undying Mountain to get lost from our Yuzhou." The warlocks inside the Black Devil Dragon Serpent stared at Yang Feng in the sky, their eyes full of ridicule. Bai Yu's eyes flickered, and he stared at Yang Feng and sneered, "Did you hear that? Liman, hand over the blazing angel beside you. Otherwise, your Undying Mountain will leave you province." Interesting. With this, Thunder Cry is in trouble. An Infinity Warlock rank Blazing Angel and Undying Mountain's foundation in Yu Province, this is definitely a dilemma. No matter which side he chooses, it will be a huge loss to him. In the distance, the warlocks cast their spells and took in the entire scene. Without powerful spells to conceal the battlefield, the warlocks can rely on all kinds of incredible spells to see and hear the scene in the distance. Yang Feng said with a cold smile, "Interesting. A bunch of ants dare to talk to me like this. What gives you the guts? Kill them all. Kill the people of Black Devil Dragon Serpent first." Alexia's beautiful eyes shimmered with killing intent. Her figure fluttered, and she appeared in front of Black Devil Dragon Serpent Sect Master and slashed out with her sword. With a flash of resplendent black light, a look of horror on his face, Black Devil Dragon Serpent Sect Master's body split into countless pieces. Engines roared, and countless battle robots poured into Black Devil Dragon Serpent's headquarters like a tide and madly slaughtered all the human warlocks they saw. "Help! I don't want to die. No, don't." A copious amount of blood dyed Black Devil Dragon Serpent's headquarters red. Countless warlocks died tragically under the attack of the battle robots. Trembling with anger, Bai Yu stared at Yang Feng and roared with resentment in his eyes, "Lei Ming, you've got guts. You're dead. You're dead. When I go back, I'll report everything you've done to His Highness Grand Prince. Your Undying Mountain is finished." There was a smile of ridicule in Yang Feng's eyes, and he uttered indifferently, "Do you think you can go back alive? Kill me." The 6-winged sun-devouring centipede's ultimate form flapped its wings, and like a natural disaster, it turned into a ray of sunlight and flew towards Bai Yu. In an instant, it appeared in front of Bai Yu and opened its bloody mouth to bite him. Bai Yu's eyes shimmered with despair. "No. Stop! Accompanied by Pinnacle Bright World Warlock Rancora, a thunderous voice came from afar. Crack! Along with a crisp sound, by you, the glorious Dawn Warlock Rank General Supervisor of Grand Prince Kong Manor, was swallowed by the ultimate form six-winged sun-devouring centipede and chewed in big mouthfuls. A ray of black light suddenly appeared in the void, forming a tall, sturdy, and handsome man in black armor. However, his face was ashen. This young man is Major General Holy Light, the commander of Great Cloud Dynasty's 1.08 million warlock army. In Yu Province, Major General Holy Light is one of Yu Province's 3 tycoons. He represents the dignity of Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court. Even the 5 Infinity Warlocks have to show him some respect, not daring to offend him at will. Major General Holy Light stared at Yang Feng with a complicated look in his eyes, and he sighed slowly. Young Master Lei Ming, you killed Grand Prince Kong Manor's General Supervisor. Grand Prince Kong Manor won't let this go. Why did you have to be so ruthless? Yang Feng glanced at Major General Holy Light and said flatly, Grand Prince Kong Manor's people are going too far. My Undying Mountain isn't a force that anyone can bully at will. Major General Holy Light, I'll give you a chance. Submit to me and join my Undying Mountain, or die here. With a flash of black light, Alexia appeared behind Major General Holy Light. Countless rays of light shone, and the ultimate form six-winged sun-devouring centipede appeared in front of Major General Holy Light. A dense swarm of battle robots rumbled and suddenly flew out, formed a fearsome array, and surrounded Major General Holy Light. Major General Holy Light's face flickered, and he asked coldly, is your Undying Mountain rebelling? Yang Feng replied flatly, rebelling? How is that possible? However, there are too many traitors in Imperial Court. We, the Undying Mountain, want to rid the Great Cloud Dynasty of those fiends colluding with the other races. Major General Holy Light, if you're unwilling to submit to our Undying Mountain, then you're a fiend who colluded with other races. According to Great Cloud Dynasty's law, you'll be punished with 9 familial extermination. Haha. I, Major General Holy Light, am a good man of Great Cloud Dynasty. How can I yield to you rebels? If you want my life, then come and kill me with your own abilities. Major General Holy Light smiled boldly, his eyes shone brightly, and he extended his hand, and a level 8 secret treasure Holy Light spear appeared in his hand. Alexia's figure fluttered, and she appeared beside Great General Holy Light, leaving behind afterimages. Countless sword rays shot towards Great General Holy Light like raindrops. Major General Holy Light also operated the level 8 secret treasure Holy Light spear, and his body turned into resplendent light and fought fiercely with Alexia. Countless rays of light and darkness collided. Every time light and darkness collided, the surroundings shook and set off ripples. After a dozen-plus breaths of time, Alexia is still spotless, but Major General Holy Light is already riddled with scars. There are sword wounds on his body burning with fallen angel fire. Infinity Warlock rank blazing angels are really extraordinary. I'm not your opponent, but it won't be that easy to kill me, Major General Holy Light. In the sky, Major General Holy Light waved his hand, and a huge magic beam suddenly flew out. As soon as the huge magic beam flew out, countless runes shone, and countless rays of light formed a 10,000-strong magic beam army. The magic beam monarch at the head even exudes bright world warlock rank fluctuations of power. The magic beam army is one of Major General Holy Light's trump cards, Ogre Magic Beans. If the Ogre Magic Beam Monarch is cultivated to the peak, it can even evolve into an Infinity Warlock rank existence. When the 10,000-strong Magic Beam army joins forces, it can contend against a slightly weaker junior Infinity Warlock. Of course, they aren't an opponent of Infinity Warlocks. But as cannon fodder, they can block an Infinity Warlock. The Magic Beam army has just appeared, when a resplendent beam of light slammed into the Magic Beam army and vaporized it in an instant. Alexia slashed at Major General Holy Light with her sword. Major General Holy Light raised the Holy Light spear to block, and then sword blades formed from fallen angel force slashed at Major General Holy Light and cut open numerous wounds on him. At the same time, Major General Holy Light was seriously injured. At this moment, a dazzling sunlight shone, and the ultimate form six-winged sun-devouring centipede swallowed Major General Holy Light and chewed him up. He killed Major General Holy Light. Undying Mountain killed Major General Holy Light. They're rebelling. Damn it, it seems that Yu Province is going to undergo a great change. Yu Province? No, the entire Great Cloud Dynasty is going to undergo a great upheaval. When the spectating warlocks saw Yang Feng slay Major General Holy Light unscrupulously, a chill welled up in their hearts. Only those who want to rebel will kill people from Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court unscrupulously. Otherwise, everyone will be wary of the emissaries sent by Great Cloud Dynasty. Chapter 703. Yu Province, Great Cloud Dynasty's Military Command. Major General Holy Light was killed by Undying Mountain's Lei Ming. In the military command, Major General Tempest, one of Yu Province's 4 great generals, looked at a broken soul lamp, and his eyes flickered with cold light. Major General Tempest shouted into a cylindrical loudspeaker, "Convey my order. The army is to enter level 1 state of war at once, 1,000 kilometers away." Battlestars that look like mechanical behemoths refined from steel shone brightly on their main artillery. In the next moment, huge beams of light blasted into the Great Cloud Dynasty's command headquarters in Yu Province. Multicolored magic shields lit up on the Great Cloud Dynasty's command headquarters. But under the dazzling beams of light, the multicolored magic shields shattered one by one, and the command headquarters was erased from the earth by the Battlestar's concentrated fire. A dense rain of light barreled towards the Great Cloud Dynasty's barracks, and the warlock towers erected in the barracks were blasted to pieces by the bombardment of the light beams. Before they could react, countless warlocks of Great Cloud Dynasty's military camp were blasted apart by the rain of light. A dense swarm of battle robots flew into the barracks like raindrops and slayed the warlocks of the Great Cloud Dynasty. What's going on? Damn it! Rebellion! Undying Mountain launched a rebellion. What do we do? The Great Cloud Dynasty's military department fell into chaos, and the warlocks scrambled around like headless flies. In the Great Cloud Dynasty's military headquarters, many powerful weapons were blasted by countless beams of light before they could be activated, and they were blown apart. Countless Great Cloud Dynasty's warlocks die in battle at virtually every moment. Undying Mountain's bastards! Along with an angry roar, ripples flickered, and a 10,000-meter-long archaic dragon engraved with countless mysterious runes flew out of the void and exuded Junior Infinity Warlock rank life force. This archaic dragon is Great Cloud Dynasty's military department's trump card to suppress Yu Province. This archaic dragon is a powerful secret treasure refined by Great Cloud Dynasty's Secret Treasure Division. It can gather the power of all warlocks. If enough warlocks are used as a power source, it can even exert pinnacle Infinity Warlock rank battle prowess. As soon as the Archean dragon appeared, it opened its mouth and spat out a black beam of light containing the laws of corrosion and withering. The beam pierced through the void and blasted towards an interstellar aircraft carrier in the distance that was constantly releasing various fighter jets. The interstellar carrier activated a huge energy shield, forming a shield that blocked in front of the black beam. The black beam shot out by the primordial dragon instantly blasted the shield-shaped barrier, and the power of the law of corrosion erupted. The shield distorted and collapsed, completely devoured by the black pillar of light. Rumble! Amidst an earth-shattering explosion, the huge star-class carrier was torn to shreds, and countless parts flew in all directions, completely disintegrating. With a flash of black light, Alexia, who is equipped with the ruler armor, blurred into motion, appeared on the head of the archaic dragon, and slashed at the head of the archaic dragon with a great sword derived from the ruler armor. The body of the archaic dragon is extremely hard. Strengthened by the spell, even an infinity warlock would find it very difficult to break its scales. However, Alexia operated the ruler sword with all her strength, and a huge hole was cut open on the huge scales. Alexia's figure fluttered, and she turned into a stream of black light that entered the head of the archaic dragon. Inside the body of the archaic dragon, there is a huge space with 36 warlock towers, each of which radiates powerful light that entered the countless runes in the sky. The runes that appeared in the sky are the central runes that control the archaic dragon. It is by relying on the countless runes that warlocks can control the fearsome weapons of war like the archaic dragon. Damn blazing angel, undying mountain's lackey. Today, this place will be your burial ground. From within the warlock pagoda came a roar brimming with resentment. Alexia's figure fluttered, and she appeared in front of a warlock tower. She brandished her sword, and a 100-meter-long pitch-black sword ray slashed at the warlock tower in a flash. The warlock tower's energy shield was completely broken, and the warlock tower was split in two. One after another, warlocks scrambled to fly out of the warlock pagoda in alarm. They had just flown halfway when pitch-black flames that seemed capable of devouring everything engulfed the warlocks and burned them to ashes. When the warlock tower was destroyed by Alexia's sword strike, 1/36 of the countless runes in midair collapsed, and the aura of the archaic dragon suddenly dropped to the pinnacle bright world warlock realm. So strong. So this is an infinity warlock rank blazing angel. Too strong. Curses. In the other 35 warlock towers, the warlocks looked at Alexia with despair in their eyes. Alexia brandished her sword, and a resplendent black sword ray instantly slashed at a warlock tower. The warlock tower that ordinary infinity warlocks find difficult to destroy was cut in half, and terrifying dark energy eroded the warlocks inside the warlock tower, ignited their souls, and burned them to ashes. Stop. We surrender. Stop killing. A helpless and desperate voice came from a warlock tower, and a junior bright world warlock flew out, stood in front of Alexia with an ashen face, and sighed, "I am Major General Thunderclap. We surrender, please stop. Major General Holy Light is dead, and the two Infinity Warlocks Major General Tempest and Major General Jade Dawn were killed in the first round of shelling. Even if the remaining Major General Thunderclap goes all out, he is not the opponent of Alexia equipped with the ruler armor. In U Province's military department, there are still two weapons, the Archaic Giant and the Archaic Dragon Fiend. Once they exert their full power, they are comparable to Infinity Warlocks. However, due to Yang Feng's surprise attack, the warlocks of U Province's military department suffered heavy casualties. They have no chance to use these two powerful weapons. Major General Thunderclap can only choose to surrender. With Major General Thunderclap surrendering, there is no force in U Province that can compete with Yang Feng's forces. In U Province, countless warlock groups have either fled or chosen to submit to Yang Feng's Undying Mountain. When Grand Prince Kong Manor's forces in U Province heard that U Province's military department was wiped out by Yang Feng, they immediately fled. Great Cloud Dynasty's lesser province Qi Province, in a villa. Interesting, has Undying Mountain been forced to rebel by the Bai family? It seems that the Bai family has been in that position for too long. It's starting to degenerate and corrupt. A handsome man dressed in a silver-white warlock robe and exuding a wicked aura revealed a strange smile. It's impossible for a trifling Undying Mountain to overthrow Great Cloud Dynasty. Let me give it a hand and let more people see hope. A few days later, abyssal cracks leading to abyss suddenly appeared everywhere in Great Cloud Dynasty's lesser province Qi Province, and countless abyssal fiends poured out and slaughtered humans in Qi Province. Qi Province's military department was besieged by 3 abyssal Grand Dukes, 10 abyssal fiend marquises, and countless abyssal fiends. In the end, most of the warlocks in Great Cloud Dynasty's military department were wiped out. Great Cloud Dynasty's greater province Mirage Province, in a manner. A handsome young man also revealed a smile, and within his body, traces of a devil's aura slowly spread out, haha. Abyssal fiends have appeared, are they unwilling to be left out? Interesting, let's destroy this state. A few days later, Marshal Wolf stationed in Great Cloud Dynasty's Mirage Province was assassinated. Seriously injured, he fled in a sorry state. Besieged by a devilish legion, Mirage Province's garrison troops were in a stalemate. But at the most critical time, several generals in Mirage Province's garrison troops betrayed them, and the defensive line collapsed. The Mirage Province's garrison troops were wiped out by the devilish legion. A steady stream of devilish legions entered Sangji Plain from Mirage Province's planar passageway and became a major force in Sangji Plain. Not long after, in Great Cloud Dynasty's Greater Province Yu Province, one of the 8 great families, the Zhao family, invited the high-ranking officers of Yu Province's garrison troops to a banquet. During the banquet, the high-ranking officers of Yu Province's garrison troops were wiped out and quickly captured Yu Province. When the Zhao family moved, the Wang family, one of the 8 great families, also attacked Blue Province, one of the Great Cloud Dynasty's greater provinces, and annexed Blue Province's garrison troops. As if triggering a domino effect, the Jiang family captured Lu Province, one of the 36 greater provinces. The Song family captured Dun Province, one of the 36 greater provinces. The Shintu family captured Shan Province, one of the 36 greater provinces. 5 of the 8 great families betrayed the Great Cloud Dynasty, seized the 5 greater provinces, and frantically expanded their forces. In the demonic realm, demonic creatures from countless planes launched a frenzied attack, riddling the demonic realm's defensive line. Yang Feng's embodiment of Duke Duchio led countless kindred powerhouses out of God Blood Plane. Through the planar passageway in Red Rock subcontinent, they arrived at Sangji Plain, and seized Giant Rock Province, one of the Sangji Plain's lesser provinces. In Giant Rock Province, Great Cloud Dynasty's warlock army only resisted a little before retreating towards Great Cloud Dynasty's headquarters, allowing Yang Feng to easily occupy Giant Rock Province. Chapter 704. After Yang Feng's Undying Mountain occupied Yu Province, countless robots poured out of Ligui Province, built all kinds of defense systems and secret munitions factories in Yu Province, and transformed the entire province. Although Yu Province is a lesser province of the Great Cloud Dynasty, and its resources are far less abundant than those of the Battle Demon Sect, Mirage Province, and other greater provinces. But it is also a place with perfect laws of heaven and earth, with countless precious resources, vast territory, and endless mysteries. It has resources to support the birth of infinity warlocks. Yang Feng is well aware that his current power is not enough to contend against Great Cloud Dynasty. Moreover, at this time, Great Cloud Dynasty is in chaos. Taking advantage of Great Cloud Dynasty's internal strife, countless powerful existences from other planes came to Great Cloud Dynasty through planar passageways and other means. As long as he can defend Yu Province, it will be his victory. Yu Province, Undying Mountain's headquarters in Yu Province. Dressed in a female guard uniform, Jianing came to the rear garden of Undying Mountain's headquarters in Yu Province and saw Yang Feng sitting on a soft chair, lying comfortably there, and quietly watching the beautiful Cloud Province's 4 fairies dance in the center of the garden. A complicated look streaked past Jian Ying's beautiful eyes, and she said respectfully, "Young master, Bai Yuxian requests an audience." Yang Feng's avatar of Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming is a glorious dawn warlock who broke through the Godman boundary. No one knows that Yang Feng broke through to the Bright World warlock realm. He is the 3rd peerless genius in Sangji Plain's 10,000 years of history to break through the Godman boundary. As long as an existence who broke through the Godman boundary doesn't die, they will at least advance to the Warlock Monarch rank and become a true Overlord rank powerhouse. Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses, even in the most glorious era of the 8 Warlock dynasties, were monarchs and overlords. Few people dared to provoke them. Above Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses, Holy Spirit Warlocks, can be said to be the protector of a race. In the era of the 8 Warlock dynasties, if a race doesn't have the protection of a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse, then once they are discovered by a human warlock, they won't even have the qualifications to negotiate with a human warlock. Only races with Holy Spirit warlocks are qualified to negotiate with human warlocks. Holy Spirit warlocks rarely appear in the world. It is the warlock monarch rank powerhouses who dominate the entire Zhangji plain. Even during the eras of the 8 great warlock dynasties, they were also feudal officials guarding a large province, or formidable monarchs guarding a plain. When Yang Feng first came to the Ligui province, he was just a moonlight warlock. In less than 100 years, he has achieved such achievements, which filled Zhang Ning with complicated feelings. When Bai Yuxian came to the rear garden, she saluted Yang Feng, her beautiful eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and she said respectfully, "Bai Yuxian greets young Master Lei Ming." Yang Feng casually pointed at a place, "Sit." Bai Yuxian sat to the side and quietly watched the 5 fairies of Yunzhou sing and dance. Bai Yuxian said, "Young Master Lei Ming, I came to investigate the truth of what happened in Yu province on the order of His Majesty the Emperor of Great Cloud Dynasty." Yang Feng said lightly, "Didn't I already report the truth of what happened in Yu province to the court?" Yu province's 5 warlock groups colluded with other races to sneak attack the Undying Mountain, and were suppressed by the Undying Mountain. The Great Cloud Dynasty's great general Holy Light fell into the abyss due to the temptation of a fiend. The Undying Mountain had no choice but to kill them. Listening to Yang Feng's nonsense, Bai Yuxian said with a pleasant smile on her pretty face, "His Majesty wants to know the details, so he asked me to invite you to the Cloud Capital to explain in detail." "Young Master Lei Ming, as long as you go to the Cloud Capital and explain in detail, His Majesty will understand." Yang Feng responded lazily, "I'm sorry, I've been seriously ill recently and can't travel far. Please apologize to His Majesty on my behalf." The news that Yang Feng's avatar is the Undying Mountain's Lei Ming broke through the Godman boundary has already spread among the upper echelons of Great Cloud Dynasty. He doesn't dare to go to the Cloud Capital with his true body. Once Yang Feng's true body goes to the Cloud Capital, he can guess that there is a great probability that he will be suppressed by the powerhouses of the Bai family. Once a peerless genius who broke through the Godman boundary grows up, they can break through to the Warlock Monarch realm, and even have a chance to promote to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm. In this modern era where human warlock civilization has withered, a Holy Spirit Warlock has the power to overthrow Great Cloud Dynasty's rule. Bai Yuxian's pupils constricted slightly, and she uttered with a sweet smile, "Young Master Lei Ming, His Majesty thinks highly of you. As long as you go to the Cloud Capital, His Majesty will betroth his beloved 19th princess to you, and is willing to grant you one of Great Cloud Dynasty's 36 greater provinces, the Blue Province, as your fief." Yang Feng looked at Bai Yuxian with an enigmatic smile and said, "Blue Province? I seem to have heard that the Blue Province has been occupied by the Wang family of the 8 great families." Bai Yuxian responded with a confident smile, "That's just a minor problem. As long as Great Cloud Dynasty quells the other regions, it will be easy to wipe out those rebels." Yang Feng uttered, "It's a pity. But I'm really seriously ill and can't leave Yu province." The smile on Bai Yuxian's pretty face faded slowly, and she sighed faintly, "Young Master Lei Ming, if you don't want to go to the Cloud Capital. The Cloud Capital will send an army to attack Undying Mountain. The entire Undying Mountain will be plunged into war because of you." Yang Feng uttered flatly, "Great Cloud Dynasty is surrounded by flames of war. What power does it have to organize an expeditionary force to attack me?" Bai Yuxian responded, "Although Great Cloud Dynasty has countless powerful enemies, but it is still the orthodoxy of the Eastern world after all. It has countless trump cards. This time, the 4 marshals Marshal Long, Marshal Hu, Marshal Feng, and Marshal Yu, as well as Grand Prince Kong and Grand Prince Sheng have gathered in Bright Moon Province. As soon as the army arrives, they will launch an attack on Undying Mountain. No matter how strong Undying Mountain is, but in front of Great Cloud Dynasty's 4 marshals and 2 Grand Princes, you can't win." Yang Feng smiled, and his eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, 6 Infinity Warlocks. Great Cloud Dynasty really thinks highly of my Undying Mountain. An Infinity Warlock is equivalent to a strong Divine Force rank powerhouse. With 6 Infinity Warlocks joining forces, few warlock groups in the Eastern world can resist them. Moreover, the 4 Marshals are pinnacle Infinity Warlocks in the Eastern world. Any one of them can easily defeat you Province's 5 overlords. Grand Prince Kong and Grand Prince Zheng, the 2 pinnacle powerhouses of the Bai family, are tyrannical existences who have suppressed many planes. Although Great Cloud Dynasty's royal family Bai family has countless playboys, but it also has countless powerhouses. Those who can promote to Infinity Warlocks are fearsome existences who have gone through countless battles and fought in countless planes. Each of the Bai family's 13 Grand Princes is extremely strong. Any one of them can contend against strong Divine Force rank existences outside their divine country, and even defeat them. Bai Yuxian continued to persuade, young Master Lei Ming, as long as you go to the Cloud Capital by yourself, not only will you be able to put an end to the war, but you will also be able to live a comfortable life with beautiful wives and concubines. But if you stay here, only destruction awaits Undying Mountain. Do you have the heart to see the entire Undying Mountain destroyed because of you? With a lazy look on his face, Yang Feng responded indifferently, I'm seriously ill, so it's not convenient for me to go to the Cloud Capital. However, my Undying Mountain is loyal to Great Cloud Dynasty. If Imperial Court sends people to attack Undying Mountain, I'm afraid that it will chill the hearts of the people. A cold ray shimmered in Bai Yuxian's beautiful eyes, and she stood up and said, in that case, I'll take my leave. Send her out. Zhang Ning took a few steps forward and said to Bai Yuxian, please. Bai Yuxian took a deep look at Yang Feng, then turned around and walked outside. Yang Feng looked at Bai Yuxian's back as she left, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Since everyone has stepped onto the stage, then let's go. Then let's officially begin. Bright Moon Province is one of the 36 greater provinces named after the Bright Moon School. In the past, it was under the control of the Bright Moon School. After the Bright Moon School fled, this place was completely occupied by Great Cloud Dynasty. Located in the west of Bright Moon Province, the Clear Heart City is the giant city closest to Yu Province. At this time, the Clear Heart City has become a huge barracks. Every day, there are flying ships flying from all directions carrying warlocks and various war resources. In Great Cloud Dynasty's army, there are many weapons developed by Secret Treasure Division. For example, Yu Province's 3 weapons, the Ancient Dragon Corpse, is a terrifying weapon. Once the Ancient Dragon Corpse is mobilized, even ordinary Infinity Warlocks may not be its opponent. Once those powerful war weapons were activated, they would also require an astronomical amount of resources. For example, once the Ancient Dragon Corpse is mobilized, if it completely consumes low-grade magic crystals, then in a small-scale battle, the magic crystals alone will be consumed as much as a small mountain. It is because of the huge consumption of these weapons that Great Cloud Dynasty will only use these powerful weapons during times of war. When hunting Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, it is more often the Demon Hunting Division's division chiefs and other Infinity Warlocks who are sent to hunt them down. In the center of the Clear Heart City, there are 6 barracks, which belong to 6 Infinity Warlocks. Every Infinity Warlock has countless experts as subordinates. The 4 Marshals have their own troops, and so do the 2 Grand Princes of Great Cloud Dynasty. The Pleasant Heart Pavilion is the most luxurious hotel in the Clear Heart City. A magic chariot stopped, and a burly man with a pair of dragon horns, a handsome face, full of charm, and one of the 8 marshals of the Great Cloud Dynasty, Marshal Long, who can capture the hearts of countless young girls, slowly walked out of the magic chariot, took a deep look at the Pleasing Heart Pavilion, and then stepped into the Pleasing Heart Pavilion. Chapter 705. After Yang Feng's Undying Mountain occupied Yu Province, countless robots poured out of Ligui Province, built all kinds of defense systems and secret munitions factories in Yu Province, and transformed the entire province. Although Yu Province is a lesser province of the Great Cloud Dynasty, and its resources are far less abundant than those of the Battle Demon Sect, Mirage Province, and other greater provinces. But it is also a place with perfect laws of heaven and earth, with countless precious resources, vast territory, and endless mysteries. It has resources to support the birth of infinity warlocks. Yang Feng is well aware that his current power is not enough to contend against Great Cloud Dynasty. Moreover, at this time, Great Cloud Dynasty is in chaos. Taking advantage of Great Cloud Dynasty's internal strife, countless powerful existences from other planes came to Great Cloud Dynasty through planar passageways and other means. As long as he can defend Yu Province, it will be his victory. Yu Province, Undying Mountain's headquarters in Yu Province. Dressed in a female guard uniform, Jianing came to the rear garden of Undying Mountain's headquarters in Yu Province and saw Yang Feng sitting on a soft chair, lying there comfortably and quietly watching the beautiful cloud provinces for fairies dance in the center of the garden. A complicated look streaked past Zhan Ying's beautiful eyes, and she said respectfully, "Young master, Bai Yuxian requests an audience." Yang Feng's avatar of Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming is a glorious dawn warlock who broke through the godman boundary. No one knows that Yang Feng broke through to the bright world warlock realm. He is the third peerless genius in Sangji Plain's 10,000 years of history to break through the godman boundary. As long as an existence who broke through the godman boundary doesn't die, they will at least advance to the warlock monarch rank and become a true overlord rank powerhouse. Warlock monarch rank powerhouses, even in the most glorious era of the 8 warlock dynasties, were monarchs and overlords. Few people dared to provoke them. Above the warlock monarch rank, the Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouses can be said to be the protector of a race. In the era of the 8 warlock dynasties, if a race doesn't have the protection of a Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouse, then once they are discovered by a human warlock, they won't even have the qualifications to negotiate. Only races with Holy Spirit warlocks are qualified to negotiate with human warlocks. Holy Spirit warlocks rarely appear in the world. It is the warlock monarch rank powerhouses who dominate the entire Sangji Plain. Even during the eras of the 8 great warlock dynasties, they were also feudal officials guarding a large province, or formidable monarchs guarding a plain. When Yang Feng first came to the Ligui province, he was just a moonlight warlock. In less than 100 years, he has achieved such achievements, which filled Jianing with complicated feelings. When Bai Yuxian came to the rear garden, she saluted Yang Feng, her beautiful eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and she said respectfully, "Bai Yuxian greets young master Lei Ming." Yang Feng casually pointed at a place, "Sit." Bai Yuxian sat to the side and quietly watched the 5 fairies of Yunzhou sing and dance. Bai Yuxian replied, "Young master Lei Ming, I came to investigate the truth of what happened in Yu Province on the orders of His Majesty the Emperor of Great Cloud Dynasty." Yang Feng said lightly, "Didn't I already report the truth of what happened in Yu Province to the court?" Yu Province's 5 warlock groups colluded with other races to sneak attack the Undying Mountain, and were suppressed by the Undying Mountain. The Great Cloud Dynasty's great general Holy Light fell into the abyss due to the temptation of a fiend. The Undying Mountain had no choice but to kill them. Listening to Yang Feng's nonsense, Bai Yuxian said with a pleasant smile on her pretty face, "His Majesty wants to know the details, so he asked me to invite you to the Cloud Capital to explain in detail." "Young Master Lei Ming, as long as you go to the Cloud Capital and explain in detail, His Majesty will understand." Yang Feng responded lazily, "I'm sorry, I've been seriously ill recently and can't travel far. Please apologize to His Majesty on my behalf." The news that Yang Feng's avatar is the Undying Mountain's Lei Ming broke through the Godman boundary has already spread among the upper echelons of Great Cloud Dynasty. He doesn't dare to go to the Cloud Capital with his true body. Once Yang Feng's true body goes to the Cloud Capital, he can guess that there is a great probability that he will be suppressed by the powerhouses of the Bai family. Once a peerless genius who broke through the Godman boundary grows up, they can break through to the Warlock Monarch realm, and even have a chance to promote to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm. In this modern era where human warlock civilization has withered, a Holy Spirit warlock has the power to overthrow Great Cloud Dynasty's rule. Bai Yuxian's pupils constricted slightly, and she uttered with a sweet smile, "Young Master Lei Ming, His Majesty thinks highly of you. As long as you go to the Cloud Capital, His Majesty will betroth his beloved 19th princess to you, and is willing to grant you one of Great Cloud Dynasty's 36 greater provinces, the Blue Province, as your fief." Yang Feng looked at Bai Yuxian with an enigmatic smile and said, "Blue Province? I seem to have heard that the Blue Province has been occupied by the Wang family of the 8 great families." Bai Yuxian responded with a confident smile, "That's just a minor problem. As long as Great Cloud Dynasty quells the other regions, it will be easy to wipe out those rebels." Yang Feng uttered, "It's a pity. But I'm really seriously ill and can't leave you province." The smile on Bai Yuxian's pretty face faded slowly, and she sighed faintly, "Young Master Lei Ming, if you don't want to go to the Cloud Capital. The Cloud Capital will send an army to attack Undying Mountain. The entire Undying Mountain will be plunged into war because of you." Yang Feng uttered flatly, "Great Cloud Dynasty is surrounded by flames of war. What power does it have to organize an expeditionary force to attack me?" Bai Yuxian responded, "Although Great Cloud Dynasty has countless powerful enemies, but it is still the orthodoxy of the Eastern world after all. It has countless trump cards. This time, the 4 marshals Marshal Long, Marshal Hu, Marshal Feng, and Marshal Yu, as well as Grand Prince Kong and Grand Prince Sheng have gathered in Bright Moon Province. As soon as the army arrives, they will launch an attack on Undying Mountain. No matter how strong Undying Mountain is, but in front of Great Cloud Dynasty's 4 marshals and 2 grand princes, you can't win." Yang Feng smiled, and his eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, 6 Infinity Warlocks. Great Cloud Dynasty really thinks highly of my Undying Mountain. An Infinity Warlock is equivalent to a strong Divine Force rank powerhouse. With 6 Infinity Warlocks joining forces, few warlock groups in the Eastern world can resist them. Moreover, the 4 marshals are pinnacle Infinity Warlocks in the Eastern world. Any one of them can easily defeat you province's 5 overlords. Grand Prince Kong and Grand Prince Sheng, the 2 pinnacle powerhouses of the Bai family, are tyrannical existences who have suppressed many planes. Although Great Cloud Dynasty's royal family Bai family has countless playboys, but it also has countless powerhouses. Those who can promote to Infinity Warlocks are fearsome existences who have gone through countless battles and fought in countless planes. Each of the Bai family's 13 Grand Princes is extremely strong. Any one of them can contend against strong Divine Force rank existences outside their divine country, and even defeat them. Bai Yuxian continued to persuade, "Young Master Lei Ming, as long as you go to the Cloud Capital by yourself, not only will you be able to put an end to the war, but you will also be able to live a comfortable life with beautiful wives and concubines. But if you stay here, only destruction awaits Undying Mountain. Do you have the heart to see the entire Undying Mountain destroyed because of you?" With a lazy look on his face, Yang Feng responded indifferently, "I'm seriously ill, so it's not convenient for me to go to the Cloud Capital. However, my Undying Mountain is loyal to Great Cloud Dynasty. If Imperial Court sends people to attack Undying Mountain, I'm afraid that it will chill the hearts of the people." A cold ray shimmered in Bai Yuxian's beautiful eyes, and she stood up and said, "In that case, I'll take my leave. Send her out." Zhang Ning took a few steps forward and said to Bai Yuxian, "Please." Bai Yuxian took a deep look at Yang Feng, then turned around and walked outside. Yang Feng looked at Bai Yuxian's back as she left, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. "Since everyone has stepped onto the stage, then let's go. Then let's officially begin." Bright Moon Province is one of the 36 greater provinces named after the Bright Moon School. In the past, it was under the control of the Bright Moon School. After the Bright Moon School fled, this place was completely occupied by Great Cloud Dynasty. Located in the west of Bright Moon Province, the Clear Heart City is the giant city closest to Yu Province. At this time, the Clear Heart City has become a huge barracks. Every day, there are flying ships flying from all directions carrying warlocks and various war resources. In Great Cloud Dynasty's army, there are many weapons developed by Secret Treasure Division. For example, U Province's 3 weapons, the Ancient Dragon Corpse, is a terrifying weapon. Once the Ancient Dragon Corpse is mobilized, even ordinary Infinity Warlocks may not be its opponent. Once those powerful war weapons were activated, they would also require an astronomical amount of resources. For example, once the Ancient Dragon Corpse is mobilized, if it completely consumes low-grade magic crystals, then in a small-scale battle, the magic crystals alone will be consumed as much as a small mountain. It is because of the huge consumption of these weapons that Great Cloud Dynasty will only use these powerful weapons during times of war. When hunting Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses, it is more often the Demon Hunting Division's division chiefs and other Infinity Warlocks who are sent to hunt them down. In the center of the Clear Heart City, there are 6 barracks, which belong to 6 Infinity Warlocks. Every Infinity Warlock has countless experts as subordinates. The 4 marshals have their own troops, and so do the 2 Grand Princes of Great Cloud Dynasty. The Pleasant Heart Pavilion is the most luxurious hotel in the Clear Heart City. A magic chariot stopped, and a burly man with a pair of dragon horns, a handsome face, full of charm, and one of the 8 marshals of the Great Cloud Dynasty, Marshal Long, who can capture the hearts of countless young girls, slowly walked out of the magic chariot, took a deep look at the Pleasing Heart Pavilion, and then stepped into the Pleasing Heart Pavilion. Chapter 706. After Yang Feng's Undying Mountain occupied Yu Province, countless robots poured out of Ligui Province, built all kinds of defense systems and secret munitions factories in Yu Province, and transformed the entire province. Although Yu Province is a lesser province of the Great Cloud Dynasty, and its resources are far less abundant than those of the Battle Demon Sect, Mirage Province, and other greater provinces. But it is also a place with perfect laws of heaven and earth, with countless precious resources, vast territory, and endless mysteries. It has resources to support the birth of Infinity Warlocks. Yang Feng is well aware that his current power is not enough to contend against Great Cloud Dynasty. Moreover, at this time, Great Cloud Dynasty is in chaos. Taking advantage of the internal strife of Great Cloud Dynasty, countless powerful beings from other planes descended to Great Cloud Dynasty via planar passageways and other means. As long as he can defend Yu Province, it will be his victory. Yu Province, Undying Mountain's headquarters in Yu Province. Dressed in a female guard uniform, Jianing came to the rear garden of Undying Mountain's headquarters in Yu Province and saw Yang Feng sitting on a soft chair, lying comfortably, and quietly watching the beautiful Cloud Province's 4 fairies dance in the center of the garden. A complicated look streaked past Zhang Ying's beautiful eyes, and she said respectfully, "Young master, Bai Yuxian requests an audience." Yang Feng's avatar of Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming is a glorious dawn warlock who broke through the Godman boundary. No one knows that Yang Feng broke through to the Bright World Warlock realm. He is the 3rd peerless genius in Sangji Plain's 10,000 years of history to break through the Godman boundary. As long as an existence who broke through the Godman boundary doesn't die, they will at least advance to the Warlock Monarch rank and become a true Overlord rank powerhouse. Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses, even in the most glorious era of the 8 Warlock dynasties, were monarchs and overlords. Few people dared to provoke them. Above the Warlock Monarch rank, the Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses can be said to be the protector of a race. In the era of the 8 Warlock dynasties, if a race doesn't have the protection of a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse, then once they are discovered by a human warlock, they won't even have the qualifications to negotiate. Only a race with a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse is qualified to negotiate with human warlocks. Holy Spirit Warlocks rarely appear in the world. It is the Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses who dominate the entire Zhangji Plain. Even during the eras of the 8 great Warlock dynasties, they were also feudal officials guarding a large province, or formidable monarchs guarding a plain. When Yang Feng first came to the Ligui province, he was just a moonlight warlock. In less than 100 years, he has achieved such achievements, which filled Jianing with complicated feelings. When Bai Yuxian came to the rear garden, she saluted Yang Feng, her beautiful eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and she said respectfully, "Bai Yuxian greets young Master Lei Ming." Yang Feng casually pointed at a place, "Sit." Bai Yuxian sat to the side and quietly watched the 5 fairies of Yunzhou sing and dance. Bai Yuxian said, "Young Master Lei Ming, I came to investigate the truth of what happened in Yu province on the order of His Majesty the Emperor of Great Cloud Dynasty." Yang Feng said lightly, "Didn't I already report the truth of what happened in Yu province to the court? Yu province's 5 warlock groups colluded with other races to sneak attack the Undying Mountain, and were suppressed by the Undying Mountain. The Great Cloud Dynasty's great general Holy Light fell into the abyss due to the temptation of a fiend. The Undying Mountain had no choice but to kill them." Listening to Yang Feng's nonsense, Bai Yuxian said with a pleasant smile on her pretty face, "His Majesty wants to know the details, so he asked me to invite you to the Cloud Capital to explain in detail." "Young Master Lei Ming, as long as you go to the Cloud Capital and explain in detail, His Majesty will understand." Yang Feng responded lazily, "I'm sorry, I've been seriously ill recently and can't travel far. Please apologize to His Majesty on my behalf." The news that Yang Feng's avatar is the Undying Mountain's Lei Ming broke through the Godman boundary has already spread among the upper echelons of Great Cloud Dynasty. He doesn't dare to go to the Cloud Capital with his true body. Once Yang Feng's true body goes to the Cloud Capital, he can guess that there is a great probability that he will be suppressed by the powerhouses of the Bai family. Once a peerless genius who broke through the Godman boundary grows up, they can break through to the Warlock Monarch realm, and even have a chance to promote to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm. In this modern era where human warlock civilization has withered, a Holy Spirit Warlock has the power to overthrow Great Cloud Dynasty's rule. Bai Yuxian's pupils constricted slightly, and she uttered with a sweet smile, "Young Master Lei Ming, His Majesty thinks highly of you. As long as you go to the Cloud Capital, His Majesty will betroth his beloved 19th princess to you, and is willing to grant you one of Great Cloud Dynasty's 36 greater provinces, the Blue Province, as your fief." Yang Feng looked at Bai Yuxian with an enigmatic smile and said, "Blue Province? I seem to have heard that the Blue Province has been occupied by the Wang family of the 8 great families." Bai Yuxian responded with a confident smile, "That's just a minor problem. As long as Great Cloud Dynasty quells the other regions, it will be easy to wipe out those rebels." Yang Feng uttered, "It's a pity. But I'm really seriously ill and can't leave Yu province." The smile on Bai Yuxian's pretty face faded slowly, and she sighed faintly, "Young Master Lei Ming, if you don't want to go to the Cloud Capital. The Cloud Capital will send an army to attack Undying Mountain. The entire Undying Mountain will be plunged into war because of you." Yang Feng uttered flatly, "Great Cloud Dynasty is surrounded by flames of war. What power does it have to organize an expeditionary force to attack me?" Bai Yuxian responded, "Although Great Cloud Dynasty has countless powerful enemies, but it is still the orthodoxy of the Eastern world after all. It has countless trump cards. This time, the 4 marshals Marshal Long, Marshal Hu, Marshal Feng, and Marshal Yu, as well as Grand Prince Kong and Grand Prince Sheng have gathered in Bright Moon Province. As soon as the army arrives, they will launch an attack on Undying Mountain. No matter how strong Undying Mountain is, but in front of Great Cloud Dynasty's 4 marshals and 2 Grand Princes, you can't win." Yang Feng smiled, and his eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, 6 Infinity Warlocks. Great Cloud Dynasty really thinks highly of my Undying Mountain. An Infinity Warlock is equivalent to a strong Divine Force rank powerhouse. With 6 Infinity Warlocks joining forces, few warlock groups in the Eastern world can resist them. Moreover, the 4 marshals are pinnacle Infinity Warlocks in the Eastern world. Any one of them can easily defeat Yu Province's 5 overlords. Grand Prince Kong and Grand Prince Sheng, the two pinnacle powerhouses of the Bai family, are tyrannical existences who have suppressed many planes. Although Great Cloud Dynasty's royal family Bai family has countless playboys, but it also has countless powerhouses. Those who can promote to infinity warlocks are fearsome existences who have gone through countless battles and fought in countless planes. Each of the Bai family's 13 grand princes is extremely strong. Any one of them can contend against strong divine force rank existences outside their divine country, and even defeat them. Bai Yuxian continued to persuade, young Master Lei Ming, as long as you go to the cloud capital by yourself, not only will you be able to put an end to the war, but you will also be able to live a comfortable life with beautiful wives and concubines. But if you stay here, only destruction awaits Undying Mountain. Do you have the heart to see the entire Undying Mountain destroyed because of you? With a lazy look on his face, Yang Feng responded indifferently, I'm seriously ill, so it's not convenient for me to go to the cloud capital. However, my Undying Mountain is loyal to Great Cloud Dynasty. If Imperial Court sends people to attack Undying Mountain, I'm afraid that it will chill the hearts of the people. A cold ray shimmered in Bai Yuxian's beautiful eyes, and she stood up and said, in that case, I'll take my leave. Send her out. Zhang Ning took a few steps forward and said to Bai Yuxian, please. Bai Yuxian took a deep look at Yang Feng, then turned around and walked outside. Yang Feng looked at Bai Yuxian's back as she left, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Since everyone has stepped onto the stage, then let's go. Then let's officially begin. Bright Moon Province is one of the 36 greater provinces named after the Bright Moon School. In the past, it was under the control of the Bright Moon School. After the Bright Moon School fled, this place was completely occupied by Great Cloud Dynasty. Located in the west of Bright Moon Province, the Clear Heart City is the giant city closest to Yu Province. At this time, the Clear Heart City has become a huge barracks. Every day, there are flying ships flying from all directions carrying warlocks and various war resources. In Great Cloud Dynasty's army, there are many weapons developed by Secret Treasure Division. For example, Yu Province's 3 weapons, the Ancient Dragon Corpse, is a terrifying weapon. Once the Ancient Dragon Corpse is mobilized, even ordinary Infinity Warlocks may not be its opponent. Once those powerful war weapons were activated, they would also require an astronomical amount of resources. For example, once the Ancient Dragon Corpse is mobilized, if it completely consumes low-grade magic crystals, then in a small-scale battle, the magic crystals alone will be consumed as much as a small mountain. It is because of the huge consumption of these weapons that Great Cloud Dynasty will only use these powerful weapons during times of war. When hunting Infinity Warlock ranked powerhouses, it is more often the Demon Hunting Division's division chiefs and other Infinity Warlocks who are sent to hunt them down. In the center of the Clear Heart City, there are 6 barracks, which belong to 6 Infinity Warlocks. Every Infinity Warlock has countless experts as subordinates. The 4 marshals have their own troops, and so do the 2 Grand Princes of Great Cloud Dynasty. The Pleasant Heart Pavilion is the most luxurious hotel in the Clear Heart City. A magic chariot stopped, and a burly man with a pair of dragon horns, a handsome face, full of charm, and one of the 8 marshals of the Great Cloud Dynasty, Marshal Long, who can capture the hearts of countless young girls, slowly walked out of the magic chariot, took a deep look at the Pleasing Heart Pavilion, and then stepped into the Pleasing Heart Pavilion. Chapter 707. Watching Grand Prince Kong and Grand Prince Xing escape, Yang Feng mused, they escaped so fast. How clever. If they were a bit slower, they would have been left behind. It's really difficult to hunt Infinity Warlocks. This time, Yang Feng mobilized all the experts he could muster at present and took out all the 4th-generation battle robots to participate in the war. If the 2 Infinity Warlocks Grand Prince Kong and Grand Prince Xing were to fight Yang Feng here, Yang Feng would be able to exhaust them to death with countless mechanical Cs. After Yu Province fell into Yang Feng's hands, countless resources of Yu Province fell into his hands as well. Originally, Yang Feng could only manufacture 1 Blazing Sun Battlestar a year. But after Yu province fell into his hands, Yang Feng can manufacture a blazing sun battlestar in 3 months, increasing his productivity by more than 4 times. In the face of this terrifying productivity, even if the 3rd-generation battle robots are exhausted, Yang Feng can replenish them in a short time. Grand Prince Kong and the others escaped. Grand Prince Zheng and the others abandoned us. I surrender. I surrender. I surrender. When the warlocks saw Grand Prince Kong and Grand Prince Zheng escape, their morale plummeted at once, and they shouted. Even more warlock warriors cast secret methods and fled into the distance. No warlock was willing to stay in a war where they were sure to lose. A defeated army was like a landslide, that was how it was. Yang Feng looked at the fleeing warlocks and said with a faint smile, "What a pity. If you had persisted in resisting, I would have lost some more robots." 20 interstellar carriers suddenly appeared, and countless fighters flew towards the warlocks at a frightening speed. Miniaturized antimatter annihilation beams fired from the machine guns of the fighters, ran through the warlocks, and tore them to pieces. The miniature antimatter annihilation cannons are so powerful that even an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse can't resist them without using defensive spells. Ordinary Great Warlock and Starry Sky Warlock rank warriors can't resist them at all. As soon as the 20 interstellar carriers appeared, they crushed the resistance of the remaining human warlocks. After the remaining human warlocks saw the terror of the interstellar carriers, they chose to surrender. The fierce battle lasted for another 3 hours, before Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion annihilated all the warlocks who resisted in the Clear Heart City. At this time, in a huge palace, there are 10 weapons refined by the Great Cloud Dynasty's Secret Treasure Division. The 10 war weapons were the Scarlet Flame Phoenix, the Mando Stone Wolf, the Dark Corpse Hive, the Wind Giant, the Chaos Demon Spider, the Rift Dragon Whale, the Ancient Stone Giant, the Six-Headed Gold Dragon, the Primordial Saint Dragon, and the Duke Ancient Devil. Yang Feng looked at the 10 weapons and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "Are these the weapons developed by Great Cloud Dynasty's Secret Treasure Division? It is indeed extraordinary." The 10 weapons are all refined from the corpses of Infinity Warlock rank extraordinary life forms. They all have spatial spells inside them and have Warlock towers built inside them. As long as there are enough human warlocks, they can display Infinity Warlock rank fighting strength. If Yang Feng hadn't launched a sneak attack with Yu Yan's help, killed the 3 marshals, and annihilated a large number of warlocks operating these weapons. In a head-on battle, even if Yang Feng won, he would lose countless battle robots. If he wasn't careful, the Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses he recruited would die. Of course. The Great Cloud Dynasty's Imperial Court doesn't have many Infinity Warlocks. That's because many Infinity Warlocks have been appointed by the Imperial Court to suppress other races in different areas. The Great Cloud Dynasty has been fighting other races for more than 10,000 years. Who knows how many Infinity Warlocks are in the Imperial Court's hands? This is the Imperial Court's underlying strength. Among the 10 great sects and 8 great families, there are a few forces that only have one Infinity Warlock guarding them. But in fact, they all have Infinity Warlock rank weapons like the Scarlet Flame Phoenix and the Mando Stone Wolf in their sections. At the same time, they also have their own forces in other planes. It is because of this that they are called the 10 great sects and 8 great families. Their underlying strength isn't something the trifling Yu province's 5 great overlords can compare to. Moreover, in addition to the powerhouses on the surface, the 10 great sects and 8 great families also have many powerhouses traveling in the astral boundary. As far as I know, the Battle Demon sect has 2 Infinity Warlocks traveling in the astral boundary. Reportedly, there is another Infinity Warlock who became a strong divine force rank god in another plane. Standing beside Yang Feng, Yu Yan looked at the 10 Infinity Warlock rank weapons with a complicated look in her beautiful eyes, and she uttered unhurriedly. The 12 Infinity Warlock rank weapons are existences that have followed the 4 marshals in battle for countless years. When Yu Yan saw the 10 Infinity Warlock rank weapons, her emotions became complicated. After all, it was she who brought Yang Feng and his party into the Clear Heart City and killed the 3 marshals. Yang Feng uttered, "Yu Yan, all of this is my order. You are just acting according to orders. I am your lord, so I will bear all responsibility." Yu Yan smiled sweetly, looking extremely beautiful. I understand. Indeed, you are the one behind the scenes. I was just a subordinate who was forced to follow orders. Therefore, it's all your fault. Yang Feng smiled and shook his head. His gaze fell on the 10 weapons, and countless strategies revolved in his mind. After the main force of the Great Cloud Dynasty in the Clear Heart City was annihilated, the Bright Moon Province no longer has the power to resist Yang Feng's army. Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion crushed the warlock groups in the Bright Moon Province one after another and chose to submit to Yang Feng's army. The Bright Moon Province was originally the territory of the Bright Moon School of the 10 Great Sects. In the Bright Moon Province, apart from the Bright Moon School and its vassals, there are no other large warlock groups. Yang Feng smoothly conquered the entire Bright Moon Province and sent countless battle robots to transform the Bright Moon Province. The annihilation of the Great Cloud Dynasty's expeditionary army in the Bright Moon Province immediately shocked the entire Eastern world. In particular, Martial Tiger, Martial Wind, and Martial Dragon were slain by Yang Feng, and Martial Yu Yan submitted to Yang Feng, which shocked the world even more. In the Zhangji Plain, the Great Cloud Dynasty has the 8 marshals, who command the 8 strongest legions and suppress countless powerhouses. But after the battle in the Bright Moon Province, of the 8 marshals, only the Martial Eagle, the Martial Wolf, and the Martial Thunder remain. Moreover, the Martial Wolf is seriously injured. On the surface, the only legions that the Great Cloud Dynasty can mobilize are the Martial Eagle, the Martial Thunder, and the 12 Grand Princes. 1 Grand Prince died. The deterrent power of the Great Cloud Dynasty has dropped to its lowest point since the establishment of the state. The countless dark forces that are afraid of the Great Cloud Dynasty's formidable power and don't dare to show their heads became restless. The Cloud Capital, in the Royal Palace. Sitting on the throne, Bai Wuqing, expressionless and full of dignity, looked down at the ministers of the Great Cloud Dynasty from above. Yu Yan betrayed the Great Cloud Dynasty, led the Undying Mountain into the Clear Heart City, and ambushed the Martial Tiger, Martial Dragon, and Martial Wind. Without a leader, the Clear Heart City was taken advantage of by the Undying Mountain. The traitor Lei Ming has led his army to capture the Bright Moon Province. A warlock knelt in front of the audience hall and reported the situation of the battle. In the imperial court, all the ministers stood motionless like clay puppets. They could all feel the impending storm. Bai Wuqing said coldly, "Grand Prince Kong and Grand Prince Qing fled in the face of battle, their crimes are unforgivable. They are to be stripped of their Grand Prince titles, demoted to commoners, and forfeited of their salaries for 100 years. A eunuch hurriedly drafted a decree. Bai Wuqing looked down and said indifferently, "Dear ministers, since the Undying Mountain dared to provoke the dignity of the Great Cloud Dynasty and publicly killed 3 of our marshals, that is a heinous crime. Do you have a good plan to break the Undying Mountain?" The ministers all lowered their heads and remained silent. Bai Wuqing is indeed wise, decisive, and has a clear sense of reward and punishment. But at the same time, he likes to monopolize the state, is obstinate and self-opinionated, and doesn't tolerate opposition. Moreover, with his Infinity Warlock rank cultivation base, his computing power is comparable to that of a level 5 optical computer. He can easily process all the memorials coming from all over the country. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, Bai Wuqing monopolizes the state, and the rest of the officials only have to follow his orders. This has fostered the yes-man nature of the officials who only know how to follow orders. Bai Wuqing's eyes shimmered sharply, and he uttered slowly, "In that case, I will personally lead the army and wipe out the damned rebels in one fell swoop." At this moment, an old man with white hair and a beard frowned slightly and urged, "Your Majesty, you can't." Bai Wuqing said coldly, "Grand Tutor, why not?" The Grand Tutor urged, "Your Majesty, at this time, kindred, abyssal fiends, archdevils, and freaks from the demonic realm have appeared in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Any one of those other races requires the Great Cloud Dynasty to go all out to resist them. Your Majesty, you are invaluable, you can't be moved lightly. The destiny of the Great Cloud Dynasty is tied to you. If anything happens to you, the Great Cloud Dynasty will be in danger. Although Bai Wuxia is somewhat obstinate and self-opinionated, but he is a rare genius of the Bai family and the publicly recognized son of heaven in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Once he dies, the Great Cloud Dynasty will immediately fall apart. The descendants of the Bai family will most likely fight amongst themselves first. Bai Wuxia asked lightly, Grand Tutor, what do you think? The Grand Tutor replied, we can ask for help from the Western world's 3 dynasties. Kindred, abyssal fiends, archdevils, and freaks from the demonic realm are all enemies of the human race. According to the ancient oath, once those other races set foot on the Zhangji plain, we must join forces to suppress them. If we ask for help, they won't ignore us. Chapter 708. Bai Wuxia was silent for a while, and then nodded slightly. The Zhangji plain's human warlocks are fighting among themselves endlessly. However, when faced with invading other races, they will still unite. Because if the human warlocks don't unite, then in this era without the protection of the Warlock Emperor, it will be difficult for them to contend against the invading other races. The Grand Tutor said, as for the Undying Mountain, their momentum is already set. We can send an emissary and ask them to surrender. If their leader is still a little rational, he won't refuse our summons. The top priority is to prevent the Undying Mountain from joining forces with the other rebels. Otherwise, it will only be more difficult to exterminate them in the future. Bai Wuxia asked, what if they attack the prefectures outside of Bright Moon Province? The Grand Tutor responded with a solemn expression, in that case, I am willing to be the vanguard and fight them. I will not allow them to step outside of Bright Moon Province. Bai Wuxia frowned and sank into his thoughts. All of a sudden, a eunuch's eyebrows twitched, and he took a few steps forward and whispered, Your Majesty, there is urgent information. Bai Wuxia said coldly, pass me the information. The eunuch extended his hand and a golden memorial appeared in his hand. Then, he respectfully handed it over to Bai Wuxia. When Bai Wuxia saw the information, his face darkened, and he said indifferently, Do as you say, Grand Tutor. What the hell happened? What is written in the memorial? The court officials are very curious about the contents of the memorial Bai Wuxia obtained, but they all remained silent. After the court session, the Great Cloud Dynasty's high-ranking officials used their intelligence network and quickly got the news. The freaks in the demonic realm have broken through the blockade of the Great Cloud Dynasty and broken through the 3rd floor of the underground world. Marshal Mu of the demonic realms for Infinity Warlocks suppressing the demonic realm was seriously injured by a pinnacle Infinity Warlock of the human devil insects. In the demonic realm, the 4 marshals can only resist the attack of the freak allied forces through the 2nd floor's barrier and various warlock towers. Although the Great Cloud Dynasty has many powerhouses, but there are too many places that need to be guarded. If the attack against Yang Feng fails again and 2 or more Infinity Warlocks are killed, then the entire Great Cloud Dynasty may collapse like dominoes. Bai Wuxia is recognized by the Bai family as the most outstanding emperor. After weighing the pros and cons, he chose to compromise with Yang Feng. Several days later, Bright Moon Province, Undying Mountain Headquarters. As soon as Bai Wuxia entered Undying Mountain's headquarters, she saw Yang Feng sitting on a huge recliner, basking in the sun and watching the Cloud Province's 5 fairies and other dancers dance. Yang Feng said lazily, Bai Wuxia, you're here. What is His Majesty's decree this time? Sitting next to Yang Feng, Bai Wuxia said without hesitation, Lei Ming, His Majesty hopes that you can return to Yu Province and return Bright Moon Province to the Imperial Court. The Imperial Court can bestow upon you the title of King of Yu State. You will guard Yu State for generations to come and live with the country. Yang Feng smiled and flicked his finger, and a piece of paper flew towards Bai Yuxian. I never have the habit of spitting out what I've eaten. The Bright Moon Province is my spoils of war. If you want the Bright Moon Province, that's fine. Give me these materials. I can withdraw from Bright Moon Province at once. Bai Yuxian took the piece of paper and glanced at it, and then frowned at once. The various materials written on those papers were all extremely precious treasures. Bai Yuxian had never even heard of the names of many of these treasures. The materials written on the paper are the key materials for the Shizu stronghold to evolve to level 5 and level 6. Although Yang Feng has plundered everywhere, but he still lacks 3 kinds of key materials for the Shizu stronghold to evolve to level 5. After all, the environment in which the Shizu exist is different from that of the Warlock civilization. Yang Feng has obtained a lot of materials for the level 6 stronghold, but he still hasn't collected all the materials for the level 5 stronghold. Bai Yuxian said with a sweet smile, with Great Cloud Dynasty's power, we can collect these materials within 100 years. As long as you withdraw from Bright Moon Province, I guarantee that I will give you these materials within 100 years. Now is Great Cloud Dynasty's weakest time. If it can take control of Bright Moon Province, 100 years will be enough for Great Cloud Dynasty to plunder a large amount of resources from Bright Moon Province. Yang Feng uttered with a faint smile, in this case, let's talk about it after I get the materials. Bai Yuxian uttered, the Imperial Court intends to confer you the title of Grand Duke of the North. However, you have to beg for forgiveness, your force cannot go beyond Bright Moon Province, and you have to go to Cloud Capital to beg for forgiveness from His Majesty. Yang Feng responded with a smile, beg for forgiveness and my force cannot go beyond Bright Moon Province. However, I am seriously ill and cannot go to Cloud Capital to have an audience with His Majesty. Please apologize to His Majesty on my behalf. Bai Yuxian sighed slightly and uttered, okay, I'll take a step back. You can send an emissary to Cloud Capital to beg for forgiveness from His Majesty on your behalf. Yang Feng is a peerless genius who broke through the Godman boundary and is also the leader of a huge force like Undying Mountain. Naturally, he cannot easily go to a dangerous place like Cloud Capital. If Yang Feng is stupid enough to enter Cloud Capital directly, Bai Yuxian can guess that Bai Wuqing will make a prompt decision and use all the power of Cloud Capital to suppress Yang Feng, even if it means falling out with Undying Mountain. Yang Feng also took a step back, okay, I can send an emissary to Cloud Capital. Shortly after, Undying Mountain's letter of apology arrived in Cloud Capital, and His Majesty the Great Cloud Dynasty pardoned Undying Mountain's crimes. Undying Mountain became a part of Great Cloud Dynasty again. The 5 great families who have already betrayed Great Cloud Dynasty quickly united and formed a 5-family alliance, uniting the power of the 5 families. Great Cloud Dynasty sent the Minister of Rights to the Western world's 3 dynasties to ask for assistance. After careful consideration, the warlocks of the Western world's 3 dynasties agreed to send experts to join forces with Great Cloud Dynasty to fight against abyssal fiends, kindred, and other races. While many forces are waging war in the origin world, Yang Feng's Undying Mountain is quietly accumulating its strength without making any movements. Feisua Plain. In the divine country of Yang Feng's avatar, there are only some ordinary petitioners living a happy and worry-free life. In the center of the divine country, there is a 1,000-meter tall mountain. At the top of the mountain, there is an exquisite temple. This temple is where Yang Feng's avatar resides. In a secret room in the temple, a top-grade warp gate flashed, and Yang Feng's true body appeared in the temple. As soon as Yang Feng appeared, he looked at his avatar and said with a helpless smile, my current situation is really bad. Except for a few evil gods, are there no gods willing to establish contact with me? Although this god avatar of Feisua Plain ignited his divine fire with great difficulty, raised his divine country, and became a feeble divine force ranked true god. But he is still rejected by the gods of Feisua Pantheon. None of the gods of the 4 empires took the initiative to make friends with Yang Feng's god avatar. Only some evil gods with unclear intentions expressed interest in Yang Feng's avatar. Yang Feng doesn't dare to make friends with evil gods with unclear intentions. If he is careless, his feeble divine force rank avatar will be killed by them. Most of the evil gods belong to the chaotic evil camp. Many of them go crazy in battle and kill without distinguishing between friend and foe. In their daily interactions, they often plot against each other, kill each other, annex each other, and play tricks. Feeble divine force rank gods are at the bottom of the hierarchy. When interacting with evil gods, if you are careless, you will be devoured by them. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. Then let's start the plan. Red Earth Wasteland. After years of development, the entire Red Earth Wasteland has been purified and turned into a plain full of vitality. At the same time, the first Half-Blood Beastman Empire was established in the Red Earth Wasteland, and the first emperor of the Half-Blood Beastman Empire was Catherine. Above the royal palace of the Half-Blood Beastman Empire. Sitting on the throne, Catherine, looking heroic, quietly listened to the reports of the many Half-Blood Beastman ministers. At this time, Catherine, who was just an ordinary Lionman Half-Blood Beastman girl when she met Yang Feng for the first time, had already matured into a peerless beauty brimming with feminine charm, blonde hair, and blue eyes, gorgeous and heroic. Suddenly, there was a flash of light in the imperial palace, and a powerful fluctuation of divine force filled the imperial palace. My lord! My Lord Ian! This is the power of my Lord Ian. When the ministers inside the royal palace sensed the fluctuations of divine force, they became excited, prostrated on the ground, and recited prayers respectfully. Yang Feng willed, and a line of information was transmitted to Catherine's mind. My Lord has issued a divine decree to let us prepare to launch a holy war. Let us use our flesh and blood to become the swords in my Lord's hands, spread the glory and faith of my Lord, and behead all enemies that stand in my Lord's way. Catherine drew the legend-rank sword of radiance and raised it high. Her body radiated countless resplendent holy light, and she shouted as if she was a legendary hero. Holy war! Holy war! Use our flesh and blood to become the swords in my Lord's hands, spread the glory and faith of my Lord, and behead all enemies that stand in my Lord's way. The eyes of the Half-Blood Beastman ministers revealed excitement and fanaticism, and they roared loudly. Since Yang Feng rescued many Half-Blood Beastmen from the Beastman Empire, most of the Half-Blood Beastman ministers have become Yang Feng's fanatics. Regarding his words as divine decrees, they were willing to do anything. Chapter 709. The Feisua Plains underground world was the habitat of many dark races. In the underground world, there were undead, lichas, kindred, dark elves, dark dwarves, arcanists, dark giants, fiends, devils, ogres, as well as all kinds of extraordinary life forms suitable for living in the underground world. Countless heretics and scum who committed heinous crimes in the surface world would go to the underground world to find a way to survive. The surface world was the sphere of influence of the gods of the lawful alignment, while the underground world was the base of the gods of the evil and chaotic alignment. Numerous religions of evil gods were located in the underground world. Practically every day, many life forms would die tragically in the underground world. There were countless passages leading to the underground world in the surface world. In the Red Earth Wasteland, there was a huge rift called the Rift Canyon, which led to the underground world. So this is the spiral staircase leading to the underground world. Interesting. Riding a level, for extraordinary life form Dark Leopard, Yang Feng walked along the spiral staircase, looked at the surroundings, and exclaimed in admiration. Behind Yang Feng, there was a team of Half-Blood Beastman infantry dressed in black battle suits, carrying Gauss rifles, and wearing holographic scanning helmets that stretched as far as the eye could see. Beside Yang Feng, the Empress Carolina of Tyrannid Subcontinent's 6 major forces, Rose Garden, who used to be aloof like a queen, said lightly, "Is it really okay for your true body to come here in person? The planar tide here has yet to recede. Even if it's you, you can only display the power of a demigod in this origin world. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. If you want to get something, you have to take some risks. Besides, our opponent is an expert with a karma god armament. Even if I come with an avatar or projection, he can still use the karma god armament to seriously injure me. Besides, don't I have you to accompany me? Although Carolina chose to submit to Yang Feng, but she was always aloof and unwilling to get too close to him. However, with Yang Feng's help, Cordelia, who was also Yang Feng's favorite concubine, has already advanced to a moonlight warlock, surpassing her. At the time, Eunice, who only had a level 1 warlock cultivation base, had already promoted to a moonlight warlock, which made her even more restless. Carolina, who had always been proud and arrogant, took the initiative to approach Yang Feng, become one of his subordinates, and come with him to the Feisua Plain. After seeing the prosperous warlock civilization of the Great Cloud Dynasty, Carolina's arrogance has been well concealed. She has a higher goal, that is, to promote to an infinity warlock. And only Yang Feng could help her realize this wish. Gleistar, the former pope of the Feisua Plains Dark Elves, hugged Yang Feng, blew gently into his ear, and said with a coquettish look, "That's right, master. With me around, the Dark Elves of the underground world can be easily dealt with." Carolina looked jealously at Gleistar and whispered, "Slut." The arrogant Carolina couldn't learn Gleistar's method of seducing men, so she could only vent her dissatisfaction in her heart. "Who is that?" "He is the oracle appointed by my lord. My lord's spokesperson in the secular world. I heard that he was the one who brought the equipment. How enviable, there are so many beautiful women around him." "Yeah, those beautiful women are only slightly inferior to His Majesty." Through the holographic helmets, the countless half-blood beastman warriors in the team clearly saw the beautiful women around Yang Feng in the underground world shrouded in endless darkness, and they revealed looks of envy. The spiral staircase was tens of thousands of meters long. After Yang Feng and his party passed through the muddy spiral staircase filled with caves, they finally arrived at the underground world. "Who are you?" "This is the territory of the Kobold Lord. Hand over your women and ironware, or die." As soon as they entered the underground world, more than 200 kobolds in ragged clothes, armed with worn-out swords, shovels, and wooden sticks, immediately surrounded them, stared at Yang Feng and his party, and roared fiercely. Speechless, Yang Feng looked at the kobolds swaggering in front of him and said, "Don't these kobolds have any intelligence? We have so many people here." Gleistar said with a charming smile, "They don't recognize the new equipment that you gave your subordinates, master. The fighting strength of heavily armed warriors and unarmed ordinary people cannot be mentioned in the same breath. That's why they made the wrong judgment. This dark elf. Hand over this dark elf, or else I'll hack you to death." A 2-meter-tall two-headed kobold with 2 dog heads, sturdy muscles, exuding a ruthless aura, and a 2.5-meter-long huge machete in his hand walked out, his 4 dog eyes filled with greed as he stared at Gleistar. When the other kobolds saw Gleistar, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva, their eyes brimming with greed. Dark elves were one of the races most adept at charm. As the former pope of the Dark Elves, Gleistar's every move carried endless charm. Naturally, she wasn't an existence that the low-ranking kobolds could resist. Yang Feng smiled faintly and ordered, "They can be used to temper the fighting strength of the troops. Angie, take some people and kill them all." "Yes. Great Sir Divine Emissary." A concise and capable voice came from the rear, and a half-blood beastman female warrior wearing a black skin-tight battle suit that accentuated her sexy figure and a holographic scanning helmet barked, "Attack." 300 half-blood beastman female warriors with curvaceous figures took out Gauss rifles and fired wildly at the 200-plus kobolds. Beams of light the size of thumbs shot out, bombarding the bodies of the 200-plus kobolds. As long as the light beams hit the 200-odd kobolds, a fist-sized hole would appear in their bodies. "I'll kill you." The two-headed kobold at once issued a furious roar, exuding a terrifying aura comparable to that of a Sky Knight, level 1 warlock. He had just taken a step forward, when 7 or 8 fist-sized bloody holes appeared on his body. His 2 heads also exploded and he fell to the ground. Before long, the 200-plus kobolds were all killed, while Yang Feng's subordinates suffered 0 casualties. What an amazing weapon! It's really amazing. As expected of a weapon bestowed by the divine emissary, it's so powerful. When the half-blood beastman warriors saw this scene, their blood boiled and they were brimming with excitement. For warriors, there was nothing more important than a powerful weapon. If it was before, then even if the half-blood beastman warriors could wipe out the 200-plus kobolds, they would still have to pay a certain price, and some might even die. But in front of the Gauss rifles, the kobolds couldn't withstand a single blow, which filled the half-blood beastmen with excitement. A line of information flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he revealed a smile. He looked at the endless darkness of the underground world and said lightly, "The Kobold Lord? In that case, is that gathering place the kobolds' force? Since it's on the way, let's destroy it." With a wave of Carolina's lily-white hand, extraordinary plant seeds of earth sunflowers suddenly flew out and landed on both sides of the path. As soon as the earth sunflowers landed on the ground, they grew rapidly, absorbed the negative energy of the underground world, and soon bloomed into sun-like flowers. Earth sunflowers were extraordinary plants found in the underground world of a peculiar plane. They could absorb the negative energy of the underground world to grow and emit sunlight. Earth sunflowers were the most commonly used flowers of the Tsangji plane to change the environment of the underground world. Of course, in the demonic realm of the Tsangji plane's underground world, the dark races would destroy the earth sunflowers as soon as they saw them. Darkness brought a lot of convenience and strengthening to the dark races. Although the earth sunflowers had no power, but they created an environment full of sunlight, which would greatly weaken the strength of the dark races. Moreover, the earth sunflowers had a mystical characteristic, that was, they could attract countless extraordinary demonic insects with phototaxis to gather around them. If ordinary freaks wanted to destroy them, they might have to pay with their lives. In the underground world, the most terrifying enemies were the various poisonous insects that could appear and disappear unpredictably. Without special insect repellents, even if it was a legend-rank powerhouse who came to the underground world, they would be eaten by those poisonous insects if they were the slightest bit careless. An expedition by an army of mortals to the underground world was a nightmare of despair. In the history of the Feisua Plain, there was once a human emperor who sent an army of 1 million to attack the underground world in an attempt to conquer the dark races. Before the expeditionary army could fight the dark elves and other dark races, it collapsed due to plague, poisonous insects, and logistical problems. Of the 1 million-strong army, only 200,000 remnants escaped from the underground world. After that war, the underground world became the tacit sphere of influence of the Feisua Plains dark races, and no human empires were foolish enough to send an expedition to the underground world. After Yang Feng's half-blood beastman army left the spiral staircase, they walked for about 20 kilometers. When they passed by a mushroom forest, suddenly, buzzing sounds came from the mushroom forest, and a dense swarm of black poisonous insects rushed towards Yang Feng and company. Yang Feng ordered, "Nina, go." "Yes. Sir Divine Emissary." A half-blood beastman general dressed in a black battle suit with a large box on her back stepped forward and ordered, "Begin the attack." The boxes on the backs of the 300 half-blood beastmen opened, revealing loudspeakers. Chapter 7:10. A series of infrasonic waves suddenly spread out from the loudspeakers. 300 infrasonic wave emitters overlapped with each other. A strange infrasonic wave that could not be heard by human ears but was extremely destructive to insects suddenly spread out and shrouded those small extraordinary demonic insects. Enveloped by the strange infrasonic wave, the small extraordinary insects fell from the sky like raindrops, twitched, and died. With the infrasonic wave squad opening the way, the small transcendent devil insects that were charging at the army were all killed. For the expeditionary army, the small extraordinary insects that were hard to guard against were the most troublesome existences. As for the large extraordinary insects, there would naturally be powerhouses who would take action and kill them. A tribe surrounded by wooden fences, with wooden sticks inserted at the entrance, with the corpses of humans, goblins, and other races hanging from each stick. However, the kobold tribe surrounded by fences was extremely vast. At a glance, it occupied an area of tens of square kilometers. Teams of fully armed kobolds acted as guards inside the wooden fences. When they saw Yang Feng and his party, ear-piercing whistles sounded in the tribe. The entire kobold tribe began to move, and countless kobolds roared as they surged towards this side. "Kobold Lord, come out!" The beautiful General Arlette, who Yang Feng subdued in the Black Dragon country, spurred her horse out of the crowd with the weak Great God armament Black Dragon God spear in hand, pointed at the tribe with the Black Dragon God spear in hand, and barked. "Dragonborn, this is the country of kobolds. You outsiders are not welcome here. Get out, or we'll hang you all up and make you into jerky." Demigod rank fluctuations of power rose from the tribe, and a 3-meter-tall kobold lord covered in black fur, armed with a huge wolf-tooth club, bulging with muscles, eyes flickering with scarlet light and exuding traces of dragon might jumped outside the gate of the tribe and smiled ferociously at Arlette. Yang Feng swept the kobold monarch with a glance, and then completely analyzed him, a demigod rank powerhouse. It seems like the god of the kobolds, Vega, has bestowed divinity upon him, allowing him to obtain the power to protect the kobolds in this dimensional tide. The planar tide of the Fesua plane has yet to subside. In the Fesua plane, even if it was a Holy Spirit warlock who descended to this plane with their true body, they would be suppressed to the pinnacle Starry Sky warlock rank. Only warlock emperor rank powerhouses can ignore all planar laws and still exert invincible power in the planar tide. The time of the planar tide was also the most chaotic, and the time when the faith of the gods was at its most dangerous. Normally, the gods would strictly control the number of demigod rank powerhouses under their command. They wouldn't easily allow a demigod rank powerhouse to appear. After all, once a demigod powerhouse was born, they would have to compete with the gods for resources. But under the threat of the planar tide, the gods could only use all sorts of methods to give their subordinates in the mortal world the power of demigods. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile. Unfortunately, it's still far from Arlette in terms of strength. Die. A dragon-shaped projection appeared around Arlette at once. A dark dragon god projection with 6 heads and 8 wings suddenly appeared behind her. She moved slightly, and an afterimage flickered, and she appeared behind the kobold lord in an instant. "You, dumbfounded, the kobold lord has just uttered a sound, when his body was torn apart in an instant, and a copious amount of blood sputtered out." Yang Feng said with a smile, "Arlette is now a glorious sun warlock with 6-headed dark dragon god bloodline. Killing a trifling kobold lord like you is a piece of cake for her." Although Arlette surrendered to Yang Feng in the Fesua plain, but along the way, she has been loyal and devoted to Yang Feng, serving the dragon god in her heart, wholeheartedly. Therefore, Yang Feng injected the 6-headed dark dragon god bloodline essence he obtained into her, turning her into a 6-headed dark dragon god bloodline warlock with terrifying potential. The strongest 6-headed dark dragon god can evolve into the warlock monarch realm. If she can break through the bloodline shackles and evolve into a 9-headed dark dragon god, she will even have a glimmer of hope to promote to a Holy Spirit warlock. Of course, it is basically impossible to promote to a warlock emperor. Among dragon bloodline warlocks, only a few primordial dragon bloodlines can give them a glimmer of hope to evolve into a warlock emperor rank powerhouse. Carolina looked at Arlette with a hint of jealousy in her beautiful eyes. Arlette submitted to Yang Feng later than her, but now her status is far above hers, which naturally makes her feel very unbalanced. "The monarch is dead. The monarch is dead." When the kobolds in the tribe saw Arlette insta-kill the kobold lord, they panicked and fled in all directions. Yang Feng said lightly, "Arlette, I'll leave it to you." "Yes, my lord." Arlette responded respectfully, and then quickly began to issue a series of orders. The half-blood beastman army dressed in strengthened battle suits and armed with Gauss rifles killed their way into the kobold tribe, killing all the kobolds blocking their way. "My lord Vega, your humble servant is here to offer a sacrifice. Please show your divine might and annihilate all the invaders." A kobold shaman with a haggard face and a scepter in hand knelt in front of an altar with a statue of the god of kobolds Vega placed on it and implored loudly. In front of the altar stood a dozen plus female kobolds as well as a pair of dark elven beauties, 2 kindred beauties, 7 dark dwarves, and a beautiful woman. Kobolds are said to be a race born from the hybridization of an immemorial red dragon and a dog. They have a trace of immemorial red dragon bloodline inside them and have inherited the lascivious nature of dragons. The god of kobolds Vega is not only interested in the females of kobolds, but also in the beauties of other races. Following the prayers of the kobold shaman, the statue of the god of kobolds Vega trembled, and a golden beam of light, as if crossing the void, flew out from a beautiful divine country projection and landed on the statue of the god of kobolds Vega. When the statue of the god of kobolds Vega absorbed the golden beam of light, as if it came to life, it walked down from the huge altar. Its dog eyes flickered with golden light, carrying a trace of indifference and majesty, and it exuded fearsome divine might that enveloped the entire kobold tribe. Under the divine might of the god of kobolds Vega, virtually all half-blood beastman warriors in the tribe had looks of fear on their faces. Unable to control their bodies, they knelt on the ground and shivered. Only the half-blood beastman generals with level 1 warlock rank cultivation base and above barely resisted the divine might with the help of the strengthening suits. Sure enough, the strengthening suits can't resist the divine might of gods. However, if the divine might of gods was so easy to resist, then the gods of the major planes wouldn't have such a lofty status. Yang Feng glanced at the half-blood beastman warriors wearing the strengthening suits, and then his gaze fell on the god of kobolds Vega. Lowly half-blood beastman bastards, this is the tribe under the protection of I, the mighty god of kobolds Vega. Scram! Otherwise, I'll personally take action and send you half-blood beastman bastards to hell. The god of kobolds Vega issued a furious roar, and fearsome divine might spread, forcing many half-blood beastman generals to kneel on the ground. Yang Feng glanced at the god of kobolds Vega and said coldly, "A mere feeble divine force rank god who doesn't even have his own divine country wants to contend against the mighty Lord Ian. You're overestimating yourself. Vega, I want to establish my own divine system. Join my lord's divine system and become a servant of my lord. Otherwise, this incarnation of yours will perish here." The god of kobolds Vega didn't even have his own divine country, making him one of the weakest gods. Yang Feng didn't care about such a god. "How dare you? Ian is just a feeble god who has promoted to a true god less than 100 years ago. To think that you want me to submit. You're dreaming. You're just a divine emissary, yet you dare speak to a true god like that. Go to hell." The eyes of the god of kobolds Vega shimmered fiercely, and he bellowed and belched a fearsome pillar of fire barreling towards Yang Feng. Even a demigod-ranked powerhouse will be easily burned to ashes by the fearsome divine force pillar of fire. How weak! As the race god of a weak race, is this the strongest power of your incarnation? Too weak. This is the sorrow of a god of a weak race. Yang Feng pointed with his hand, and a black whirlpool appeared in front of him, frantically devoured the terrifying pillar of fire, and easily engulfed it. The god of kobolds Vega was dumbfounded. How is this possible? You haven't even used divine force, how can you defend against my pillar of fire? With a flash of an afterimage, Arlette appeared behind Gabba in the blink of an eye and stabbed him in the heart with the black dragon god spear. Berserk black dragon divine power erupted in a flash and killed Gabba's avatar. Fate algorithm. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and a gold ray suddenly flew out and fell into his hand, and a copious amount of information entered his sea of knowledge from the gold divinity. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. Found it. The location of the god of Kobolds Vega. Chapter 7:11. A trifling avatar, go to hell. In an instant, the eyes of a swarm of vampires flickered with crimson light, and their figures flickered as they flew out of the blood castle and rushed towards the half-blood beastman army. Vampires possessed a physique far superior to that of ordinary people to begin with. An ordinary low-level vampire could easily kill a level 1 apprentice warlock. On the Feisua plain, even without a formation, hundreds of thousands of vampires could easily destroy a human army if they attacked together. Lakaz didn't believe that Yang Feng would make an enemy of such a terrifying existence. After Yang Feng killed Vampire Rider's avatar, the evil gods with the underground world as their foundation were alarmed, and they began to link up. Ruler of the Night Moganaut was a strong divine force rank existence, an existence at the apex of the Feisua plane. At the same time, he was a terrifying powerhouse not inferior to the radiant primary god Pratos. Behind the Vampire King were 4 true blood kindred, each of whom had the terrifying strength of a legendary level. They were the legend-rank vampires in the mouth of the Feisua Plains powerhouses. The former great matriarch Shaena of the Tyrannid subcontinent's underground world stayed in the rear to preside over the construction of the city. The evil gods of darkness fought each other endlessly. As long as Yang Feng didn't threaten the foundation of the evil gods of darkness, they wouldn't join forces to deal with him. After getting rid of Rider's avatar, the huge army of half-blood beast men soon broke into the blood castle and completely suppressed the vampires inside. Yang Feng weighed the pros and cons for a while, and then decided not to kill God of Kobolds Vega. However, there were too many vampires. A small number of vampires still passed through the hail of Gauss rifles and appeared in front of the half-blood beastman army. Many gods would rather provoke some great divine power-level gods than provoke a difficult character like the Queen of Spiders Lolth, especially now that she was one of the most beloved goddesses of the dark gods, the ruler of the Night Moganaut. After the half-blood beastmen army from the surface world quickly captured the tribe, the robots in human skin drove all kinds of heavy machinery and began to transform the tribe into a city. Beastman swordsmen wearing strengthening suits and holding sharp blades forged from divine blood steel suddenly jumped out and slashed at the vampires, fighting fiercely with them. A terrifying voice echoed in the blood castle. All the vampires heard Arlette's voice. First level of the underground world, in front of the blood castle where the vampires were gathered. With a flash of golden light, Yang Feng's idol was restored to its original state. In a country that seemed to be shrouded in boundless darkness, the blindfolded, black-clothed god of conspiracy and assassination, who seemed to be hidden in the endless darkness, revealed a smile. Although the Queen of Spiders Lolth wasn't the most powerful god on the Feisua plane, but she was the longest-living god on the Feisua plane. He had not been affected in any of the wars between the gods. Completely hidden in plots and darkness, he rarely took action directly. Legend has it that several powerful divine power-level gods had fallen because of him. Huge holes appeared on the bodies of the densely packed vampires, as though they had crashed into an invisible barrier and were torn apart. Red Earth Wasteland, the capital of the half-blood beastman empire. Lakaz's eyes flashed with a peculiar glint, and he said, "Dark elves. That's a forbidden descendant of the Queen of Spiders Lolth. Are you sure you want to make an enemy of her? That woman is the most troublesome person under the strong divine force rank. Reportedly, she is related to the deaths of several strong divine force rank gods. Besides, she is now one of the most favored goddesses of the ruler of the Night Moganaut. If Yang Feng wanted to get a share of the underworld and become a part of the darkness evil gods, then it naturally didn't matter. However, once Yang Feng wanted to rule the underworld, then the evil gods with the underworld as their foundation would join forces to deal with him. Among the darkness gods, there were also strong divine force rank existences. With a flash of an afterimage, Yang Feng appeared above the idol of the god of vampires rider, stabbed his hand into the head of the vampire rider, and dug out a golden divinity. Yang Feng said indifferently, "Sure, but your believers shouldn't provoke my people. Otherwise, they'll be unlucky if they get killed." The idol of the god of vampires rider uttered with great difficulty, and then his divine power dissipated and there was no more movement. "I won't let you go." Otto looked at Yang Feng's idol and said coldly, "I am Lakas. Ian, the Darkness God's Alliance has something to say to you." Not long after, a group of well-equipped temple knights escorting the priests of the half-blood beastman god's temple walked over. Yang Feng said, "Dark Elves. The Dark Elves are mine. I want to annex the entire Dark Elven race, that is my bottom line. I want to become the Lord of the Dark Elves." Lakas said coldly, "I can give you a part of the underworld. Tell your people to stop. Otherwise, we'll join forces to deal with you." He doesn't even care about ruler of the Night Moganaut. Sure enough, this guy is from another plane. There's going to be a good show. I wonder what I can get from this. Yang Feng commanded the half-blood beastman army to sweep through the first floor of the underworld. The vampire monarch said with a ferocious smile, "I am a divine descendant of the mighty god of vampires rider. No one can make me abandon my faith. You lowly races dare to provoke us vampires. I'll fulfill your wish and make you our food." With a flash of black light, Lakas left Otto's body. Yang Feng's wanton attacks in the underworld have put the evil gods with the underworld as their foundation on guard. "Who are you?" A crisp voice sounded, and the half-blood beastman army armed with Gauss rifles fired wildly, and a rain of light poured towards the vampires. In God-blood plane, the vampire monarch should be classified as a kindred baron. But in Fesua plane, he calls himself the vampire monarch, and the number of vampires under his command exceeds 1 million. "I am the Pope of the mighty god of half-blood beastman temple, Polyeva. Please come with me." A frightening aura rose from the blood castle, and a handsome kindred powerhouse with long silver hair and a bewitching aura flew out of the blood castle and looked at Arlette, Yang Feng, and company indifferently and arrogantly. This super handsome kindred powerhouse is the kindred monarch, a kindred life form with a trace of divinity. A golden ray landed on the idol, and the eyes of the idol radiated divine light. The idol looked coldly at Lakas and said indifferently, "Speak." Arlette pointed at the vampire monarch with the black dragon god spear and uttered coldly, "I am Arlette, a general under my lord Ian's command. I am the vampire monarch, and I have converted to my lord and worshipped him as my only faith. Otherwise, you'll die here today." Yang Feng replied indifferently, "So what? Even if he is favored by ruler of the Night Moganaut, but as long as you block my way, you'll die." After Yang Feng's divine country entered the celestial body, it disappeared and was hidden by him. Except for some gods who have been paying attention to Yang Feng, the rest of the gods don't even know where Yang Feng's divine country is. They can only contact him through his cathedral in the secular world. Attack. When Odo arrived in front of Yang Feng's idol, a huge black hole suddenly opened behind him, and a black divine force beam entered his body. With Odo as the core, fearsome divine might spread in all directions. In the sky, a fearsome black dragon god projection suddenly appeared. The vampire monarch screamed and was torn apart, and the true blood inside him was burned to ashes by dragon fire. Lakas said with a smile, "If your goal is only the Dark Elves, then we can make way and let you go to the place of the Dark Elves. The premise is that your people don't kill our believers." Arlette pointed at the bloody castle with the black dragon god spear and barked, "Vampire monarch, come out." A person dressed in a black robe, shrouded in darkness, came to the entrance of the imperial city, released demigod rank fluctuations of power, and said solemnly, "I am the great divine emissary of the god of conspiracies and assassinations, Odo. I wish to talk to the great god of half-blood beastmen Sir Ian." "Who is it? How dare you kill my descendants?" A peerless beauty of about 17 or 18 years of age, dressed in an exquisite and luxurious silver-white pope robe. She had a voluptuous figure, golden hair, blue eyes, and skin as white as jade. She gave off a pure and holy aura, and she had a pair of swan wings on her back. She gave off a fragrance as she elegantly walked over. The black skin-tight suit can enhance the physique of users below the level 3 warlock rank by 3 times. Originally, the physique of the half-blood beast men was far inferior to that of the vampires. But after putting on the black skin-tight suit, the physique of the half-blood beast men was superior to that of the vampires, and they were able to slay the vampires one by one. In the Blood Castle, a blood-colored beam descended from the sky and landed on a statue of the god of vampires, Ryder. The statue came to life, exuding a pinnacle demigod might, and swept towards them. Polyeva was one of the few saints under Yang Feng's command. She was also favored by Yang Feng and obtained demigod rank strength. At a glance, she saw the divine force fluctuations of the god of conspiracies and assassinations coming from Odo. After confirming the other party's identity, she took Odo to the temple of the god of half-blood beast men. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.